Hello, everybody. Welcome to Behind Blizzard's Music. I'm Derek Duke, music director here at Blizzard Entertainment. I'm here with our in-house music department. We've got Glenn Stafford, our principal composer. Leo Kaliski, music assistant, but also a composer in his own right. And Adam Burgess, another composer. You've been hearing a ton of their music already, featured in the opening ceremonies, as well as a lot of other people's great music. So what we have for you today is a walk through a whole bunch of music, and we're going to try and give you an insight into what it takes to put together the music that we produce for all of the development teams here at Blizzard. We're going to go through and explain a little, and I'll talk to each one of these guys about what they do, and then followed by that, we're going to do a performance about what they've been talking about. So we're going to talk through a World of Warcraft piece, a Heroes piece, a little bit of Overwatch, and the Overwatch League. So one other thing I wanted to mention is that as composers and what we do at Blizzard, we spend a lot of time in our rooms with computers, just kind of working on our own. We're not by nature performers per se. So we're here, we're playing with backing tracks, with recordings of the orchestras and things we do. We are playing live, so we're not like faking or anything like that, but we're doing our best. We're coming out here because we do this once a year. We love to do it for you. But we're just coming out and letting you know that we're doing this with the backing tracks, just being very upfront what we're doing. And these are all 100% new arrangements. You're hearing them first. They're for you. And with that, starting off, I want to talk about work on World of Warcraft and Battle for Azeroth with Glenn Stafford. He's done an arrangement of Return to Arms as a piece that he wrote for Battle for Azeroth. And Glenn, if you want to tell us a little bit about how you put that together for us.
Sure. Well, thanks, Derek. A Return to Arms is a callback to an earlier piece of music before World of Warcraft, if you can imagine that. Early in Warcraft history, somewhere in the Warcraft 3 era. This piece was for a trailer, a cinematic trailer. It was a great looking piece, and we had to do kind of a rush job to get it written quick, recorded and out the door and ready to mix just in a couple of few short days. So I remember spending late nights working on that.
And that was a collaboration, if I recall.
That was a collaboration, yes. Actually, I have to give a lot of credit for this piece to Jason Hayes for the thematic ideas in it. We did collaborate on it. We did a ton of arranging. We ended up recording choir parts ourselves, singing each part, just dozens of tracks to make it this large, male choir sound. Interestingly, it's the piece of music you heard quite a bit in the opening ceremony when Mike was standing there with Jay Allen and.
Right, I think
I think everyone's
Battle
heard
for Azeroth too, the cinematic.
I think, probably everyone's heard it if you know anything about Warcraft. So I'll just play a little bit of the original melody and chords. Are we getting it in the house or? Okay. Anybody recognize that? 3 people? Yeah. Cool. So that was the original melody, part of it anyway. Out of that piece of music came actually a lot of different pieces of music that have touched on it. There's another bit from it that's does this. Anybody recognize that? And then that made its way into World of Warcraft in Shaping of the World. I think it was called on the original vanilla soundtrack. So that it kept going through different chords. So there's that. For this Return to Arms, it's It's a nod to classic red and blue orcs and humans, Horde and Alliance, from dating way back to Warcraft 2 era even. Pulled some musical ideas. There's a human piece from Warcraft 1 that's it's snuck its way in there a bit. Oops. Put both headphones
Definitely
in,
people who
so
recognize that, right?
So that's a little human one, and even got some orc bass line in there a little bit from one of the Warcraft 2 pieces. And then little licks that went along with that. That's kind of stuff you'll hear all over the orc music. So this was just a mashup of a lot of nostalgic ideas and also reimagined with new chords, new harmony, reharmonized, similar melody, not exactly the same. Now it's instead of, it does this. And it goes on from there, and I don't know
when you change the chords like that, does that change the emotion, or how does that?
Oh yeah, to give it a little bit more of a seafaring, piratey feel for this expansion. Definitely had that emphasis, as well as the callback to classic red and blue. And it was a lot of fun to work on and to reimagine, and people seem to really react to it well, and it. It's a little bit slower than the original, and Leo even did an alternate version of it with elements from it that we use here for this exclusive BlizzCon version as an intro to it. So it's a nice, slow-moving intro that helps set it up.
So would you say this is a common approach for us to take these themes and match them up for our typical WoW music?
It happens a lot. It's not with everything. We do like to introduce new themes, and there's constantly new areas and characters and everything being added. At the same time, we want to maintain our, musical sound, our musical identity, with the connection over the years, dating back to all the earliest Warcraft, or for whatever franchise we're working in. In this case, Warcraft.
Cool. I'm sure everybody's anxious to hear this new arrangement. So we're going to play Return to Arms for you. This is a BlizzCon exclusive, new arrangement. Thank you,
Thank you.
Glenn Stafford. Next up, I'd like to talk about the Heroes franchise and that music. Heroes is a great franchise in that it touches all of our franchises, and it gives us that opportunity to draw on music from all of our work, to dig into the history and that rich archive of all that music from Diablo 1, from Warcraft, from the early StarCraft music we have, and all that. So Leo's put together a great piece for us, and that's makes up from Battle of the sorry, give me the piece.
Battle Begins?
Battle Begins, yeah, from Battle Begins and Alterac Pass, and then we're going to talk about home screening. But I wanted Glenn to just demo really quickly a little bit of Battle Begins. It's such an anthemic piece, and it has a really great sort of extended and just a wonderful melody. And I'm going to open this up, and it's going to demo that for us. Yeah. There we go.
Put it on bar 1. All right, there we go. So, yeah, Battle Begins was sort of not quite the main title, but sort of, I'll call it the main anthem, or yeah, it was an anthem for Heroes of the Storm. Interesting thing about it is just 3 notes, basically. It's more than 3 notes, but the initial idea is a 3-note melodic phrase that repeats, and then it grows from there, and it all kind of came out of that. Simple chords and melody, starting on and yeah, with the chords, it starts on the initial chord, the home bass, I call it, and it works its way around for a while. It takes you on a journey, and then it finally comes back to the home bass. So it's interesting harmonically as well as simple melody. So it's, yeah, this is the original idea was just this. So just that 3-note phrase. repeated, and then extended, and then the chords kind of helped dictate what, or the melody kind of helped dictate what the chords were going to be. And then everything else is built around that, lots of fast rhythms and big guitars and choir and everything. So when we did a special Blizzcon arrangement of the original Battle Begins plus esports version of Battle Begins plus Leo's Alterac Pass.
Cool. So I wanted to talk to Leo also about home screening, and that's sort of the music work that we do for Heroes is a bit different. And if you could walk us through that and how you sort of, that process for creating the music for Heroes.
Sure. So when we say home screening, what we mean is whenever a new character or event is added to Heroes of the Storm, it is displayed on the home screen of the game, and it needs custom music to match it, something that can bring this hero to life. We usually like to start with the base of music that is already related to the character, since the characters are pulled from other franchises. So for Deckard Cain, it was Tristram from Diablo 2, because that's just iconic Deckard Cain music at this point. For White Mane, it was music from Scarlet Monastery in the Western Pluglands. And we take one or two of these tracks and we do special music edits, where we try to cut out just the most iconic parts from these themes and put them together for one concise piece of music that really encapsulates the character. And then at that point, it starts getting passed around the department as we start adding the sort of Heroes effect, the home screening that we kind of call it, where we add lots of synth sounds to it to sort of capture the sound of the Nexus. These are more spacey, crystally synths than you normally hear in Overwatch or really any other franchise. And then a lot of rock guitars. And guitar isn't a totally new thing, you know, that existed in StarCraft. That was more country rock, and this is more like metal rock. It's sort of turned up to another level. And so maybe one of us does a music edit, and then it gets passed to another person who adds synths, then another person who adds guitars. It goes through Glenn for feedback as the original Heroes composer. It goes through you for feedback, and just kind of makes this loop around the department. And you end up with a really collaborative experience that you don't get with any other Blizzard music.
Cool. So with Alterac Pass, it seems like the music for that didn't get the normal Heroes treatment. It ended up being a lot more orchestral. It didn't have all the guitars and the synths and stuff like that. Is there a specific reason for that?
Yeah, so Alterac Pass sort of does the opposite of all this because it pulls from the original Alterac Valley PvP music from Vanilla WoW. It's very old school WoW music, and so we wanted to keep that old feel to it. We really wanted to hit on the nostalgia of just orchestral music, just the big brass and the big strings, and really wanted to feel familiar to the character as they recognize it from the old times.
Cool. Were there any special moments in that music that were, that were like signature things or things that you really stuck out to you?
Yeah, so there's a couple themes that really stick out as sort of part of that original Alterac kit. Part of it is this chord progression.
So that doesn't sound like, so what are we hearing there? Like if we were hearing the Alterac Pass, what would the orchestra be doing for that in particular?
So in Alterac Pass, it's orchestra and it's on big brass chords, tuba, trimbasso, trombone, French horn, playing that just big and brassy and as loud as possible. And so for this arrangement, it really made sense to put that on big guitar chords. Just felt like sort of a natural pairing.
Cool. Something else?
Yeah. So there's this little ostinato, which comes from that original Alterac kit. And that was, again, it was low brass, sort of short trombones and tubas, but also strings, low cellos and basses. And that just really lended itself to be a guitar riff pretty easily. And it kind of leads to a little bit of this sort of prog rock guitar riff feel, which is really fun.
So were you working on it on your distorted guitar?
What was that?
When you were working on it, were you using the guitar?
A little bit. I mean, it really feels natural on a distorted guitar, so yeah.
Cool. Well, I think let's give it a shot. This is another all-new Heroes arrangement featuring for BlizzCon 2018 by Leo Kaliski. Thank you. Leo, Glenn. So next up, I'm going to talk a little bit about Overwatch and talk with Adam Burgess. So one of the most common questions we get as composers, I know, is where does the inspiration come from? So talk with Adam about where does that inspiration come from? Where does it all start off? And like when you get that assignment, how do you start? How do you get that initial kickoff? Where do you begin? So if you could dig into that with us.
Yeah, it's a good question. You know, when an assignment comes through, it's often a daunting task, and it's hard to know where to start with it. I personally find that the most inspiring thing for me is looking at the artwork, especially the concept pieces. So we actually brought a couple of pieces along with us today, and I'll talk through them with you. The first one's Wrecking Ball, one of the latest Overwatch heroes. You know, when you get pitched the idea of a hamster hero for a game like Overwatch, it's hard not to think, you know, there's going to be something very cartoony. It's going to be something very comical and lighthearted. And then you look at this piece, and you kind of throw that all out the window. You know, as composers, we're always looking into the details and trying to bring characters and locations to life. So something as simple as his facial expression, you know, check it out. He's super determined. He's not smiling. He's not goofing around. He's not a comical hamster. This further gets established with cinematics, media, when we really dig into his origin story as a character. If you look at the mech ball, you have this, you know, robotic weaponry, and it's really highly weaponized. And, you know, that again goes against this comical idea of, you know, this character. So what I thought for Hammond is he needed this really big theme. He needed this theme that was very triumphant, very, you know, it's very orchestral. It feels like something that a hero should have. And he almost needed this huge theme to lift him up to the level of the other heroes because he's so small, you know? So that's him. On the other hand, we have maps. So if we bring up the next piece, which is this beautiful concept work from the Rialto map, once again, as composers, we're asking ourselves questions and trying to find the inspiration to write the, you know, correct music for this location. So when I look at this, I'm seeing all the small details, like there's a storefront across that canal. This is in Italy. It's based off Venice. And I'm starting to ask myself, you know, what would I want to hear if I was there? What do I want to feel like if I'm in this location? And if I'm on one of those gondolas, how does it make me feel as I'm floating around, you know? Am I happy? Is it romantic? And you kind of start putting this idea together in your head about, you know, the world we're creating and the right sounds that fit into it. And then it's a matter of just looking at the art and playing to it. And as soon as you feel like you're there, you take that kind of sound you've just hit and just extrapolate it into as much music as possible, pick out the best parts, and that becomes what you hear in the game.
So do you feel like you have to have the answers to those questions in your head before you actually sit down?
For me, personally, yes, because I don't want to get in a situation where I'm writing without context and without ideas and without understanding this hero or this map. And, you know, maybe I'll come up with an idea and I fall in love with it, but it's not right. So if I understand exactly what I want to write before I sit at the piano and try to figure it out, then I'm more likely to get the music right and convey the right emotion.
And we're talking about so we're talking about Hammond, a hero, and the map, Rialto. Are there different types of assets you're creating or type of stuff you're writing for these two different kinds of situations?
Yeah, you know, with heroes, it's all about embodying the character in the music. If you looked at the Ashe cinematic from opening ceremony and her announcement trailer, she is the head of a biker gang. She's a badass. So she has country western music, she has rock-orientated music, it fits her character. Hammond needed a heroic theme. It's all about, you know, injecting that sound into the character to really bring them to life. With maps, it's about the location. So For this piece we've put together, which is Wrecking Ball and Rialto kind of in a medley, the Rialto section is inspired by Italian music, and you kind of take those elements from that region, and these are real musical cultures and real musical histories and traditional instruments, and you have to inject that into the sound of Overwatch that's been established for the last couple of years and try to find the right balance between the two of them. Yeah, it's a very different process for both.
Cool. And maps are different kind of asset, like just creating stuff mostly for in-game versus like the heroes mostly cinematic stuff?
Yeah, Heroes is mostly cinematic, origin stories, Overwatch, animated shorts. They're all hero-based. For maps, it's more, gameplay sizzle reels, which is where we have a fly-through of the map and it goes out on social media and YouTube. That's a really big one. Yeah, it's different. And then we have the menu screen for new heroes, menu screen for new maps. This all needs musical content. And when you're looking for these themes, the most important thing is that it works across all of these different mediums. We're not writing, minutes of unique music for all of them. We're trying to establish this one theme so that everything feels connected.
Cool. By the way, Adam scored his first episode. That was the Ash McCree episode that you all watched. So. Pretty awesome. So one other question. I know, like, in certain maps like Dorado, they have the bells you can ring, and by playing certain melodies, you get achievements. Are there other Easter eggs and stuff like that we have in certain maps?
Yeah, we've found over time, the more music you put in the map, the more it comes alive, and that really hit home when we did the Blizzard World map, and you run around the theme park and you hear this iconic WoW music, StarCraft music, Diablo music, Heroes music. So we put a lot in Rialto. There's little things, just like if you run to the gelato store and you stand outside, if you're in a silent spot and no one's trying to attack you or anything, you'll hear music coming from the door there. Probably the most prominent one is if you jump on the boat in the canal, you hear this like sweeping, romantic, kind of Italian-inspired music that we put in, and that was super fun, but it wasn't our first take on the idea. So on the concept artwork you saw, you just kind of saw the gondola sitting there. But in-game, there's an Omnic, a robot. We call them Omnics in the Overwatch franchise. And he's standing on the back and he's rowing you along the gondola. And we had this cool idea like, oh my God, what would it sound like if he sang to you as you're floating around the map in this like robotic, operatic voice? And it was this thing we chased for like, a week, and me and Derek are in my room, like messing around with like vocal synthesizers, and we're not lyricists, so we just thought like, okay, there's two words we can use. We can use the word Rialto, we know that much, and we can use the word canal. So we wrote this song, and we actually have it here for you. And yeah. Thanks. So, just judging by your reaction, you're laughing, you're smiling, you think it's hilarious. We also felt the same way. And as cool as this was, we just kind of felt like, do we want this to be comical? Do we want it to be funny? And we decided, we're going to chase this idea a little more. So, one day you might have a singing Omnic in the game, but for now it's just kind of a sneak peek into some of the things we come up with that, you guys never see.
Cool. So now we're going to do this special arrangement of Wrecking Ball and Rialto that Adam put together. Especially for you, a Blizzcon premiere. Oh. There you go. You've got a lot of noise.
Yeah, I think it's the cable maybe.
Thank you, Adam Burgess. So, one of the final things I wanted to talk about was esports. It's been a huge year for esports. Blizzard has always been a fan of esports. It's always been very important for Blizzard, and especially this year with the launch of the Overwatch League. Creating music for esports, we've always done special versions from all of our franchises and made an attempt to do that. But one thing we've never delved in so deeply is for the Overwatch League, creating an entirely, basically new brand of music for the Overwatch League. If you, I don't know, how many people have watched the Overwatch League or any of the broadcasts? Any Overwatch League fans? Well, so we created this whole broadcast, basically, kit of music that's been broadcast around the world for Overwatch League. And we're going to share some of it with you now. Adam whipped up an arrangement of some of his music. He was responsible for creating that, also with some help from Trolls Fullman. And we're going to play that for you now, his what we call the sports version. And we'll give that a shot. Burgess and the guys. So thank you for spending some time with us today at Blizzard's Behind the Music. Before we go, I want to take time to acknowledge that it's not just us here who make the music for Blizzard. There's a whole slew of other people that create music for us. So you can see these people behind us. You might recognize some of them: Neil Acree, Sam Carden, Jerry Beck, Peter McConnell, Adam Gubman, Mark Petrie, Clint Pajakian, Troels Folman, David Arkenstone. All these people and more compose music for us. There's our producers who produce for us. There's the orchestrators. There's the engineers and recordists, recording studios. There's the hundreds and hundreds of musicians. All these people, there's our extended family at Blizzard, all these people whose shoulders we stand on, and we wouldn't be able to bring you the music that we do without them. There's our small little department. This is what all the music, this is all that music comes through here to get to you. Charlotte Moore and Liz Seminario are music producers. So once again, thank you for being here with us here at BlizzCon. Thank you, all of you out there in on the virtual ticket. Again, Adam Burgess, Leo Kaliski, Glenn Stafford. I'm Derek Duke. Thank you. Have a really great BlizzCon.
Hello, BlizzCon. So it's been an awesome weekend so far. We've talked a lot about World of Warcraft. We have more to say, most of it looking forward to what's coming next. But for the next 45 minutes, we're going to look backwards. We're going to look at the origins of World of Warcraft and tell the story of how we have brought the 2006 experience back here and been able to share it all with you today. That's a game that touched all of our hearts. It's a game that really is the reason why I'm standing here today. It's a game that is the reason, so some could argue that BlizzCon exists at all. Back in 2005, it was World of Warcraft that forged these powerful ties between people who'd spent long nights running dungeons together, running flags in Warsong Gulch, who wanted to get in a car, get in a plane, cross the country, and come out here to put faces to names and to voices and actually meet the people that they felt like they already knew, thanks to this world that we had created. And it is an incredible honor to be up here and to be able to speak to the story of how we were able to bring it back. And a lot of that story is actually a technical one. It's about archaeology, it's about restoration. And allow me to introduce, to tell the first part of the story, senior software engineer Omar Gonzalez, who will tell you about the origins of WoW Classic.
Greetings, BlizzCon. My name is Omar Gonzalez, and I'm a senior software engineer on World of Warcraft. I want to take a minute, speaking of history, to talk about a little bit of my own. I first started on World of Warcraft in 2003, when it was first being forged. It means that I was there before Onyxia took her first deep breath, before Ragnaros was awoken too soon, before there was any kind of conflict in Terranmail and South Shore, before we had even added gnomes to the game. I was there, and I've been working on World of Warcraft ever since. And now it's my great honor to be able to take that version, the memories that we had, back to life to all of us who remember them fondly, and hopefully to a whole new generation. Now, next up, I'm going to be talking about some of the major components of what goes into the making of a game like World of Warcraft. One of the biggest pieces of data is our database data. And what this is are things like the number of hit points a creature has, the amount of stamina on an item, each spawn point in the world. Millions of points of data are stored in tables inside of these databases. Another key component that we work with are art assets. This is the color of Night Elves shadow melding in Ashenvale. It's the sounds that play when Pyroblast nukes its target. It's the motion of an orc as she swings her axe furiously. The artwork of the WoW, everything that you see and hear is our art assets. The third major component here is the source code. This is a bit of the glue that binds all of this together. It's the instructions that we give to our computers to let them know what to display on the screens and what to play on the speakers. And for our servers, how to interconnect millions of players all around the world. Now, there's actually many more components and pieces that go into game development, but these are the big three that we're going to cover in this presentation. So looking a little bit more into source code. We had to start to get a handle of what we had to work with. And for source code, we kept track of everything in a repository that keeps track of every change that's ever been made. So here it was simply a matter of going to that repository and asking, what is the first change you know about? How far back does your history go? And it turns out this repository has been tracking changes since 1997. Now, before you go to jumping to any conclusions, this doesn't necessarily mean that World of Warcraft itself has been in development that long, only that it contains some shared and generic bits of code that started the Warcraft lineage. Now, of course, no source code repository would be complete without bugs. We happened to also find the very first bug fix in our repository shortly thereafter. A few people are ahead of me. The joke here is that this little bit of a function claimed it was going to do one thing, but literally did the exact opposite. Very first bug fix in Warcraft's history. Given that we have been tracking every change since 1997, we've had a high degree of confidence in our ability to restore this major component from the original version of World of Warcraft. Next up, I want to talk about how we worked with our database data. Now, to shed a little bit of light, early on, we only had really a simplistic model. There were two versions of the game. There was the version that was live and available to the public, and the next patch that we were working on. Once we were ready to release that patch, we would push it to the live services and make it available to everyone. Now, we would immediately then turn around and start working on the next patch, but we were doing it directly over the previous data. This had the unfortunate side effect of some amount of data loss in some of these earlier patches. We also encountered other problems here in that the team could only ever work on one patch at a time. This was quickly rectified, and we're now able to work on multiple patch schemas at a time. So when going back and looking at our database data, we took our clock, we cracked open this database and said, how far back do you still have data for? Fortunately, we still had patch 112 and slightly before. So this gave us sort of a medium level of confidence in our ability to restore original database data. Next up, I want to talk about art assets. There are many types of art assets. Some of the most familiar are what we call 3D models. And these are comprised of vertices, which are simply points in three-dimensional space, and indices that tell us how to connect these. Also, hopefully familiar, are textures. These are paintings and colors that are drawn on a two-dimensional canvas. We can take these various art assets, and once we start combining them, we're able to see a few familiar faces. Now, with art assets, we store those on some network storage that we have. And so when we went digging, we unfortunately found that we only had a few of the more recent art assets from the more recent expansions. But this project was very important to us, and we went all the way to our data archivists and asked, do you have any old backups of these old network drives? We need them. We desperately want to go back to the original data. Now, this data was actually off-site, and we weren't sure what we were going to find until some of the old backups were restored from very old tape drives. We did receive a backup from 2008, and we thought, well, the date's good, but not exactly what we're looking for. We dug into it a little bit more, and fortunately, we found on that backup a folder labeled Final 112 Data. Yeah, that's right. we found a backup on our backup of a backup. So now that we have 1.12 versions of these three major components, our source code, our database data, and our art assets, we're ready to attempt to reconstruct 1.12 with these pieces. We shoved them all in a blender, and to our amazing delight, we had a version of 1.12 that we can launch and run internally. We were able to log in. We can create characters. Could level up and do all the things that we remembered. This was an amazing milestone for us. But we then needed to take a step back and think about what this version really meant. It's important to understand that our services, that this version of the game was engineered for a much older version of the internet. This version didn't understand how to run in our modern Blizzard cloud. We also realized that our game servers don't operate in a vacuum. They're an integral and important piece of a larger Battle.net Blizzard network framework, which includes things like account management and authentication. This version was also unable to work in our content delivery pipeline, so there was no way we could put this version on our Battle.net desktop app. Again, without access to authentication, there were no login servers it could talk to. There was no way this version could talk to our customer support systems. You couldn't enter GM tickets. But really, most harsh of all was that every bug, every problem, every exploit would instantly come screaming back. And not only that, they would already be known to some number of malicious people out there. Clearly, this version, as it stood, as it was, didn't really reflect the highest levels of Blizzard quality that we come to expect. But we weren't quite ready to give up. We took a long, hard look at what we had built so far, and we thought a lot of what we don't like about this version is in the source code. It still had a lot that we really loved. We loved the database data, and we loved the art. So we gave ourselves a little bit of a thought experiment. What if we brought up our modern database data, our modern high-resolution art, and modern source code, threw away what we don't like about this version, strip out the more modern components, and simply layered what we liked about this old version on top of what we needed in our modern tech stack. I remember standing around a room where we all looked at each other, and no one was quite sure whether this was a good idea or not. Was this viable? Would this work? And the reason for that has to do with how these pieces sort of fit and integrate with each other. That in these seams and these interconnects, those have also changed and evolved and improved over time. So when we thought about this plan, we realized very quickly and early on that these pieces, they just don't fit. The new source code doesn't know how to load the old data. But again, we all love World of Warcraft. We all love those memories, and we all long to go back to it. So we gave ourselves a little bit more time and thought, is there really no way to kind of force this together? What would that even look like? We gave ourselves a little bit of research and development time, and we thought, well, let's just work on transforming this data, see if there's a way that they can meet in the middle. What does that experience look like? Should be a video clip of that. So here we have a very early prototype. This was effectively a 7.3.5 client and server with its database data stripped out and imported from the 1.12 version of our data. We had a lot of systems that we liked. You could still cast your fireballs, you can kill creatures, the spawns from 1.12 were there. The drop tables had worked. A lot of the server-side elements were there, which included things like having to learn class abilities, even if you didn't have enough money to buy them at the time. True to form, you might have to leave and come back sometime later once you ground up that little extra copper. Now, of course, this was a very early prototype. We were forcing this data in, and it still obviously wasn't going to work out quite right as is. Had errors, problems, but this is an important piece of research and prototyping. Combat wasn't quite there. We found ourselves stopping to drink way too often. But really, the core of the game was there. You still leveled up. You still bought your spells. You still turned in your quests, and you still leveled up. The core pieces of the World of Warcraft nugget was there, but it was running on our modern infrastructure. This was what really gave us the proof that this was a way forward, that this could actually work. This insane idea would lead us to World of Warcraft Classic. And now, to talk a little bit more about the challenges of going from proof of concept prototype to full-blown production, it's my honor to introduce lead engineer Brian Birmingham.
Hello, Blizzcon. My name is Brian Birmingham, and I'm the lead software engineer on World of Warcraft Classic. I am a huge fan of retro gaming. I love to go back and play old games from my past, games that I played growing up, and World of Warcraft is certainly one of them. I've been playing since the beta, and it's just a great game that captured my heart even back then. But when I heard that World of Warcraft team was going to make WoW Classic, I jumped at the opportunity to come back and lead this team. But it's not my first time being on the World of Warcraft team. I first joined Blizzard in 2006, and I was on the World of Warcraft tools team. And at that time, I joined to help ship Naxxramas and to improve the way that we make World of Warcraft. I spent the next 8 years doing that. And then some of the other things I did were take the database data as it evolved over those years and convert it to each of our new expansions. And so in some ways, this project is like replaying all that work again in fast forward. I want to talk about these building blocks that Omar mentioned. These building blocks come together to create some of the things that you recognize as players. Things like terrain, the gameplay systems, the animations, and the lighting. And the first one of these that I want to talk about is terrain. Terrain is the heights of the mountains and the valleys. It's the placement of the trees and the buildings throughout the world. It's the water that's in the lakes, the rivers, the streams, the oceans. And there's a reason why in the prototype that you saw from Omar, we were in Dunmoreau. And it's because that terrain was unaltered by the Cataclysm. So it weren't perfect for that first prototype. But if we were to venture just a little bit outside of Dunmoreau and into Loch Modan, you start to see some kind of funny things. Like these Threshodons that are supposed to be swimming, but they're walking around on land, and they seem to have built these little Murloc huts for themselves, and that's not right. There's also this purple cape on the gnome, and that's odd. That's not like an epic. That's missing texture purple, and I'll talk about that a little bit more later. For now, let's focus on the fact that the water is missing and that those are the wrong buildings. If we go to other places, like, say, Thousand Needles, we'll find water that shouldn't be there. And there's Kolkar camping underneath the water and building fires. So this is also not okay. So we said, okay, just like we did with the data, what if we take these terrain files, these old terrain files we found on that backup of a backup, and we fed them to World of Warcraft Classic, to our modern engine? Would this work? No. This doesn't work either. And the reason is those puzzle shapes that Omar mentioned. Things don't fit together. Imagine this is the shape of the 112 terrain data, and our 112 engine expects that shape. So if we feed it the 112 terrain data, it fits perfectly. Our reference client that we built understands exactly where to find all of these pieces. Our modern engine expects the same pieces, but in slightly different places. And so when we feed it and of course our modern terrain data fits perfectly. If we feed it the 112 data, it doesn't fit perfectly. It finds some things where it wants to find them, like the terrain heights and the water and the grass, but it doesn't find the object placements from 112. It finds the new ones instead. So to give you an example of what that looks like, I have another video, again of Loch Modan here. So here you can see some of the buildings look okay. But as we start to fly out over the lake, which now has the water back, you can see some trees that aren't supposed to be there. Those are object placements. Those are burned trees from the Cataclysm. and then a tree flying in the middle of the air, and that's clearly not right. There's some misplaced buildings from Grimbatol, and if we turn back toward the dam, you can see the dam is shattered. And yet somehow, even though the dam is shattered, it's able to hold back the water. So here we said, there's clearly more work to do here. And our modern tools come to the rescue. It turns out that we have modern tools that we've been developing over the last 14 years that know how to read our old terrain data. They also know how to produce our modern terrain data. And so then we can take that terrain data after it's been converted and give it to the modern engine. And then the modern engine finds everything that it expects to find exactly where it expects to find it. And now the dam is restored. Our tools are really important to this. So we spent some effort on these. We wanted to make sure that our tools could work not only on Battle for Azeroth, but also on WoW Classic at the same time. This was some effort, but we thought it was really worth it because World of Warcraft Classic is not a small side project. This is a fully integrated effort that has the full support of the World of Warcraft development team. I want to talk to you about some other art assets. We've talked about models, and they're not just the character models or the creature models, but also those trees, those huts, the buildings, the lampposts. Why is that lamppost purple? Is that lamppost supposed to be purple? We have the reference client. Let's check. No, it's not supposed to be purple. It's supposed to be white. So why the difference? That's the same model. Why doesn't it look the same? And the reason it doesn't look the same is that we've made a change in the way our engine handles errors. In this case, in 1.12, we displayed, when there was a missing thing, a white light. So in the case of the gnome's cape, you remember it was purple. And in the case of this light, this lamppost, it's purple as well. And it's because something's missing. We set up this model, and we told it that it should emit a light, but we didn't say what color it was supposed to be. And our engine in 1.12 said, when I don't know what the color is supposed to be, I display white. And then we don't notice that there's a bug. We never noticed. So in our modern engine, we say, you know what? Let's display purple. Then we will notice. If I see purple, I know I have to do something. I should investigate at least and find out what the problem is. And in this case, we don't want to do what we would do in our modern version of the game. In Battle for Azeroth, if we saw this, we would have an artist come and pick an appropriate color, maybe like a soft yellow, maybe an orange, whatever they wanted for the correct aesthetic. But for us, we have a different goal. We want to recreate it as it was, authentic as it was. So we put it back exactly bright, pure white. And so if you guys check this out in the demo, either on the show floor here or at home, and you go and take a look at this lamppost, you will see that it is white today. But that one's purple. It turns out there are more than one Westfall lamppost model. They look really similar. They even have the same bug. There's two of them. We'll fix this one too, don't worry. We're not done yet. There are other things that weren't able to be solved by just restoring old data. It got us a long way, but there are some things where even when we restore the old data, there is no system that understands it. A great example of that is provided by the Hunter and his class abilities. The Hunter had things that aren't represented in our current engine anymore. Things like pet training, or pet happiness, or pet loyalty, and we needed to bring those back too. We had the data for them, but we needed code that would read that data. So we went back to that original source code, and we were able to surgically remove pieces of it that would support that data and bring them forward into our modern game. So we have been able to restore these systems. I don't have a lot of funny stories about this, except for some people forgetting that they needed to buy ammo. Or some hunters whose pets ran away when they forgot to feed them. We brought all this back. It's not just hunters, of course. There was also rogues and their combo points being on the target. Our modern resource and combo point system doesn't understand anything about changing targets. We had to bring that code back. And there's also things like the combat formulas to make sure that your critical hits and your crushing blows are distinct and are affected by the defense skill of the defender and the weapon skill of the attacker. And we brought back weapon skills as well. We brought back the code that levels up as you use them more, and the combat formulas that make them affect your chance to get a glancing blow. There were also animations. There's a pretty obvious bug here on this screen. That plane strider is dead, but he's standing up. I'm looting him. How am I doing that? I can even skin him. Animations are stored across all three of those basic building blocks: the source code, the art assets, the data, and they all contribute different things. So restoring those, we had some problems. And it affected one of the most iconic quests that I'm sure a number of you have remembered and gone back to re-experience. I'm sure you guys all remember Man Crick's wife. So we, of course, named her Olgra in the expansion. I'm sure some of you remember that. In Cataclysm, we made a memorial to her and declared that her name was Olgra. But of course, in 1.12, she was only known to you as Beaten Corpse, because you were supposed to discover her and find her dead, and she's standing up, like the plane strider. It seems a little bit odd to be interacting and inspecting a dead body that's standing up in front of you. Well, maybe not for the Horde. In any case, we were able to find these bugs, we were able to track them down, we were able to restore it, and now all of our animations are playing correctly. You can go and get revenge on the Quillbore for what they did to poor Mancrick and Olgra, and you will see them lying dead when they are dead. I also want to talk about some of our classic UI screens, like the character customization screen. This is something you see very early in the game that's really near and dear to our hearts. It has great feelings of nostalgia for all of us, and I'm sure for you too. And when we look at the prototype, we had the correct race and class combinations. We got that from the data, but the art is wrong. And so we went and restored that art. And here we ran into another case where restoring the art was not enough. When we look at these two screens, they're a lot closer now, but the reference client seems to have almost a snowy effect, whereas the prototype here, or our work in progress rather, does not. And we went and looked into this. It's not weather, it's not snow, it's actually a fog effect. And we were able to find the engine equations that controlled that and restore them a little bit closer. I don't want to promise pixel perfect perfection, because we might not hit it. But we are doing these side-by-side comparisons all the time, and we're going to work as hard as we can to get this as close as possible. On that same subject, I want to talk about Elwyn Forest. Here's an example where we went through at one point in WoW's history and we changed all of the lighting equations, and our environment artists went back and plugged in new data values to control those new equations and make things look correct for that version of the game. And so when we wanted to rewind those changes, the first thing we did was put back the old data, and we got close, but there's still some problems, like this really bright light over here. This doesn't look right. You can also see the shadows are slightly different, the fog is slightly different, but focus on this light for now. That light has a really hard edge. It's really way too bright. And when we dug into this, we found that what was controlling this was the distance fall-off equation. This is an equation that controls how much light is projected onto a texture based on how far away the light is from the thing that it is lighting. And so when we saw that this was different, we dug into it, we found the formula, and we were able to make adjustments in the code to make this look much closer. We fixed the shadows and the fogs a little bit too. So now we're much closer. I imagine at this point, you guys are wondering one of two things. Are you done yet? Or are you sure that it wouldn't have been easier to take that reference client and fix that? And I want to answer that second question first. A common theme in all of the problems and the bugs that we've encountered across this presentation so far is that they are visible. You can't fix what you can't see. So when we see these things, when we look at the modern version of World of Warcraft today, if I go to Battle for Azeroth and I take a look at it, I can see what is different between that and Classic. Like this trainer screen. It works, but it doesn't look right. We fixed it. We can find these things and we can fix them. We can do this over and over again. We can get your help finding them so that we can get this right. If we had started with the reference client, all of those problems are invisible problems. We know they're there, but we don't know about each individual one. They're the kinds of problems you can't see until a malicious actor is abusing them and destroying things for your players. Or when the servers are crashing only because there are millions of players online at once, and you couldn't get that in testing. So this is an approach that we took to make sure that we could ensure that same Blizzard level of quality that you've all come to expect. As for whether or not we're done, we're not. we clearly have a lot more work to do. Besides things that I've mentioned in this presentation so far, there's capital cities, dungeons and raids, boss abilities. All of our PvP systems are still waiting for us to go take a look at them. And so we have a lot more work to go. And to talk about some of our design philosophies and how those affect the decisions that are coming up ahead, I want to bring back to the stage Game Director Ian Hazzakostas.
Thank you, Brian. So working on WoW Classic, basically it's like almost in a consulting capacity. It's been a really fascinating experience as a designer. Because normally, what I do most of the day with Battle for Azeroth is creative work, it's problem solving, it's identifying a hole, figuring out the right puzzle piece that's going to fit that hole perfectly, thinking about things that might cause, and so on and so forth. But in the case of WoW Classic, that work was already done. That work was completed 12 years ago. And so that raises the question of, like, what does design even mean when it comes to this project? Well, as Brian laid out, there are a number of differences, right? There's a countless list of differences between the prototype, the work in progress that we have running, and the original 1.12 client and server structure. It's differences in UI, in code, in systems, in player-facing interface elements, and so forth. And every single one of those represents a decision. Do we maintain the status quo? Do we do work to remove something that was added, to reintroduce something? Or in some cases, do we even re-add certain bugs that were fixed along the way, but felt like parts of the experience? And so before we began any of these decisions, we wanted to come up with a framework that would help guide us. And first and foremost, really, is authenticity as our goal. We want to create an experience that feels just like 2006 World of Warcraft. If someone was playing WoW in 2006 and they lay down and took a very, very, very long nap and woke up in 2019 and we sat them in front of WoW Classic, it shouldn't feel like an immediately different experience. You might wonder, like, why is this monitor so thin and all of that? But other than that, it should feel like the game that you know. Second, when it comes to authenticity, that's not just about things like weapon skill and crit and crushing blows and all that. It's also about the community. It's about the social dynamics that are part of what defined WoW Classic. We understand that that is a key part of the experience, and anything that might threaten to undermine those dynamics is something that we need to be very suspect about, and again, use authenticity as our guide. Even if it might seem minor at a glance, those small changes could have large ripple effects that would change the way players related to the world and to each other. Finally, we really had this 1.12 data that we've been able to restore, and we viewed that as almost sacrosanct. That's everything from, the world and the quest lines and the stories to individual player abilities, creature health, tuning, and so forth. There's some changes in code and architecture in the way the client responds to the server and vice versa, that if we let stand using the modern structure, might have caused this data to produce a different result when it comes to things like game balance. And we definitely worried that if we ever felt like the result was different in a way that compelled us to crack this open, it would very much be like opening Pandora's box. Because the second we start to substitute our modern judgment to solve problems from 12 years ago, we are deviating from our goal of a historical recreation of the game as it was and making something different. And that's something we want to avoid. So let me give you some examples of these problems as we dealt with them. A lot of these were really clear-cut. At the start of the project, we came up with a laundry list of literally dozens and dozens, over 100 items of ways in which the initial prototype that we had differed from the original experience. Some of these were just 5-minute, even like 30-second conversations. Dungeon Finder. Of course we're not going to have Dungeon Finder or Group Finder in WoW Classic. I mean, that really speaks to the core social dynamic. Yes, it was inconvenient to stand in town spamming trade chat looking for a healer for 30 minutes. And yes, that meant that if you only had, some time before you headed to work in the morning, you couldn't realistically run a dungeon. And there are definitely advantages to being able to just instantly matchmake and teleport to the dungeon. But it also meant that when you found that healer, maybe you'd add them to your friends list. Maybe you'd have someone that you could rely on because it was super important to have friends, to have allies that you could join with, to not have to rely on spamming trade chat for 40 minutes. Or maybe when someone made a mistake and accidentally aggroed an extra mob, and wipe the group, you probably weren't going to kick them out of the group for that mistake because it would have meant going back to town and spamming trade chat for 30 more minutes. So no Dungeon Finder. And yes, I know if you type /LFR in the current demo client, a window will pop up. That's not functional. It's a vestige. That's being removed. I think that's part of what Brian just alluded to. There's a lot of work still left to do just because there is an element that you see in the experience that's playable on the floor or at home right now. Please don't take that to mean that that represents a final determination of what the game is going to look like. This is what I'm trying to lay out right now. Cross-realm grouping, again, no way, right? Realm identity, reputation, seeing the same people over and over again, knowing who the best geared warrior on your server is, those are important elements of the classic experience. That needs to be maintained. Flying, I'm not even going to dignify that. Let's skip ahead. Achievements. No. Again, achievements weren't even introduced until Wrath of the Lich King. So even if the infrastructure were there to support them code-wise, the data wouldn't be there. But again, this was a seemingly innocuous system, but it layered on an additional set of motivations to a world that didn't necessarily need them in its original form, that had its own goals to pursue. I mean, completionists were definitely a thing back in Classic. It's just you didn't get 10 achievement points for it. You just had the warm, fuzzy feelings and the satisfaction of 999 out of 1,000 exalted down the line and full green bars. And that was really what mattered back then. And another example, unified auction houses. Over the years, Alliance and Horde now share a single auction house no matter where you go. Not in Classic. In Classic, if you want to trade with the Alliance and you're a Horde player, well, head up to Everlook, Booty Bay, Ratchet, Gadget Zan, pay the increased Goblin auction house cut, and maybe you can get your hands on some pet or something that's not readily available to your own faction. But that's part of the feeling of the world as a whole. Again, these were easy decisions. Now, on the other end of the spectrum, there are a number of decisions that we debated about a lot that were much trickier and that in some cases we're still talking about to this day. So first off, the debuff limit. In original World of Warcraft, when the game launched in 2004, you could have 8 debuffs on a mob, and that was it. And then things would start to get pushed off. I feel bad for you if you're a warrior trying to use deep wounds and trying to convince your raid leader that it was the best talent to do good damage. I feel really bad for you if you were a rogue wielding a Barman Shanker. But those were, that was not something that was compatible with keeping key things like Sunder Armor on bosses that you were fighting in dungeons, let alone raids. We raised that debuff limit to 16 in 2005, but that's where it stood all the way until Burning Crusade when it went up to 40, and today it's like 255, effectively uncapped. Well, so what do we do here? Honestly, this was a technical limitation. I don't think this was an example of design values differing. This was just a question of how much memory was being used for each unit in the world and what could the servers handle at the time. It's honestly frankly not great game design to have a game where you have 40-player raids, where each member of that raid might apply up to a couple of different debuffs, and they're all fighting the same enemy, and you can only have a total of 16 of them at once with no real control over what gets pushed off. Not great. That said, we are restoring the 16 debuff limit. Now, why are we doing that, you might ask, if it's frankly objectively worse design? That actually implicates the third point on my original philosophy slide, which is we don't want to mess with the 112 data. We don't want to mess with balance. If we change the code in this regard, who's to say what effects that would have on balance in raids and PvP and elsewhere? Maybe suddenly dot classes like Warlocks and others are far more effective than they had been. And we have actually a different outcome, a different metagame than the original Classic experience produced, and that would actually be deviating from authenticity. So this was an area where, even though we feel it's worse and we can articulate arguments for why even the team of 2006 would have raised the limit if they could have technically, we're not going to because it would be inaccurate. Now, shifting from combat to something that seems maybe more innocuous, mail. So back in the day, if you wanted to send mail to Nault, to a guildmate, it would actually take 1 hour for it to arrive. If you wanted to send materials to someone to craft an item for you, it would take an hour before they could get them. They could craft the item, mail it back to you. That would take another hour round trip. In fact, that made it so that you might actually want to, if you're in Orgrimmar and your guildmates in Booty Bay, go to the Zeppelin Tower, get on the Zeppelin, head out there, hand the items to them directly because it would be faster. Small, subtle thing, but it's something that actually helped reinforce the feeling of a world and navigating the world. And so that's something that we are restoring. We are removing instant mail, and it's going to go back to how it was. Now, on the other end of the spectrum, something that's not necessarily going to be the same. So user interface-wise, back then, it was not as easy to manipulate the user interface in terms of attaching items, or today you can shift right-click to just directly take something out and put it in your bags. Honestly, it doesn't make sense to do work to remove pure UI conveniences that have no impact on gameplay, no impact on social mechanics, and the sorts of things that an add-on could easily reproduce. So yes, there'll be slight differences in that you can take mail out of your mailbox a bit faster. We think that's OK. Apologies if anyone disagrees. Another example, loot trading. So this was a system added in Wrath of the Lich King, where if you've looted an item from a dungeon or raid boss, there's a 2-hour window where you can give it to someone else, even though it's bind on pickup, who also participated in the boss kill. Now, this was added to solve a common problem that existed back in Classic, where if you accidentally looted an item, someone else in the raid was meant to get it, or maybe it was master looted to the wrong person, you could open a customer support ticket, contact the GM, and say, I didn't mean to loot this, I would like to give it to so-and-so. And it might actually take a 4 or 5 day turnaround time, but CS would generally help you out with that problem and transfer the item. This is a case where we're keeping loot trading in because the end result is the same. We're just saving you a 4 or 5 day wait, or thankfully a shorter wait these days given our support turnaround, but we're also freeing customer support bandwidth to focus on other player issues. The actual result is not the same. And apologies if you were planning on using the ninja looting excuse of like, I totally didn't mean to click it. I guess I just have to equip it now. Other small stuff. If you played a rogue back then, you might remember energy regeneration worked differently than it did today. Today, there's predictive regeneration on the client where you get 1 point of energy every 1/10 of a second or so, modified by haste. Back then, and this was a limitation of infrastructure, client-server communication, it came back in much larger, discrete chunks. That meant you could be sitting at 38 energy, wanting to use a 40 energy Sinister Strike, and you might have to wait over a second to do so. Again, not the product of an active design desire, but just a technical limitation that no longer exists today. But because this impacts things like the pacing and flow and feel of playing a rogue, or some PvP implications for pooling for burst, we are restoring the old energy regeneration. Now, finally, probably the thorniest area here, add-ons. This is one that we're still actually figuring out, and that we welcome discussion with the community and add-on authors regarding. Way back in 2005, 2006, add-ons could do some things that they can't do today. Some very powerful things, like making intelligent decisions regarding spell casting, spell selection, targeting, canceling your casts if they weren't going to be effective. And those functionality was removed in Burning Crusade. Now, using modern author knowledge and the overall sophistication of the community, combined with that old tool set, you could pretty much write add-ons or macros that could automate playing your class, where you just push the same button over and over again, and it does your rotation perfectly, it picks the right targets, and so forth. That's something that we feel is antithetical to the spirit of World of Warcraft, whether it was in 2005 or today. And so those functions will not be available in the modern UI. On the other end of the spectrum, though, there's stuff that's been added to the UI API since then that allows for the creation of add-ons that communicate with each other and can be used to create social networks within the game. We're actually kind of suspicious of these and skeptical about the possibility of add-ons reproducing some of the functionality that we've deliberately removed from Classic that we feel could be harmful to the authentic experience. And we know that once it's out there, saying just don't use it if you don't want it isn't good enough, because it will start to become part of the fabric. And so we may be restricting some of those new things as well. We're likely going to find some kind of middle ground that combines the old and the new here, with a goal towards making sure that the vast majority of the add-ons that people know and expect function with the goal of an authentic experience. Now, just to wrap up, there's one big thing that we haven't talked about yet. I know I've heard a lot of questions about this. So what are we doing with content? Right? In 1.12, everything was available. All the way through Nexramis, all that stuff was unlocked. There were catch-up mechanisms and reputations and things that were not there originally. What do we do? So we understand that World of Warcraft, especially back then, was about a journey. And the catch-up mechanisms that might undermine or compete with gear from Molten Core or Onyxia and make that stuff irrelevant would really shape, and not for the better, the experience of progressing through that content. And so we are going to have staged content unlocks throughout the release of Classic. So we will begin with the game more or less as it stood in the spring of 2005, which for many European players is actually the game that they first emerged into, because WoW came out a bit later there then. And that will be Molten Core and Onyxia as the pinnacle of the available raid content, Dire Maul existing, and the world bosses like Kazakh and Azurgos. Notably, what will not be present, other than later raid content, is also the formal PvP reward system, including items from Battlegrounds and the High Warlord Grand Marshal grinds, because those actually overshadow a lot of the early raid gear. It's a big deal if you can just go into Alterac Valley and get an unstoppable force that favorably compares to the majority of weapons from the raid. There's something wrong about that. Now, when folks are ready for it, and this is something that we'll determine as the game evolves naturally and organically, we'll have a second wave of content that includes, whoops, skipped ahead a little bit, but whatever. Blackwing Lair, Battlegrounds, PvP rewards, and the 20-player raid of Zul'Gurub. After that, when folks are ready, Encourage 20 and 40, the Outdoor Silithus content, the so-called Tier 0.5 quest lines, and the Green Dragons. And yes, Silithus content means the opening of the gates of Encourage. And as we see the race to become the new round of Scarab Lords unfold. And then finally, Naxxramas and the accompanying content. Again, exact timing of this to be discussed further, and I'm sure there's stuff that we're not accounting for that we've forgotten. Look forward to a dialogue with the community in the coming months to figure out exactly which bucket things should fall into and how this will all work out. So there we have it. That's where we stand today. Thank you so much for joining us for this look back and this look ahead to what remains between now and next summer. We can't wait to get back to the office after BlizzCon, listen to feedback from everyone playing the demo, and do everything in our power to get this wrapped up and into your hands as soon as possible. And we can't wait to join you in pre-Cataclysm Azeroth next summer. Thank you.
Hello, BlizzCon! Hello, huzzah!
Wow, what a crowd.
Coming in hot. You guys are great. I'm Timothy Lochran. I am the producer for narrative development and creative development. I am joined on stage by my fellow coworkers, Mio Del Rosario, who's a senior storyboard artist, Jason Hill, associate project director, George Kirstick, head of story, Christy Golden, senior writer, Kate Gary, senior publisher, editor, and Sean Copeland, our historian supervisor. We're here to talk to you about how we help craft story. This is actually where we work. This is one of our lobbies of our building.
There's more to it than
There's more to it than the lobby, but it's really nice. We're here to talk about kind of like how we work with each of the development teams, each of the game teams, to help craft narrative story for their IPs. So whether that's comic books, novels, cinematics, short stories, that's what we're here to talk about. So we sit in a room with them throughout the week and just break story, talk about the stories they want to tell. And one of those fixtures that's always in the room, and let him start us off, is Sean Copeland, our senior historian supervisor. Talk to us about why you're in the room.
Thank you, Tim. Before I do that, I actually need to take a moment for Tim here. He is actually kind of like our central nervous system for all of our team. He keeps all of us, he's herding all the cats, and we're really lucky to have him. But
thank you, Sean.
For what I do, actually, is my title is Historian Supervisor, but it's really easy to think of me as Blizzard Entertainment's lore master. My job is to cultivate the lore of the past to inspire the story that we get to shape today. And I guess you can kind of consider me the voice of stories past, in a way. And one of the things I do, it's kind of funny, I was just talking to Sylvanas backstage for a little bit.
Bill Sylvanas?
The Sylvanas, the VO actress, yeah. She was asking me, I just finished the Arthas novel, and I needed to know, where do I go from here to get me to what we saw in the Warbringers pieces? And I was like, this is what I do. Awesome, I get to teach the Banshee Queen about her lore. So it was a really awesome moment, but I get to do that for each and every one up here. And it's...
You're never off the clock. Well, let's talk about lore in the sense that we have something we've coined as a term, lore yoga, in the room. And that's something you can probably enlighten everyone on.
Okay, yeah, so lore yoga actually is a silly term that we coined to describe what lore masters do when we're trying to seek out a solve within the established franchise lore. I guess one way on a mega scale would be what we did for the Warcraft Chronicles series of books. So it's a great memory. Back in the day when we first started on this multi-layer initiative, I was sitting in the room with Metzen, and he's like, Sean, we're going to need your doctorate in Azerothian history for this one, my friend. And I was like, bring it. It's going to be awesome. But mega-wise, I was able to take all of the 20-plus years of Azerothian lore, either had been made or at that time being made, and provide that as a roadmap to our writers so they could take the story that they're trying to tell over 3 volumes of lore to try to smooth out all that we had created from then until now. That's where I was helping them along. I was being their guide throughout the entire journey. And lore yoga, sometimes the lore doesn't bend as perfectly as we want, and unfortunately, some things we have to get lore calls on. And for those moments, I want to make sure that you guys know we take those super seriously. When in moments like that happen, I give them all of the roadmap, what happened, the situation itself, and like 4 or 5 suggestions of how we can work around it in case we need to, if we want to go a certain way. At the end of the day, though, when we have to do that, it's to make a better story. We're always trying to think about that as our North Star for all that we do while we're creating our characters, all the things that we work on. Story is king, really.
Right.
But I guess that was like that on a mega scale. If we want to talk about what I do on a more meta scale, 2 examples I love to share. The first one is the Reinhardt animated short, Honor and Glory. For that moment, I was working with George here, and I was giving him a tour of Eichenwald, because he was looking at the story and they wanted to get the logistics and how things work. And while we're in the bar area, I showed him the writing on the bar of Reinhardt's name, because, you know, rite of passage, we all carve our names into bars when we go visit them. But for that moment alone, George was like, that's it, I can jump on that.
That arrogant fool.
That arrogant fool, it's a story moment. It speaks to his character. So that was fun to show him because that actually, as you saw, it ended up in the animation, as we saw. And then the one that's a personal source of pride for me would be Varrock Sarfang in The Old Soldier and what you recently saw in Lost Honor. So back when we were first starting the process on Old Soldier, the director, Mark Messenger, comes to me and he's like, Sean, I need a battle-hardened orc. I need someone who has lived through wars. And I was like, I got exactly who you need. And being able to provide Varrock Sarfang, veteran of the First, Second, and Third Wars, veteran of the events of World of Warcraft, I'm like, this is your guy. And I was able to share his life story so well that he actually ended up being the character they used in these animation shorts. And then even on top of that, we got to start helping flesh out new lore with Zakan. Everybody loves to say Zappy Boy. So these moments are very special to me because, like I said, story is king, but the lore is also very important. So much that they keep someone like myself on to help inspire and to help keep these stories going as we continually flesh out and jam out new content.
Yeah, you're always a source of just inspiration and just help. Thank you so much.
And then, thank you.
So we have a character of Sarfang, which you kind of got us rolling with, and we created more stories with. Let's talk about that character with our head of story, like character versus plot. When we tell a story, how important is character?
That age-old conflict between character and plot. Well, I'm going to say something that's going to sound strange to everyone who came here for a panel about story, but character is more important than story because character is story. And it took me a while to figure that out. I was kind of brought up in the 3-act structure mentality, beginning, middle, and end, setup and payoff. You know, there's a couple mentalities there, like Robert McKee's story. Then there's Save the Cat, and Save the Cat Strikes Back, and Revenge.
Fantastic sequel.
Revenge of the cat saving.
So these are all kind of mentalities that say there's a formula to story. And a few years ago, I realized that that is not important. What's important is the character, who they are, what they want, their needs, their dreams, their fears. And if you know those things, the story comes naturally. And something that I really love about Blizzard and about the characters that we work with here day to day is that they are not trapped in amber. They're constantly evolving. They're constantly making choices, some good, some bad, and they face the music on those. But a wonderful example of that in recent history, and Sean, you just mentioned it, was Old Soldier. It's a very quiet story, and what's wonderful about it is we have two characters being very vulnerable but strong at the same time, and they're speaking to their characters. We have Sarfang, who is mourning his son, and he's looking for a direction in terms of his life, possibly his death, and also his people, the Horde. And then we have Zappy Boy, who's looking for a father figure, and these two characters find each other. And they also find the strength to come back to the Horde and hopefully keep fighting on. And another character, and hopefully you guys just recently saw this, that really spoke to me, had a wonderful moment, was in Lost Honor, where we have Anduin again expressing vulnerability, and we have these two characters, very quiet moment, not much action, but a titanic plot shift in what's going to happen next. I always think about Anduin in terms of a conversation Christy and I had a while ago. We've seen Anduin grow up. We've seen him go from boy to king. We've seen him kind of take control of his people and make some decisions moving forward. And something Christy said to me, I've been the mother of so many characters. I've seen Anduin go from short pants to becoming a king. So you've been a mother to many characters, and then also a murderess of many characters, right? So I find that fascinating that we constantly evolve our characters, and we constantly push the story forward in doing that.
Well, let's talk about character development and the characters that we've seen in your novel. Let's talk about novels right now. Christy, you wrote a little novel called Before the Storm, where you kind of talk about Anduin. This is not short pants Anduin, but it's more older Anduin. Why don't you talk about that novel a little bit and how you kind of got those character stories through?
Absolutely. It was really great. I first started writing about Anduin in The Shattering, and he was about 12 or 13 at that point. And we all remember him, and those of us who played vanilla, we all remember that. And remember him as just this little kid, and if you poked him, he'd say, "Do you have news of my father? Welcome to Stormwind, friend." And so I got to take him through the course of the books, and that was embraced by the game team, and they created a teenage model and put him in Pandaria. And now he's head of the Alliance, and now he's facing, a very grave decision. And again, you were just talking about smaller stories, more character-driven. My marching orders were they really wanted to see, the game team wanted to see a character-based story. Compare and contrast these two very strong characters, their leadership styles, their histories, and what they bring to conflict. And so we had a very small story with not a whole lot of repercussions, but it was such a huge shift in how we viewed both of those characters. And to, again, get to write him for Lost Honor was amazing, and it's such an honor to be shepherding him. I've worked with a lot of characters. I've been writing Blizzard novels for 18 years. And so I got to see Thrall when he was a little baby and raise him. And Jaina, worked with Jaina a lot. And it's been a very, very exciting time just kind of seeing how these things go. And, long form is a very different medium. And so when I came to Blizzard as a full-time employee, I had to learn some other different disciplines. One of them was the cinematic. As I did a lot of theater in my younger days, and one of the things I do get to do here is do 10th VO work, so that's kind of fun. And I do have a special Blizzcon announcement, and that is a lot of you have said that you wanted to hear audiobooks of some of our older titles. And I am so happy to announce that I am narrating Lord of the Clans, Rise of the Horde, and the 3 books in the Dark Templar series. And those will be available on Audible super soon, so keep an eye out for that. So I had to learn the cinematics, which was 3 minutes worth as opposed to a whole book to explore something. And I also got to learn how to write comics. And that's when to let the image carry it. What striking image? What needs to be visual? What needs to be spelled out in dialogue so it's super clear? Pacing, tightening, things like that. And that was a real challenge. And I've worked with Kate for many years as the editor of my books here at Blizzard. And I got to work with her on some comics too, which was a lot of fun.
Let's talk a little bit, senior editor Kate Gary. Exploring storytelling in comics is a little bit different than a novel. Like Christy was saying, you've got images to support the written word as well. Can you walk us through the process and how we write comics?
Well, there are some differences with novels, but there are also a lot of similarities. Like, I got to edit all of the Battle for Azeroth comics. They're all very character-focused, and they all show characters making really important decisions. Like the Windrunner comic, it's about the sisters deciding whether they can still be a family. Spoiler alert, hell no. And then we have the Jaina comic. It's about Jaina deciding to be her father's daughter again. The Jaina comic was written by Blizzard's own Andrew R. Robinson with art by Linda Cavallini and Emmanuel Tenderini. As George mentioned, it is a very quiet story. We're getting inside Jaina's psyche. We're in her head at the start of the comic. She's reliving all of her past guilts and regrets. It's like me when I wake up every morning, but on steroids. She's got real problems, is what I'm trying to say. She's just torturing herself with her memories, which sets up the punishment she suffers later in game when she goes to Kul Tiras and is sentenced for treason. And I think we can all relate to that. Like, not the treason so much, but, like that feeling that there's something horrible in our past that we can't ever come back from. And for Jaina, that was when she stood aside and allowed the Horde to kill her dad. And that's what the Jaina comic is about. She goes back to Kul Tiras on the anniversary of Dalen Proudmoore's death. And a really cool thing the comic does is it shows a visual juxtaposition between how Jaina remembers Dalen's death as this horrible, heartbreaking tragedy she couldn't stop, and how her mother and the people of Kul Tiras remember it as a heartless woman who abandoned her father to die gleefully at the hands of monsters. And what I really love about the Jaina comic is it gives an added dimension to the in-game cinematics. Because it's not that Jaina thought, maybe people are still mad at me, but I'm going to take a chance and go back to Kul Tiras anyway. No. She knew for a fact that they hated her. Her own mother thought she was a traitor, and still she goes back because she agrees with them. She wanted harsh punishment. She's the daughter of the sea.
And we can write songs about it.
That's right.
That's great. Let's talk a little bit about some of the other comics and the IPs that we've helped support. StarCraft.
Right, we took a different approach with the StarCraft monthly comics with Dark Horse. Instead of focusing on iconic characters from the games, we created brand new characters and revealed the world through them. These aren't the superpowered, larger-than-life characters you might be used to. You're not going to see any Kerrigans or Raynors. These are regular, ordinary people whose preconceptions are shattered by the harshness of the Kaprulu sector. They get in over their heads and have to fight for their lives. Which brings me to the first StarCraft monthly comic series, Scavengers, written by Jody Hauser with art by Gabriel Guzman. You can see the cover right up there. Our point of view character is Caleb, brand new guy, engineer, fresh off the farm, just joined the scavenger crew of the Magpie. It's his first time in space. He wants to have a fun adventure with his friend Kira. They find a derelict Protoss ship just floating around, dead by a backwater planet. They figure, hey, let's board it, scavenge its tech. Hooray, what could go wrong? Everything could go wrong.
Everything will go wrong.
It's StarCraft. It's like, you got to read the comic to find out.
Well, let's talk about an Overwatch comic that came out last year where we explored a specific character, Reaper, Raze.
Way to give away
Yeah, spoiler.
the worst secret in Overwatch.
Spoilers.
Retribution.
Overwatch Retribution. Now, I love a good villain origin story, and that's what this comic is. It sets up the moment in the in-game cutscene when Gabriel Reyes shoots Antonio. And what the comic does is it gives Gabriel a more personal, deeper motivation for doing it. And that's what makes a villain great, right? Like, we get their motivations, we relate with them, but it's their methods that are inexcusable. Now, the Overwatch Retribution comic was written by Blizzard's own Matt Burns with art by Grace Shuko. It starts off with a bombing of an Overwatch facility, a Blackwatch facility, and we find out that Gabriel is very close with Gerard Lacroix, and Gerard is critically injured in the bombing. And we see that Gabriel is really torn up by this. He feels a lot of rage and powerlessness that Overwatch can't stop Talon through traditional means. And a really cool thing that the comic does is it visually shows the link between Gabriel sitting by Gerard's hospital bed and the bomb timer. And the pacing of the panels shows that Gabriel is also a bomb waiting to go off, which he does later when he kills Antonio. And the final panel of the comic is shades of what Gabriel will become going down this dark road, Reaper.
The birth of a villain. We've talked about novels, we've talked about comics. Let's talk about cinematics. We had a few that premiered today. One of them was the McCree piece. Hopefully you all enjoyed it. Mio Del Rosario was the head storyboard artist on this piece. I'm going to pass this to you, and why don't you walk us through some of the work you did on McCree working with Jason?
Oh, sure thing, Tim. So whenever we start working on a new story, we want to make sure that we create moments and ideas that would help us push the character development forward throughout the narrative. So as storyboard artists, me and my team worked closely with the directors and the writers to help them visualize the flow of these story moments within the narrative. So when Jason gave me his initial pitch on the McCree episode and how he sees it as a classic Western, that gave me an idea on how I would approach the challenges, on how we can develop McCree's character throughout the cinematic. So I want to show you guys some of the storyboards that we did, just to give you guys a thought process and walk you guys through to the approach when we are developing McCree's character in this stage. So this is the very first image that I did for McCree, and if I remember correctly, it took me a few days to get his attitude right in this one image. And I think the real challenge here is finding that balance between preserving what we all know and love about McCree in the game, but at the same time, we want to introduce a new element to his character so that when our audience sees that, they could see him on a different perspective or in a new light. So once I've got this locked down, I was able to make this image as my groundwork or as my foundation in representing McCree throughout the storyboarding process. So, for example, if there's a part in the script where we see, or where it shows that McCree is in a gunfight, or he's taking cover, reloading his gun, or even just as simple as standing still and delivering his lines.
He looks cool.
Yeah, he's definitely looking cool. I was able to easily visualize these moments because I already took my time in exploring and understanding his personality during those early stages. And going back to that very first image that I drew, I was able to create a consistent visual language for his actions and behavior all throughout the piece. So another element that I think helps in the development of our characters' personality is the environment where the story takes place. as storytellers, we want to make sure that we don't dictate the actions or the behavior of our hero, but rather we want to introduce events and moments and see how they would react to it. For example, in the very beginning of the episode, when we hear the explosion outside of the diner, we actually feel that there's danger and chaos outside waiting for McCree. But if we look back at how he responds to that, he just kept his cool and he just
ate his pie.
Yeah, he just ate his pie, maintained his laid-back attitude. And one of the moments that I like is that he even managed to leave a tip on the table before walking out.
It's a good tip.
It's a good guy.
He's a
solid guy.
Yeah.
He's a good guy.
And
20%.
it's those simple moments where we can show our character's personality that we don't necessarily see in the game. And that creates them to be more grounded and relatable to our audience. So with that said, and with all those things in mind, through a collaborative process with the people involved in the project, we were able to establish McCree's character and personality in this early stages of development. And hopefully the episode, we get to highlight those traits that makes him special in the Overwatch universe.
That's awesome. Speaking of characters, this guy right here with the thing now, Jason Hill, you did that in a pretty piece. Yeah, how about you take it away and talk to us about, developing the game.
So, way back in the before time, in the long, long ago, I've aged so much since we started this.
We all have.
We all have, yeah, we all have.
Yeah.
George came to me at one point, he's like, hey, do you like Westerns? And I was like, yeah, I like Westerns. Of course I like Westerns. He's like, you want to do a Western? Am I doing that right?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, perfect.
You like cowboys, kid?
You like cowboys? So I'm like, yeah, absolutely. And so when somebody approaches you with that and asks you that, it pretty much means McCree at this. You know what you're in for. And so absolutely, I was totally down with that. I'm like, yes, let's do a McCree piece. But at that point, we kind of knew McCree, and I feel like everybody here kind of had a good feeling for who McCree was, his personality and style. I mean, Matt Mercer brings so much to the character with the voice. Just everything about McCree is like, we know who this character is. So the initial pitch was McCree, and there's the train wreck, and he gets the payload at the end with the thing, and he meets the Deadlock Gang. And for me personally, the appeal was figuring out who the Deadlock Gang was. Because for me, again, when I'm reading a comic or watching TV or a movie or anything like that, and there's a group of characters who are pirates or mobsters or bounty hunters or anything like that, and it's a unique group, and you're looking at them going, I want to know more about them. I want those characters' backstories. And we don't always get that, but it's enough to like, just your imagination is just going crazy. And so I really wanted that with the Deadlock Gang. So as the script evolved, before we even started storyboards with Mio, I went to Mio and I was like, okay, we just need what we call basically beat boards. So like there's a couple of beats in the piece that we know we're gonna have. We want you to kind of draw this stuff out and get a feel for it. So I pitched, giant Omnic Enforcer, Enforcer Omnic, because at this point we'd only seen humanoid Omnics. We hadn't seen, and we'd seen Bastion style. We hadn't seen, Omnics can be all shapes and sizes. There's no reason they have to be the same model. So let's do something unique with him. And the leader, I wanted a strong female with just, the wide brim hat and the duster and the lever action rifle and a couple other members of the gang. And so Mio's like, great, got it. And he ran off while we kept kind of churning on the script. And very soon he came back with this image. And this may be the very first image of Ash ever drawn. Yeah. And the first image of Bob ever drawn too, for that matter. But this captured exactly what I was going for. I was like, oh my God, yes, this Omnic in the back with the giant mustache, that's genius. And then, Ash just has so much attitude and personality, and just like, your eye goes right to her. And then we have these other, cool other members of the gang that, they had skull masks and stuff, and that's a little like, right. Anyway, but they were still very cool too. So after we did the storyboard process, and after we got the script going and everything was working together, at that point, it was time to do more detailed concepts of Ash. And so we brought on Zhonghua Li, who's one of our concept artists, and she is phenomenal. And so we did the pitch, big broad hat, the duster, the whole thing, and these are the first images, the first concepts of Ash. And they're awesome. They're really cool. Like that was a cool looking character. But it's not an Overwatch character. Overwatch characters, we like to have a little extra juice, a little extra, there's something special, special sauce to them that makes them stand out as something really special. And the more we looked at her, the more kind of realized she kind of looks like a kind of a gothic, like a werewolf hunter or a vampire hunter or something
bit of a
like
Van Helsing vibe.
Yeah, so it was something where like, okay, I think we need to potentially look at pushing this farther left or right, but there was one other big problem. The more we looked at it, we realized there was a bigger issue. In both gameplay and cinematics, silhouettes are so important to be able to read a character quickly. If they're running through the scene or if there's an action scene, you want to be able to tell who that character is, who that was. And her color palette and the duster and everything, it's just too much like Reaper. So at that point, we realized we have to explore space. We asked Shungha, just go to town, give us a bunch of different versions of Ash. And so she did. She did 20, 30 versions. These are a couple different versions. The one on the left, these are all the ones we liked a lot. One on the left, fantastic. It's a great design, but it had the same problem with Reapers. It was too much like McCree in both color palette, and it was too much of a kind of that cowgirl, and we did not want a female McCree. Ash needed to stand on her own. We needed something unique and special for her. The second one, a little too punk rock. Cool, but punk rock. The third one, I love the third one. I'm literally going to take this third one, stick it in my back pocket. You will see it again later in something somewhere.
Like a new skin.
Skins. I'm not.
Skin.
Yeah.
Nothing is lost.
Yeah, somewhere. It's super. It's fantastic. But the key word, it's super. Actually, was the key word, and she looks like a superhero, not the leader of a biker gang. And so at that point, we're like, okay, we have to kind of start pushing back towards the biker gang. At the next one, we're getting closer. But a little too youthful, didn't have that kind of the presence that we're looking for out of Ash. The next one on the very end, again, very cool. Went a little steampunk, a little 19s, 20s, 30s mobster style. But they're all super cool, and they all have elements in them that we started to pull from. And eventually, we ended up with the final design for Ash, which is a super strong silhouette, just a great character. Like we saw her, and we're like, yes, this character, I can't wait to see what this character animated and everything like that. There was one thing we had to change, and that was her hair. Mm-hmm. We had to change her hair, mostly for technical, initially it was for technical reasons. In both game engines and for cinematics, long, flowing, simulated hair is very difficult. So we actually said, okay, let's explore a couple different haircuts. And we kind of gave her this offset bob, that is a pun, the offset bob, but it actually gave her a much more dynamic, stylized, striking look, and much more edgier, and it was like, this is a win. So this was fantastic. So at that point, we had the script, and we have the designs and the storyboards, and we were working on animation, but ultimately, like, what is Ash's origin? Like, who was she?
I think she's gonna be a character in the game.
How did she, she's gonna be a character in the game. So just like about 30, 40 minutes ago, we actually debuted Ash's origin piece on the Mythic stage, but we'd like to run it all for you guys right here, right now. Can we roll the clip?
Want to see Ash's origin?
Everybody needs a family. Because it's not fair facing the world alone. I don't care how tough you think you are. They should always be there for support, no matter what. In the best of times, they will arm you with the tools to succeed. And in the worst of times, they will understand when things don't really go the way you planned. Now, some people are lucky enough to be born into the perfect family. Others, well, they go out and make one on their own. And once you've done that, anything is possible if everyone pulls their own weight. So, if you want to be part of my family, I do have one little rule. It's my way. Or, well, who am I kidding? It's my way.
That was a fun story to break.
So there's a little bit of background on Ash, and I'm sure we'll get to explore her even more in the future. But you can't talk about Ash without talking about the rest of the Deadlock Gang. And the Deadlock Gang was, again, a group that we wanted to create really unique characters and characters that hopefully we can see again in the future. But more importantly, you can't talk about Ash without talking about Bob.
Oh, yeah.
What about Bob?
So Mio did the original concepts and drawings for Bob in the storyboards, and everybody just loved him, like right out of the gate. Like Bob is my life coach. Bob is my mentor. Bob
There's Bob in every one of us.
But there's a little Bob in everybody. So this was the initial concept for Bob, and this is the final approved design. So what it proved is not only was he my life coach, but he's also apparently a unicorn, because he's super rare in that this never happens in production. You never get a character right from the beginning to the final approved design and be that close, that similar. So we knew that there was something special about Bob. To give it another example, here's a very early storyboard of Bob that Mio did. Here's the final shot. So I don't know what to tell you.
It's like you inspired us.
Yes.
Right.
Bob forever. But basically, we also knew that we had to have other members of the gang. And one of the other groups is, we actually call them the triplets. And this was a group that we kind of had to put together, that we wanted some characters that could be in the gang, but not upstage Ash and Bob. We kind of wanted to have them so they could be in the background, but actually play an important role. But if you look at the bottom, there's a bunch of different designs there, and some of them got a little too strong, a little too dominant, whatever you want to call it, that they started to come to the foreground. So eventually we pushed them to the background and found a really nice design that let them sit into the shots, felt like Deadlock characters, but also wouldn't take your attention off of whatever Ash was doing or McCree was doing in the moment. And yes, they are StarCraft fans. There was always the StarCraft comic in the actual Route 66 map. So we do have Zeke, Terran, and PT, and they have the right tattoos. There's tattoos up there. So yes, definitely StarCraft fans. The final member of the gang was Bars, the sniper. This is another character who's only in about 4 shots, but once the designs started coming through, we're like, these designs are awesome. This character, like every one of these characters could be a hero on their own. But yeah, on the right, you can see just how many different head designs we did for Bars. And none of them are wrong. They're all great. It's just a matter of, like, ultimately, as a group, we're like, we love that one, or that one's the perfect one. So there was one final piece to the Deadlock puzzle for me, and that is, who is Ash? Who's the voice of Ash? When she speaks, like, who brings the character alive? Our animators are doing a fantastic job. She looks great, stuff like that. And Matt Mercer being McCree, he is so strong and talented, and he just brings so much to that character. I need somebody who could go toe-to-toe with Matt Mercer and McCree. So I had an idea for an actress very early on that I wanted to use, but as a director, I didn't want my personal opinions to kind of muddy the waters and be like, oh, this is who I really want. But so we sent out basically a casting call our VO director does. We get a bunch of actresses to audition, and they did phenomenal. There were so many really good, phenomenal actresses. We've been lucky to have any of them, and there's some I'm going to save for other things. Put those in the back pocket too, because we won't talk about that. But my editor Nathan took the final selects. There were about 10. And I think it was on about and we had the image of Ash on the screen. He was playing all the VO lines of all the different actresses, and he got to about the 5th one, and I'm like, that's it, that's Ash. And he just started laughing at me, and I'm like, why are you laughing at me? He's like, you just picked the person who was your original pick back early in production, who you originally wanted, and that was Jennifer Hale. And Jennifer Hale, she is just...
I guess you have good instincts, Jason.
She is... just phenomenal. First of all, being a total sweetheart, but she can bring any character to life. She is. If you've heard her and may not even known you've heard her. So definitely, if you haven't, IMDb her. She's done everything. She was just a treat to work with, and just we are so lucky to actually have been able to get her for this character. The other big plus was that we were actually able to get them in the booth together. and they recorded a lot of their lines together, playing off each other, riffing off of each other, improvising. And so getting to see them together was just a wonderful experience. And I personally really can't wait to see what the game team does with Ash in the future, with Jennifer basically doing the voice for her. So, I mean, it's just a great cast, a great group of characters, and it was a super fun piece to work on.
Well, begs the question, what happened to Ash? What happened to Bob?
Well, they're on that payload.
Yeah.
I get that. So this is what happened. It's so infectious within Blizzard. I got this question throughout production. Because everybody's like, this is great. Well, what happened to Ash? And what happened to Bob?
I was just coming into Blizzard when this was starting to be formed, and I was seeing like one of the first animatics. Didn't know very many of the characters, and I was like, but what happened to the one with the derby? Is he okay?
And that's, Ash, that team is infectious, and there's something we all kind of want to see a little bit more. We want just a little bit more time with them. We want to see something, else with them. And we would definitely like to show you something else with them, but
you're really milking this.
But I am. What are the chances that we would make a cinematic?
I don't know.
One panel for just you guys.
What are the odds?
Bonus. I think the odds are actually pretty good.
Pretty good, yeah.
Pretty good. Ladies and gentlemen,
the
boys and girls, omnics of all ages, we'd like to present to you Road Trip. Please roll the clip.
Really nice going, Bob. That could have been an easy score, but no! McCree shows his stupid mug and everyone just falls to complete pieces. I should have just put a bullet in him the minute he showed up. That's my bike! McCree! Oh, I hate that guy. What are you looking at?
All right, everyone, we have time for some Q&A. We set aside 20 minutes or so, and I believe during this time, we have a special gift if you are brave enough to ask a question. We have issue number 1 of Scavengers, the comic that Kate was talking about earlier. If you come up and ask a question, you will receive a comic. So please, come up, don't be shy. Throw your questions at us. I see some people coming up now. It's always tough to be the first one.
Ooh. Who's gonna break the ice?
Go for it.
Okay, this is mostly for Christy Golden and/or like writing on faction-based stories, because there's always that worry about like faction imbalance, and something has to happen, then the other side has to happen. Like you lost Terrace's and then they lost the World Tree. So how often does it happen that you either catch yourself, you're like, oh, this will be such a good idea for the writing and the character progression, but then someone's like, but that can't really happen because the other side's gonna get a little jealous or upset. Like, how often does that come up?
Generally, we get into the writer's room and the team knows what they want to see. And so we work with them, and we always try to think what is going to be true to character, what honors the past, the storyline that's going forward, how is it going to move forward to carry the storyline forward. And sometimes we do try to make sure that everybody enjoys what we do, and representation of your faction is obviously very, very important. So we do think about that, but sometimes the alliance's turn to be a little heavy, but eventually it's going to come back down, and then we'll have the horde going forward. So it may not be exactly even every single beat, but it does even out, and that is something that we think about because we want everybody to feel that they're involved.
Yeah, we try to be very conscious of that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Over here.
Hi. I'd love to know the major and important differences when you're making a story and characters for a novel as opposed to a comic.
Generally when I'm doing the media tie-in works, the team has an idea of the sort of story that they want to tell, so we know about who's going to be there and show up. And so we really try to think what serves the story. For Before the Storm, it was pretty straightforward. We had these two major characters, and we got to compare and contrast them over this one incident. So going forward, we always try to think about what's true for the characters, how does it advance, and when it comes to supporting characters like Will, and Before the Storm, we actually saw Will way back in the Shattering. And I decided to bring him into the storyline because what happens with him is very significant to Anduin, and it kind of kicks off some of the storyline. So I look at characters that are already existing, as I work very closely with Sean. Is there a character that is already existing that fits the bill? If not, we might create one. But it's always fun to go back and visit our old friends and bring them forward after a few times. So we do try to think about what makes a good story. You know, what is an entertaining read? What's going to leave you feeling satisfied at the end? And we do whatever we can to make it turn out that way.
Right, and what stories lend itself more to the inner life of prose, and what stories really benefit from having a visual element? Like Windrunner Three Sisters had some very strong visual motifs, like the pendants that the Three Sisters had, and the ghosts of their former self and their brother Lorecraft. So that's why we chose the comic format for that, because it had such strong visual elements.
Even Magni probably had some of that too, right? The Magni comic?
Oh, the Magni comic also, yeah. The metaphor between the world of Azeroth and Moira in the womb, and then the outside of the womb, and the daughter-father relationship. Yeah, Matt Burns did a great job visually showing the link there. So that's why that was an amazing comic. And also we got to show just how large the Sword of Sargeras was, how honking large. A comic is a great way to do that.
Yeah.
And long fiction, you can really go right into the characters' thoughts and know exactly what they're thinking. And that's the format that really, fiction is really the only one that can do it that way, because everything else involves a visual aspect and you can't drop quite as deeply. But you do have the visuals, which it brings a whole other element to a story.
And comics, you have to be very brief with the words. It's not great if you open a page and it's a whole paragraph of text. Like, what am I reading? Why is this a comic? So.
Isn't there some psychology behind like the amount of like words you should have in a bubble?
I mean, there are rules of thumb. Yeah, but I mean, and sometimes you do have to explain a lot. So I don't want to restrict people, but in general, if like more than 30% of the panel is text, something is wrong, and people are going to stop and eat a ham sandwich.
Right. A ham, yes. Next question, please.
Okay, this question is for Christy. It would be, who was the hardest character for you to write?
Wow, that's almost as difficult to answer as who is your favorite character, which I get a lot. It really depends on the story, and generally, if I have a good familiarity with the character, if it's a character I've written before or that I can get a lot of backstory on, it's easier for me to settle in. Sometimes, if I'm having difficulty writing a character, it's time to step back and say, well, does this angle of the story work? Because if it's not flowing, that might mean that there's a better way to do it. So sometimes if a character is being difficult to manage, that's a signal for me to take back and say, well, maybe I should approach this in another direction. But sometimes they all give me trouble, and sometimes they're all perfect little angels. So it's really hard to say who's the most difficult.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, when you guys are working on new characters or updating character designs, is there a certain point at which the character seems to take over their own design?
You could probably speak to that a little bit on...
Yeah, I mean, most of the time the game teams are the ones who are developing their own, the characters and doing the designs and stuff like that, and they usually hand us a design for a character. But in a situation like Ash and Bob, that was something like their personalities, once we started seeing drawings from Mio and things like that, and we had brief descriptions on page of like kind of what the attitude was, and we had even some quick lines of just like, maybe this is the kind of what her internal voice is. They came together, those characters specifically came together really quickly as far as like, everybody got it. Everybody's like, we know what kind of character this is. We know what kind of character Bob is. We know, how this plays out. So, I mean, from a design standpoint,
well, basically, when we were doing those character designs, I just went off with your description. It was such a solid description that I could almost imagine that final look of theirs and how they would play off with McCree.
Yeah. I was going to say the Overwatch team just put a tremendous amount of trust in us to do that.
They did.
I remember.
They did. And that was like start from scratch. Basically, we start the story without any character models, basically. Only a description from the writing team and from our director.
So, I mean, sometimes it really is the game team's just, here's the designs already given to us. That's sometimes easier, and sometimes we have to find the voice for those characters too. But I mean, you can definitely kind of, is there anything you can speak to on as far as helping to find the voice for the characters and the designs?
Certainly. Well, I think it's all part of the whole package, right? It's you know, the teams coming together. It's these rooms. Sometimes someone would throw out an image or a reference, or as you said, someone would write a line. And you know, the more we beat these characters up and stories up, they come to life. And it's interesting that Ash, you know, to your question, I think Ash was someone, she took ownership of her own creation, right?
She really did.
I mean, it was great because, like, I remember when we were breaking story for that Origins piece, we were talking a lot about Ash and Bob, and we were like, Bob should have always been a part of her life in some way, and I think that's how we ended up with Bob the butler, like basically the character that took care of her when she was a child, when her parents weren't around.
He's a big Omnic butler, B-O-B, or big Omnic bodyguard, whichever one you want.
Yeah. Cool, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Hi, I wanted to ask about the creation of side quests in things like World of Warcraft. There's a huge number of elements and characters that you interact with during the course of a zone, and I wanted to know, like, what was the process of making these that aren't really part of the main line, but still trying to create like a really compelling experience?
Well, generally our group doesn't do much of the game questing. However, Christy has actually done some of the in-game writing. I don't know if you could speak to maybe that aspect of helping out the
we
WoW
have
team?
so many talented people at Blizzard, and the World of Warcraft team is absolutely a stellar example of that. Most of the quests that you see are written by the designers themselves. Since I have joined Blizzard, I have been talking to some of them, and sometimes they'll bounce some ideas off of me, or they'll ask for a little bit of feedback or something, and I'm always honored to be able to help them. But there's really just so much talent, and they are so adept at creating fun new characters like Flynn Fairwind. I mean, we all love Flynn. And so they really know that story is important, is why people love this game. It's one of many reasons people love the game so much. And so they give us some really wonderful characters that we'll play. Sometimes I'll use, you may have noticed that I use a lot of NPCs in my book. And that's because I'm like you. I'll play a lot of these quests, and I'll find these characters, and we only have maybe 1 or 2 quests with them, but they're really memorable, and they do deserve a little bit more. We brought Cordressa into, you know, semi-major character role, and she was really just kind of a character, an NPC. We have Ol Emma and her quest line and things like that. So it's game team. I give them all the kudos and all the praise, and we love working with them. And it's really fun when we can start having some interplay. If they'll pick a character from a novel and put it in there, which sometimes happens, or if we'll take a character from the game that's maybe minor and give it a bigger spotlight.
Right, we've had moments in our rooms where we work with Alex and Steve Denuser, and that story with Sarfang where, remember in the middle of the meeting, he's just like, oh, he's got to be in jail. And that's kind of what led us to creating the Lost Honor pose, where we're like, this would be a good story. But he wasn't in jail at the time of development. And then Alex was like, let me send a text to my team, and boom. He's in jail, and we have a cinematic.
Well, thank you very much.
Hi, I'm about to graduate with my English degree, and you know, one thing that I've learned is writers are throughout history inspired by current events. And when you look at Overwatch's story with the relationship with Omnics and how people have various views towards Omnics, it's easy to see the parallels. My question is, how much are you guys inspired by current events? And if we, you know, have the goal to work on the Blizzard story team at one day, do you think that we should avoid those controversial subjects, or should we try to embrace them and find common ground?
You want,
George?
Absolutely. So yeah, this is something that we're very conscious of. We all live in the same world. We all see the same things, and we're all human beings. So this is part of who we are. And as storytellers, this, comes out in our artwork, whether we want it to or not, right? So I think that it would not be in our best interest to unplug from the real world, right? As creative people, as game designers, as people in general. So, if you want to make stuff, make stuff. Talk about what you want to talk about. Explore the things you want to talk about.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it seems you guys touched on this a little bit, but you have a lot of these awesome tertiary side characters, and when you need something, right, you kind of pull someone into the foreground. So I was wondering, how do you think about them? Like, how fleshed out are they before they're pulled in, right? If you need a battle-hardened orc, you bring Sourfang in. Just how do you think about that?
What's interesting, I'll jump on this, is it's, again, a collaborative situation where we would come into a room and say, we really need a character for this plot point or for someone to do this, and we would turn to Sean, and then we just jam, and he'd say, well, this character might be good, or this situation, we can pull someone out of that. And sometimes it just comes to creating someone new out of whole cloth. So it's a very organic, communicative process, and to something Sean said earlier, we never try to force it, we never try to break lore, or try to, paint a character with a color that doesn't work for that character.
And it's kind of fun, too, when you talk about Zappy Boys we did earlier. We were like, oh, who's this character that's going to interact with Saurfang? And we looked at that announcement cinematic, and we were like, that seems like that troll there might be a good character. Let's flesh that character out more. And I think that's where we found an opportunity to harken back to that announcement cinematic and find a character that was going to play a larger part in the old soldier cinematic. So. Cool, thank you.
Thanks.
Hello.
Hello. So similar question, but you've talked a lot about the varying time frames for character inspiration. What criteria do you look for to actually make it a character, a playable character?
What? Playable character? Like
playable
in-game?
Like in-game.
In-game, yeah. Well, we usually take our cues from game team, like their requests, the needs of the game or the level or the gameplay. So we work closely with them, but those usually come kind of over the transom to us.
I think what was interesting was they saw Ash, and they saw that as an opportunity to take a character that we developed and bring that into the game, which I think that might have been one of the first opportunities we'd ever done.
I can only offhand, there may be more. The only other character I can think of that this happened was, I think, Tychus Finley, which we created for the original StarCraft 2 cinematic when he was getting suited up. And they're like, oh, he's awesome. Let's put him in the game. But yeah, something about Ash. We were working on Ash because we were just like, we needed a good villain for McCree at the time, and then and she evolved, and we were falling in love with her. But then we started to hear the whispers from across the street of like, they're really in love with her. Wait, they have multiple people. Jeff Goodman, one of the designers over there, they saw the storyboards that Mio did, and multiple designers over there on their own went out and started building design docs for Ash to go, we love this character, we want to make something with her. And then they all like emailed it almost at the same time to each other and like, I think we got something here that we want to run with. So this, Ash and Bob were something that were created out of necessity originally, but then over the course of production was like, you know what? This is something more. It was something special. So, and hopefully we'll get more of that stuff.
Yeah, and them choosing to make Bob the ult for Ash was like the icing on the cake.
That was the icing.
I think we have time for one more before our time is up.
Yeah.
Hit us.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, so my question's for Sean and anyone else that feel they could contribute to the answer. How do you all keep a track of ongoing storylines, like how character A knows character B, and if they interact with character D, and so on?
So I just delete a lot of my elementary school years and just remove that and stuff, all of that in my... No, honestly, it's another part of what I do is having a good memory makes for a really great lore master, but that's only half of the battle. The other part is knowing where you can store information, where you can refer to it, where you can share it with other people. It's basically knowing how to rely on your brain, which, as I'm learning, fails more and more as we get older, but how to rely more on our resources. So a lot of what I've been doing recently has been fleshing out all of our resources to open it up to the entire company. Because before, there's only 2 lore masters servicing all of Blizzard Entertainment right now, full-time lore masters. So we figured that was kind of a huge bottleneck. So we wanted to open up all of our resources so we can empower Blizzard employees to be their own historians in a way, and then come to us as they need additional guidance as they go through the lore. So basically, it's a 50-50 split.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and we're trying to find ways to harvest his brain separately, so it...
I'm about to lose my infant years, too, so...
I'm constantly, I am in Sean and being like, Sean, what is serving? Think of goblins. Tell me now. So thank you, and I'm sorry.
I love to do it, and that's another thing. I am a huge geek about the lore and about how our stories evolve, and having these moments, like Kate just said, I geek out. I'm like, oh, let me tell you about this. This is awesome. So having that and being able to inspire, that's what gets me going every day. That's punching the clock, and I'm like, I'm going to make a difference because I get to share that so nobody flounders in the lore. So if you're like, I'm stuck and I want to get to a certain place, I can help you. And by doing that, I'm like, yes, I did it. So.
Well, that sounds like a good place to end us, making a difference. I like it. That's a good ending note. We hope you all enjoyed our panel. Thank you so much for coming out. Enjoy the rest.
Hello, everybody. What? Look at you. Oh my God, I have chills covering. Look at all of you. Every year I do this thing like nobody's going to come. I don't know if anybody's going to come this year. I love that you're here. How are you all doing? Everything good? I wish you could see what I see. I see so many great people and beautiful faces. I'm so happy to see you all. Tell me, who's from my original voice actor stage tribe? Who's seen my crazy? Yay, some of you. Well, I'm so happy to still be here doing this, being on a panel again, bringing some more amazing actors. So thank you all for being here. How's everybody? Everybody's good? Life's good? Everything's fine? When I used to have the voice actor stage, I dreamed of having coffee with everybody. Anybody remember that? I wanted coffee talk, and we'd all hang out and have a coffee. I hope you all are good. I've missed you all. I'm very happy to be back here. It's always such a gift and a surprise every year when I get to do this and be here and bring my favorite actors and bring you. So thank you for being here. Thank you. So, like, I can't even breathe. I'm so excited. I'm totally nerding out right now. It's ridiculous. So for those of you who don't know me, I realized I never introduced myself. My name is Andrea Toyas, Senior Casting and Voice Director at Blizzard. So for those of you who don't know, it's my job to work with the game teams and kind of work with them about all the actors they want, and then go find people around the globe, literally, and then bring the characters to life on the stage. So it's a huge honor and a huge delight that I have. I've been doing a lot of thinking. This is my 10th BlizzCon, which is amazing, and my 6th year hosting voice actor panels. And for me, I've been thinking a lot about you guys because I realized that doing these panels and meeting all of you, I've met so many friends, family, and amazing humans here. So even though I can't see all of you, I feel like you're my tribe and you're my friends and you're my family. So I really love you. I hope you guys know that. Every year I do these panels and I think I want to do something great and make it extra fun because you guys have paid money to get here. You got a ticket. That's amazing, right? And then you've traveled far and wide, so I always try to give you the most epic experience I can give you. But before I start, I want to do one thing. It's my, like I said, 6th year of doing panels. The very first year I did a panel on voice actors was 2013, and I met an amazing young man who came to my panel. He's been at every panel ever since. This is the first year he's not here because he's had some serious health issues since I've known him. He got out of ICU about a week ago. He's doing great. So I want to dedicate this panel from a fan and now a friend that I love dearly. His name is Michael Strong. So let's all cheer for Michael Strong because he's doing great. We love you, Michael. I hope you're watching this. All right. See, I just want to talk. Can we just talk and not do anything? Let's just hang out and chat. All right. I'm going to stop because we've got some great things in store for you. I'm not going to talk anymore. How about I bring out the actors that you're waiting to see? You want to see who I got for you? Great. Voices of War, Horde versus Alliance. Let's see who's behind door number 1, shall we?
Safe travels.
Anduin Rin, come on out. Josh Keaton, everybody. Beautiful. Right down here, Josh. Yes. Oh my gosh, we got so much to talk about with Anduin, don't we? Jesus. All right. Actually, let me move my stuff over here. And let's see if I have Josh, who would be behind door number 2.
I will not fall.
Of course.
Not now.
Sorry, Josh. I love you so much. Right? Look at her amazing coat. Look at that coat. Such a gorgeous dark lady. She's amazing. All right, so door number 3, any guesses?
My magic will
Of
tear your
course.
heart.
Right? Just with these three people, we've got a lot to talk about, right? Oh my gosh. But wait, it doesn't stop there. Who could be next?
Now, let me see
Catherine
if I can
Proudmoore,
do this
people.
properly this time.
And dear
Welcome home, daughter.
Catherine, right there. All the way from the UK. And next we have
My chamber walls
Princess
are adorned
Delange.
with many skulls, but there is always room for one more.
Right? Look what we do for you. Look what we do. We love you so much. All right. Fun doesn't stop there. Next we have Rokan. Come on out.
Like you're not happy to see us.
Oh my goodness. Oh, look at this. I'm already so happy. It's crazy. Okay, and then I had this person I was going to throw myself on the sword for if I couldn't get. Are you ready?
Come to the court of spirits. It's time we be finalizing our contract.
Bananas, right? You know, it's so funny. When we were recording these characters, I'm like, I don't think you guys understand your life's about to change. Are you guys getting a sense of this? A little bit. Okay, but I got one more surprise for you. Anybody guesses?
A turtle made it to the water.
Marianne has made it to the Blizzcon, everybody. Come on now. Oh, Marianne, how do you feel right now? Do you just feel...
This is absolutely awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Awesome. Well, none of us would be here if it wasn't without my fearless leader, the man who puts up with all my crazy, the one and only, our lead narrative designer, Steve Denuser. Poor Steve has to come on after Marianne. That was really kind of I feel bad after that cheer. I know.
Wow.
Right? Look at this.
What a lineup.
Look at this.
So fantastic, huh?
Part of me just wants to sit here and stare at them. Like, let's just all sit and stare. Like, you think even though this is my job, I still totally fangirl out. Like, really? They're here? And I just want to look at them. I mean, what do you think? We never see them all together like this.
Oh, I know. And we record so much of this stuff, in little rooms, just with one-on-one kind of thing. And so to see this all come together like this, it just is so energizing.
It's amazing, right?
Amazing.
And then everybody in the middle flew in from London just for this. So this is really extra great. So it's so wonderful. So for all of you guys who know the way I do this, what I tend to do is I like to go through and kind of talk to everybody a little bit about their character and their experience. Then I want to kind of open it up and just talk about the acting process in general. Because a big thing, if those have heard me talk before, is that when people are acting, they're not really acting, they're bringing their own human stories to you. So I kind of want to talk about their connections to their character and dive into all that. But first, shall we start with Anduin? What do you think? Oh my gosh. So I don't know how many of you know this, but Josh is the world's, and I say this with love, biggest WoW nerd in the world. Like, he's your tribe. He talks to me and my eyes roll back in my head. I'm like, I don't even know what you're talking about right now. So talk about your love for WoW and how you've been playing for a long time.
Yeah, I played since vanilla. My first character was an Alliance Hunter, and so I'm still kind of salty about what happened to Teldrassil. But I actually quickly switched to Horde, and I guess I see
Wait. Did Anduin just say he switched to the Horde?
In the beginning. And I was a Tauren Druid, and I love playing a Druid. I still play a Druid. I always play a Druid. My current Druid is Worgen, but I love playing Druids.
But I love that you're Anduin and that you're also playing the game and know all the races and the Horde and Alliance.
No, I mean, I leveled up under the old PvP system. I'm sure all of you remember that. Made it to rank 12.
So
Didn't quite pass general, though.
You got to give us all your battle IDs so everybody can follow you and fight with you and play with you, right? You're going to tell everybody what your name is, right?
Everybody's just going to be like ganking me. I'll have to do the corpse run all day long. Yeah.
So what was it like? Because I think we've been playing. I think Anduin. You started playing Anduin in Cataclysm. I think. Do you remember what that was like
when
you?
a teenager.
That's right. What was it like when you got the call to play Anduin?
It was hilarious because I remember when I had my first Horde character, I would always try to attack Anduin in the castle, and then the guards and all the players would come out, and I would die, and it was fun, but. It was amazing. It was amazing because I had spent so much time in this game, and I loved the lore so much that when it was time to audition, I had so much knowledge of what was happening, like all the people that were referred to and all the scripts and everything. I knew who everybody was who was being talked about, and then actually getting that call that I booked it and that I was going to be the Prince of Stormwind was amazing.
Prince of Stormwind. Who gets to say they're the Prince of Stormwind?
Absolutely.
I love it.
And now he's the king. So.
I know. And then what I love talking about, all of us, obviously you know, I mean, Steve and I joke, we call him Manduin now. He's Manduin.
Yes, that's right.
But in all seriousness, I think when we started out...
Trinkets have dropped.
Right. Steve. I love it. But I think when we started with Anduin, we never could have realized the story. Things got really dark for Anduin. I mean, I can think of several sessions when you and I were both in tears.
Yes.
So, I mean, what's that been like? Because I think when we started, it was a young prince trying to figure things out, and now he's lost his father. He's trying to fight this great war.
Well, he's been forced into it by circumstance, and at times he definitely was not ready and was looking to Gen and everybody else for help. But still trying to follow in his father's footsteps as that great leader.
Right.
It's been a huge growth experience for him to have to really look into himself and see that the way he always wanted peace might not necessarily be exactly how he has to run things. Right. There's a lot more to what he has to do than what he wants to do.
I still remember the cinematic that we did when you went with Gen to where your father was killed at. You saw that piece, right? Who cried? Raise your hand if you cried. More of you, just fake it. Fake it like you cried.
I cried.
Well, we were crying. But it was really heavy because to lose your father and have to turn into the man that you were supposed to be, that was really dark. So when you have to do scenes like that, what part of Anduin did you personally connect with? Like, how do you feel in those moments, or the mass heal moments? There's that.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
What part of you do you connect with most with Anduin when you're in those moments with him?
It's hard because I, to this day, have not really experienced, like my father's still alive, and like I haven't really experienced a lot of that kind of loss. So a lot of it has been me just going into my own head and kind of like role-playing that with important people in my life, and kind of going down those dark paths and seeing where it takes you to really kind of figure out how that loss would feel.
Sure.
And I mean, it does help knowing so much about his history and having played and having seen a lot of the previous cinematics. I mean, just as an actor, a lot of the earlier lore stuff that you guys have done before I came in to do all this kind of stuff really has helped me out. Right. It's such a rich story, and just being able to pull from the story and mix that with what I think would happen in my own life that's really what I pull.
So what characteristics of Anduin do you think are you? Strong, persevering, scared sometimes? Like, I'm sure you've been scared of it.
Absolutely.
We all have.
I think we all do. I think we all get scared a lot of the time, and have to push out of our comfort zone to really do what we have to do and step up, and that's not always easy. There's definitely a lot of that in me. I mean, as actors, we all face that, where we second guess our choices, we second guess everything, and there's always that insecurity, but you still have to push forward, and that's Anduin.
And I think that's what I love about Anduin. We've seen him go through some dark periods, but he always rises and he always gets up. And it's such a lesson to all of us for life in general. Life's going to be hard. There's going to be times we don't want to get up, but we do, and we keep going. So
absolutely. He always seems to try to find a positive reason to move forward, and to try to find the best in everything. And I really respect him for that.
We love you, Anduin. Don't we love Anduin? I just love that Anduin is sitting next to Sylvanas. There's that happening. Patty.
What are you going to do?
I don't even know what to start with Patty. There you go, see? So...
I'm so glad our little lion had decided to play for the Horde. That means secretly he loves me.
You heard it here.
I also might have seen the error of my ways.
So, Patty, your journey, who would have thought? I mean, my God. Crazy Town.
Crazy Town.
So what... quick, what are the words that come to your brain when you think about playing Sylvanas? Like, what's it been like, the journey, the
Thrilling.
connections? What do you want to say?
You know, I always say it's an honor because this is a creative village that makes these characters, the games, the scripts, I mean, the writers, so many incredibly talented people, yourself, whom without it doesn't sound anything like
It's not
you're
true, but
hearing.
okay.
It's the creative village that makes the thing happen. So the first thing that comes to mind for me is always, it's such an honor to be part of this franchise and to be able to play a character for so long that is so complicated. You know, who enters into some really dark places. So that's a challenge.
Yes.
But it's thrilling.
Patty, how do you feel? I want to talk a little bit about your cinematic and what we went through that day.
Oh my
You've
God.
seen the Sylvanas cinematic. Very dark times, but beautiful. I think, Steve, talk about the genesis of that Sylvanas story because it was a heartbreaking and it was a tough piece to swallow.
Well, yeah, because Sylvanas has that complicated history. That, you know, this great hero to go from someone who was willing to give her life for her homeland and to see that all turned and forced to do these terrible things, that scarred her. And she carries that to this day. She carries the tears, to see the tears come down and burn into her flesh. Just an amazing character, so much fun to write for. We just love telling Sylvanas stories.
And I love it because those of you who've been to my panels before, I always come back to, and we'll talk about this with each of you, how you are your characters. I think when characters really pop, it's because you're bringing such real pieces of yourself to the role. And Patty, if you don't mind, we don't have to go into all the details, but I want to talk, I want to share a little punk rock story about Patty. You want to hear my little story? When we did the piece for Sylvanas, what we do is we talk a lot. We don't have to go into all the nitty-gritty, but we talk a lot about our connections to the character, and I really ask the actresses to talk about their connection to the character. And if you want to shortcut it, Patty, but your connections to what Sylvanas went through in that piece, how we've all been not our best selves at some points.
Oh yeah, most definitely. And we did a little improv.
Yes.
You know, she had us do this improv to really get into the emotional place that required, which was really kind of deep and dark and filled with rage and angst. And I got a little carried away.
So here's the no. So,
I was like, I'm going to apologize before we even start.
Yeah, because, you know, the actresses, again, acting is them barring their own heartbreak and frustration. And all of us have tragedy in our life. Patty has had some challenging moments in her life that have made her, all of us, we have those moments that we're not our best selves. So I kind of did an improv exercise between her and Delaren, played by Erica, where they were two people confronting each other over something happened. It's a long story for the improv. My point was, Patty had to walk into a room and see somebody that hurt her terribly. Got that so far? Hopefully. And Erica had just poured a fresh Coke for herself on this little table she was sitting at. And they were just improvising as themselves. They weren't being Delaren and Sylvanas. They were just being themselves in a horrible situation as an improv. And Erica just opened this Coke. Patty walks in. We're in this huge recording studio, and I think says one word, I'm blocking you, and then just nails that Coke across the recording studio. Coke's all over the equipment, the wall, right? The whole team's like, holy shit, I'm like, nobody move, let her go. And she's screaming, there's Coke dripping down the wall, everybody's freaked out.
I've wrecked the studio.
Yeah, I know. There's a huge black patch on the wall.
Stayed in it.
We did not move, nobody moved because she was in the really primal element of getting to the core of Sylvanas and Sylvanas' heartbreak and rage. So what part of Sylvanas do you think is you? And I don't mean the dark skin, but I mean, like, when you think about Sylvanas, what does she mean to you?
Listen, I love her, and I hope she sticks around for a long time, and I love to play all the complicated pieces of her, even those that are so difficult to absorb. You know, having had some significant loss in my own life, it's easy for me to tap into that pain and also that anger. You know, for me, I've had a somewhat of a history of domestic violence as a child, and so that lights up a rage in you that never really dies. There's a piece of you that's like Attila the Hun, and so if plugged in at a given time when something's really messed up, that switch turns on, and you're constantly trying to kind of tamp it down. So being able to find a constructive place to put that, like kickboxing. I love to kickbox. It really gives you a place to put that and to bring it into a creative character it's just delicious.
I think we all have that switch,
Thanks
right?
to you, guys.
Thanks to Ryan.
Hello.
Thanks to all of us.
You guys.
Yeah, well, it really is a village. I think with all of you, you know, Steve and I can do all our prep work and do all that, but as we always say, when the actor walks in the booth and brings their own life story, that's when the magic happens.
Oh, totally. And the thing with Patty is we have to make sure we don't have a bow and arrow around in the studio because she lights that up.
It would take a lot.
I know. Oh, let's give it up for Lady Sylvanas Windrunner. Just amazing.
Thank you.
Then there's Jaina. Oh my gosh.
Jaina.
I know. I just to sit here and see all of you in one place together, such magic. I mean, we're all so lucky to be here right now at this moment, aren't we? Really, really. I'm so filled with gratitude. Laura.
Hi.
Hi. So Jaina's been with us for so long. I mean, you and I were talking yesterday when we first met ages ago.
Yeah.
Did we think we'd be here now?
Never. I mean, I was just talking to somebody backstage about when I started Jaina, you know, she was like bright-eyed, blonde hair, wearing a little crop top, you know, and just...
She fights better.
Just fresh. Everything was peace, and now, look at her. It's insane where we've gone.
So how do you feel connected to her? Like, what's part of you, when you think about Jaina, what do you think about? How do you connect with her as Laura?
Oh, gosh. I mean, she's become so powerful, right? So whenever I'm in the booth, it's all about body posture and just coming in with that mentality that she has now. It's funny because whenever we record, I feel like this game is so stylized the way that we record it, you know, and it has such a specific sound to it that has been cultivated over the years, and it's unlike anything else, and that's why it is what it is now.
Well, I think it's been interesting for Battle for Azeroth because we really see Jaina have to go and confront her demons, you know, with Catherine and going back to Kultiris. So I think, you know, again, bringing it back to real life, there's been times when we all have to kind of go back and deal with things, whether she was innocent or not, when we've got to deal with dark things. I mean, it's kind of a thing. We all have moments when we've got to go face some music.
And it's terrifying.
It's terrifying.
It's terrifying to confront your demons. It's terrifying to come to somebody that you have wronged and apologize and just take whatever they're going to give you because you feel like you deserve it, right?
Well, I think what's so beautiful is not only the acting in Battle for Azeroth, but the singing piece, right? Who liked the singing piece? But really, because it's singing, but I think I remember when Laura was singing it that day, you had tears by the end of it, but there's so much acting in that, so much sorrow, so much presence and heartbreak in that. So what do you draw from it? One question I have for all of you, which I'll probably lean on, is when you have to approach a character and kind of be vulnerable and bring tears and find that heartbreak, I mean, how do you do that?
Well, the song specifically, I'm terrified to sing in front of people. I don't know if I let you know that when we were
you didn't actually.
It. I try to fake it when I'm asked to, so that you know.
So you're crying because you were so scared.
No, but it worked so well for the song because Jaina is so vulnerable in it. You know, she's coming and saying this is what everybody says about her, and it's horrifying. And so when we were recording it, it was so shaky and overcoming that, and it worked so perfectly for what the piece was, and it came together so beautifully. I was blown away when I watched that. I am so grateful to be a part of something like that. Yeah.
But I think you make a good point, and we can all speak to this, but as an actor, if you come in for a session and you've got to use whatever emotion you bring in with you, right? So if you're feeling vulnerable and scared, rather than go, okay, I've got to put that away, no, I'm going to act. But you are human at the end of the day, so you've got to use it. So
yeah.
So can I ask, when you get in the booth, let's see your Jaina stance. Can you show us how Jaina stands in the booth?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, let's see the Jaina stance. I think we need to see it.
It doesn't look like anything, you guys. It's this. It's just a power stance.
Confidence, right? I love it.
That's probably over.
Yeah.
I don't do that.
But that's what's fun. I always threaten every BlizzCon. I'd love to pack all of you in buses. Steve, we're going to do that someday. Pack everybody in buses and go to the studio, because when you see all of them deliver their magic, it's like time stops, don't you think, Steve? Like it's just another experience.
There's countless times when we're in the booth with these actors where, like, no matter, like, I've seen these lines, you know, I've either written them or edited them or seen them, and you know, there's words that flow and cool words and stuff, but when the performance kicks in, there's just a magic that flows into it, and there's no price you could put on that. It's just, to experience that is just one of the great treats that I have in this business.
Because they're bringing their own heart and soul into it. Yes.
Yeah.
So that brings us to our beautiful Indira. Oh my gosh. Catherine, how rad is Catherine Proudmore? Oh my
So
gosh.
rad.
So rad.
So rad.
So rad. That voice, when we were auditioning, we got a bunch of auditions in and we were listening, and then Indira, not because you're here and because I love you. That audition came in, Steve, we're like, and there's Catherine. There was a confidence, a power, a warmth, and a heart. I mean, all of that was in it. And we just knew there and then it was delicious.
When Catherine, when Jaina first comes to Catherine, right, in that cinematic, and Jaina's coming before her mother, and Catherine just has that wall, that cold wall, you could stop traffic. I mean, it's amazing.
That's right. So, Indira, how do you approach work like this? I mean, because I think, you know, the hard thing with video games, you don't get a whole lot of backstory and a full script. We kind of give you the main beats, and then off you go. So
yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm so overwhelmed by today. I have to admit, this is my first convention.
First
Come on!
It's insane.
I will get back to your question, but
please talk.
I've been wandering around since 10 o'clock this morning, and I watched the welcome, what's it called? The welcome thing.
Opening ceremony.
The opening ceremony, and I was in tears. And I'm not even a gamer. and those words that came up when it says "welcome home," I was like, "Oh my God, I hear you. I feel like I've come home." And I don't even speak the language, you know. But I mean, I feel obviously these are the old pros, aren't they? So I'm a newbie. We're new. Well, I don't know about. We're newbies. So we're just, you know, you enter into the booth, and obviously we're in London, so we're doing it all down the line. And Andrea obviously gives us amazing notes. And thank God I have Laura. Sometimes, not always, but, you know, if you're lucky, you have the other character giving you your feed lines, which means you've actually got somebody to work with, which is it's not always the case with voiceover. And obviously, when you've got a really good actress on the other end of your scene, you can do something interesting. You know, and then when there's good writing, you know, when you're playing contradictions, that's what I think I love about Catherine, is that she's so many things. She's suffered loss. She's disappointed, disillusioned, and she's proud, and also, but she's willing to sort of renege on that pride and sort of be the mother, you know, welcome her daughter back in. And what you were asking about, how do you go there? I mean, like all of us, I think when we're born, when we grow up, we're all actors. You know, how do we learn to be human beings? We role play. And I think that's essentially what we do as actors, but we just stayed like children, really. We just keep role playing. But I think, and also it's just imagination, isn't it? So, I mean, I'm a mother. I've suffered loss, like all of us probably, in some form or another. And then you just go there, don't you? And a lot of the time, it's not like in the old days when I was like a young student actor and all the rest of it. At drama school, you know, you do the whole method thing, and you're like trying to squeeze out that emotion. Somebody hit me so that I'm actually feeling something. But actually, if it's good writing, you just say it, and the emotion comes. If you're really in that zone and not trying to fake it. And actually there's a vulnerability within that. What you were talking about is the fear of failure and not being good enough, and of not sort of doing justice to the work that's been given to you, the great work that's already there, not the fear of not doing justice to it. Sort of, you have to get rid of all that and just leave yourself alone. And stuff happens, I think, unexpected stuff.
That's right. I studied theater directing for a while, and my mentor would always say, do all your preparation, do all your thinking, but when you're there, put it down and be in the moment. Yeah. I think as actors, the key is to be present. And it's hard because you get in your head, the insecurity kicks in, but if you can get rid of all that and just be Indira, you know, as I was talking to Indira about this, I tell beginning voice actors now, I'm not looking for voices. When I bring actors, and I'm looking for you to bring your whole life story, your wins, your losses, your tragedies, your heartbreaks. And when actors like Indira, like everybody here, can show up and kind of get emotionally naked and go, here's what I am, and here's as a mother, here's how I connect, and here's the sorrow I've been through.
But also, you know what? I think there's something amazing about you doing voice work, which is like, because I act on TV and theatre and all that sort of thing, but I think there's a freedom that you get using your voice. because it's not about the way you look. You
Amen,
know?
sister.
We are
Amen.
bored of that, quite
Right,
frankly.
right. So,
You know,
Amen.
and you're not being judged. You're not judged by your ethnicity, your style, your weight, any of that crap. You are, you're just using your voice, and your emotion comes through your voice. We sing to our children when they're born. That is pure emotion and love that we give to other people. I'm really making
great.
up
It's
now.
great. It's great. But you really highlight what goes into this. And I think voice acting, and what people don't realize, and I talk about this a lot, and there's also no scene partner, no hair, no wardrobe, no makeup, no prop. It's just you emotionally naked in a room trying to bring it. But with that, as you're saying, you get ultimate creativity and ultimate freedom, and you can just be and not worry about the right age, the right skin, the right skinniness. You just get to be. It's great. Yeah. So for Catherine, what I like when I do these panels is to really bring it back to real life, and how, like you're talking about all she's been through. She's lost her husband. She's probably got some PTSD. One of her sons is missing. Everything is crazy. But the idea of being mad at your daughter, but also forgiveness. Forgiveness is a tough word, man. So finding the courage for that. So, and I guess as a mother in forgiveness, what parts of Catherine do you think that you connect with most? Or any of them? Or
I aspire to be like Catherine, I
right.
suppose.
Right.
I aspire to be able to forgive when you've been through what she's been through. I can't. Yeah, as just a woman, I relate to her being a mother and that unconditional love. And if your child has wronged you in some way, or there's been disappointments, I would like to think I could forgive. But I think you're never going to stop being a mother. I think.
That's right, and that's always there. And that pain, I think we're talking about switches that can go on. I don't have any children, but the idea of being a mother with that pain point that can just take you down. And what I really like about Battle for Azeroth, I feel like our storytelling is just amazing. I love having a mother-daughter relationship, right? Because we've had lots of father and sons. And I realized when thinking about this, we've got the Varian and Anduin thing that you're dealing with. We've got the Catherine and Jaina thing. So to have real-life family stories that all of us go through, obviously not to this degree where we've got swords out and we're killing people, but you know what I mean? But to have a mother-daughter relationship. Steve, how did the mother-daughter Genesis come about? I love that we have that storyline in our game.
Well, I think just the setting, once we knew what our expansion was going to be, that we wanted to go to Kultiris, that we wanted to hear this story, and it was a great opportunity to bring Jaina back front and center. And then we knew there would be this, all the stuff that she'd been through. What does her family think of that? What do her people think of that? And so to have her mother there to represent all those feelings of a whole nation, and how what the decisions that were made by Jaina, how those ripple out, and to crystallize them into that mother figure like that was just a very powerful opportunity. Our designers did a fantastic job bringing that to life. Our cinematics group, everybody just really nailed that. It's such a believable and true performance that it is something special for the game.
I think you hit the nail on the head. I think in Catherine, we see the entire response of a nation, don't we? The nation has to forgive. So basically Catherine's leading the experience of what Jaina does when she comes back. So I think it's beautiful to have a mother and daughter and see the tenderness and vulnerability and anger and forgiveness.
And also empowerment.
Empowerment.
She says, go. You're the one.
Yes.
You can do it. It's
Yes.
not going to be me. It's not going to be me.
Yes.
You're the future.
Yes. I mean, look, video games, the more strong women we have in video games, the better. Am I right? For real. It's just great. It's just great. Speaking, what a great segue for Princess Talanji. Oh my gosh. What? Just when I put my wish list together of people, when Steve and I worked on who should come, I'm like, I want everybody to be here. But we knew Princess Talanji had to be sitting. Look at you, you're in the center even, like holding court, girl. So, welcome to our crazy, again, it's crazy.
Oh my gosh, I feel like I have just had so much coffee and Diet Coke, and I'm so high right now. Hi everyone. Sorry. That was a few seconds in before I did that. Hi everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, Princess Talanji. But again, I think with all of you, we've had this conversation, like when this hits, especially releasing a new powerful female lead in our game, it's going to get crazy. So now that you've done your whole journey, so you walk into the con, what's it like? You come through these doors like, this is legit and real.
I cannot believe it. I mean, I wish I was here this morning to see the welcome home thing, because it really does feel like a lot of people are coming home.
Right.
And you just want to be a part of it, which is exactly how I felt when I was asked to audition. And, you know, well, actually, I guess my connection to Blizzard is Cara Theobald, who plays Tracer in Overwatch. So me and Cara did a show called Crazy Head together on Netflix.
Yes. And Crazy Head, it's a great show with Tracer and Princess Talanji.
And that is sort of, I saw that she'd just, like, the game had just come out, and I saw, like, what happened with her and her experience and coming to Blizzcon for the first time. So I was like, God, it really feels like, I was like, oh, somebody let me out. I want to come in. So then when this came, I was like, I've got to get this. And it's just been an incredible, incredible experience. I'm really blown away. I've been told that there is somebody dressed as Princess Talanji here.
Yes.
We're going to meet.
If we find her, we must.
Hello.
What?
There you are. We're going to meet.
Let's walk over. Oh my gosh.
Look at you.
What? Look at this.
Are you kidding me?
Oh my God.
Are you kidding me? What?
Wow. That's amazing.
Wow.
Can you walk in that? I mean, ish, kind of. You just walk on by. Do your thing, girl. Walk on by. Because you gotta come say hi to.
Oh my God.
Let's try.
Oh
Wait,
I'm
stop
so
for it.
sorry.
Come back. Here.
I am geeking
You wanna-
out.
Here, we
Hi,
gotta go say
I'm
hi.
jumping down.
Jump down, girl.
Hi.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Oh my gosh. This is Susie. Oh my God, take it.
Oh my God.
I can't.
I know, it's amazing.
I cannot believe. This is what I wanted. And now it's happened. So good night. Please go back. You look amazing. Oh my gosh.
Thank you. Wow. The skulls and everything. You look amazing. Thank you for that. See, I told you, girl. I told you it's going to get crazy.
My job is done.
Tell me, what's it like? What's it been like playing Princess Talanji? How do you connect to her? How did you approach her? I want to know what she means to you.
Gosh, wow. The connection that I feel with her is she really is. It's a coming of age story of this princess, and the main thing, the reason why I wanted to be a part of this world is because having massive story arcs like that is very difficult. In television and film, for a woman, for a black woman, for a woman who isn't a model, proudly not a model, don't want to be a model.
Let's give it up for that.
So to sort of, I remember sort of, you know, I got the job and I did my first session, which I think was in LA. I think it was my very, very first one in February, I think. And then just seeing where she goes, I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh my God, I get to do this, and I get to have this experience, and this happens at me, and I've got to make this really difficult decision, and I've got to try, save my people. It just all felt so vast, and the possibilities of where she can go. And normally, when I get a script, it's kind of like, oh, and then she dies in the second scene, and that's it. Or she's like funny for a bit, and then she dies in the third scene. Just keep happening. Just change my agent. No, my agent are great. Please, oh my God. So it was just the amount of work that we do. We work for months, and I think I've never played a character for that long, and I'm brand new to this, and sort of being a part of something so historic, so well thought out. The scripts are better than anything that you get on television, to be honest. And to be a part of something where it feels like you're here to stay.
Steve will make that happen, right, Steve? She's never going away. Say it now, Steve.
Yeah, well, we've got to talk later.
Damn it, me and my big mouth. But no, that's the biggest thing, to be a part of something where it's like, here is your history. This is what you're a part of. This is where you're going. That was the thing for me that I was like, and I get to play a princess.
I know. There's that. But then to your point, there's such a story to chew on with her, losing her father.
Yeah.
We've had moments, Juan Samdi. We'll get to you in a second.
No. I'm joking. Yes.
But like there's been sessions with you, and even when you're in London, we can hear the tears because there's so much about already, just by getting to you, we've got themes of loss, heartbreak, and then renewal and rebirth and pushing through. So Talanji's an example. Talanji and Anduin need to have like a coffee someday because I think there's a lot to talk about.
Yeah.
Right? Just loss and pushing through, and we've had some dark moments with her.
Yeah,
so.
definitely. I mean, that was like a weirdly, because the thing is, when we do, when we're in the UK and we do sessions, normally because of the time difference, we do it in the UK sort of at the end of the day, whereas you guys are sort of like, oh, good morning, where they're like, I've been up for hours. So there's a lot of possibility for things to, during your day, like everyone, things go wrong or you get some bad news or whatever. And so you really do, I feel like every session I really do I'm sort of my most authentic self because I'm not sort of trying to be okay. It's 5, 6 p.m. Stuff has happened. So I'm like, hi, gotta warm up. And with that scene, I can't really remember what happened with it, but I've lost my dad. So it was all really accessible. And I think feeling part of a safe space where you can explore that, because sometimes you're part of projects and you don't feel like you want to access that because you don't feel like you're around people who care. But I remember being walked through that. And there's something about your voice where you can't hide. So I was like, I'm just going to have to go there. You can tell if somebody's fake crying. You can hear it. And so actually, even though I knew it was quite big and I knew that it was very close to my life, it was really easy to access. But I think that's down to you guys and making it such a safe space to explore that. Because if I definitely didn't feel like I could, and that this was, more than just a game, it was a family, it was a world, it was a home, I don't think as an actor I would have let myself go there. Because there's loads of times where you get emotionally manipulated as an actor. So that's the main thing, was how easy those scenes are because of what
I love
you
what you
guys make.
said, bringing your raw, authentic self. I mean, it's such a theme, and I don't mean to beat this up, but just being you. If you as an actress have a crappy day and you come to the studio, then that's there, and that's present, and you use it. So that's when, I say a lot in the classes I teach that we chase the chills. It sounds so silly, because to your point, when you hear a line or a tear or crying or something that's real, all your hair lights up on your body and you know it. So as actors, when you're just in the moment bringing yourself and letting yourself be, whatever that looks like, whatever it feels like, and are in that safe space, that's when we get the chills. And that's when our stories from all of you connect to our community at large, and we're all on this kind of crazy journey together, right?
Yeah.
Well, we love you, Princess Talanji. Yes. I'm gonna move over here. And then there's Rokon.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh my gosh. Just seeing that big smiling face, Steve. We're all here together.
This is so awesome. Oh, so cool.
I know.
Oh, God.
So, Abu, I was hanging out having drinks with Abu last night. We're sitting there. I'm like, Abu, I told you. And what's your take so far? It's banana boats. Crazy, right? It's just
insane. I mean, you guys rock. Like, you're all amazing.
Yeah.
Genuinely. Like, this is...
It's great. It's our tribe. We're home, as Indira said. We're all home. I think all of us on their stage, all of us here together, we're the same tribe, man. And it's kind of fun to be here and just celebrate that, you know?
Yeah, and I really respect that.
Yes.
And I really feel that. I mean, the love this place has, jeez. Like, it's real, and I really love that.
Yes. So what's it been like? So playing in our game, Rokon is amazing.
Yeah, I love it.
Along with Talanji and Kicks Holy Ass.
It's
what's
great.
It like for you?
It's been so much fun. I mean, like, I'm a World of Warcraft player as well. Like, I'm a fan.
Right.
So,
Horde or Alliance?
So I started, right, and give me time. I started as a human paladin, but I am now with the Horde. Because that's where I belong. Thank you.
That's the right answer, or the wrong, depending. Steve, what do you play as?
Oh, I
can't answer.
Well,
both sides.
For the Horde. Come on. I have both.
You both. Okay. So what does
The
Rokon mean to you?
panel.
What'd you say?
Said this is biased. Not okay with it.
For the light.
Yes.
I can't believe we're all here. This is our Friday right now. It's great. So Dark Spirit Troll, that accent, that sound, where does that come from? How did you create him?
It's all from the gut. Like, it's from the gut. It comes there from the earth. Like, I mean, like, it's so much fun. I mean, the character's so much fun to play with. I mean, yeah, he's this, this badass troll. It's Darkspear, badass troll, who's rolling heads left, right, and center. Like, it's amazing, and it's so much fun. But again, it's so primal, it's so like visceral that, I mean, yeah, I had so much fun with this guy. I mean, this guy, he's a beautiful guy. And even though, like, you know, a lot of this, he is beautiful. And even though his race has really suffered, I mean, you know, they've just lost their leader, they've gone through so much pain. There's still that kind of, that love for what they do, that tribalism that they got there, which I just respect. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. There was a lot to mine from Rokon.
And to see that relationship between Rokon and Talanji was really awesome, because it's like bridging these troll cultures and finding that common ground and kind of uniting and being stronger together than you ever were apart. That's awesome.
But I love calling him beautiful, because he is. I mean, again, I'm beating it up here, but this idea that he's gone through a lot too, and he's still there, still wants to be with Talanji, still wants to bridge the gap and form a union. Absolutely. And there's power, and despite the grief and what he's been through, there is a beauty behind him. Maybe he writes haikus when he's home by himself. Maybe he knits. We don't know, Steve. We don't know.
Yeah, we've written some Rokon haiku. Maybe someday we'll put them out
tweet
there.
Those out.
We'll tweet them out.
But there's a sound in that earthiness. You're right. I didn't think about it, but he's really a grounded guy. How do you think he would stand if you had to do a Rokon stance? I want to see a Rokon stance.
Sorry, Laura, I'm going to just, take this.
No, show me the real power stance.
Rokon stance like this. Around like this. Kind of walking around like this. He's got it.
It's great. But there is such an earthiness and power to him.
Yeah, and I think that's, again, there's a groundedness to it. I mean, there's a groundedness to all these characters. Right. I mean, the world is full of it. It's beautiful. It's real, in the sense that they deal with real issues. Each and every one of these characters deal with real issues. And I really, it's rare to get a story where literally anyone can connect to any one of these characters. And I think that's what's so beautiful about it. Because you don't feel alone. You've got someone in there who you can connect to. And I love it.
I love it so much. So what part of him do you connect with? I mean, just picking up from loss and being strong. I mean, what part of Abu do you think is in Rokon? Besides the great voice and the walk.
Badass. Badass. And badass.
Duh, of course.
No, I think, again, it's this whole thing of just teamwork.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, it's
working
great.
with the team.
I love it.
That kind of exploring as well. And the guy's a rogue. I mean, I'm not a rogue yet, but I will. Yeah, but yeah. I mean, you can find qualities. Again, I don't know, man. I mean, I feel like badass is this one that sticks to mind. So
I love it. Well, you make a good point. I always get asked, is it hard bringing creatures to life? Trolls, orcs, the whole thing. And I say no, because we're still ultimately chasing a base human emotion. No matter what physicality they're in, there's always a base human emotion.
Yeah, and it's really easy as well, like to think of it as, oh yeah, these guys are creatures. Again, there's this whole thing of like, oh, but the Horde are bad. They're not bad. You've got these different characters. They're all got human type qualities. That's right. And I think that's what each and every one here has brought out. And I think that's why this world is so beautiful. Even with the writing and everything, it's just you can all relate to them.
That's right. Unless you're Bwansamdi, king of the death. Beautifully said, Abu. Beautifully said. Then there's you. Everybody loves. I've been waiting to share Bwansamdi with you. Alex, tell us where this character, where are you pulling him from?
Well, the year was 1970. No. Okay, initially, first off, this is so damn cool.
It's your first con as well, right?
This is my first. I'm a new initiate, y'all. And it's good to be home, for real. So, Bwansamdi, I remember initially getting the call, all right, what are you looking for? And it was a Jamaican, African, what? Right. This makes no sense at all.
Steve.
Well, but where all right, here's a fun fact. The origin of the idea for me for Bwansamdi was from a movie I love called The Harder They Come, which is an old Jamaican movie. And there's a man that talk like this the whole time. And then what had happened was, as I went in there, I just started having more fun with it and became more mischievous. Yes. And I'm so grateful for you, because everything we did, we just said, have more fun. Yeah. And we just kept having fun until he blossomed into this guy.
That's what's great, just giving the actors space to do what they want to do. And you owned Bonsam. I mean, Steve, right? I mean, really.
That's a perfect example of, we come in, we think, man, we got this cool idea for a character. We really get to pay off this lore and stuff like that. And then to have someone just take it to the stratosphere. We're rolling in the session. We're just dying laughing at the stuff he's just going with. Is amazing. Amazing.
That's great. So can we see, because when Alex records Bonsam, you have a whole kind of stance you do. So I want you to bring your Bonsam here on stage right now. What do you guys think? You do a whole
I didn't even know.
This one. Yeah.
Well, we got a couple, so depends on how mischievous. We got the lean back. So you want a little bit more. So there's always a floating. And actually, the key is to make sure you have purple reading glasses on.
That's perfect.
That is the key.
So what part of you do you bring to when you think about Bonsam, what does he mean to you? How to approach him? Because he's not a bad guy. He's mischievous.
Yeah.
He's there to make a deal.
It's funny too, because I remember reading the first cinematic where I'm like, oh wait, so you get some, but what does Bonsam get?
Right.
Honestly, he wants love.
That's right. I think so.
He really does. But I definitely the mischievousness. I also have my parents are from Haiti, and so when I think about Samedi, I think about old Haitian lore as well, which is Samedi. So there's that rootedness there as well, and I don't know if it's a connection to me. What I love about playing Bonsam, it's his slow, manipulative style. Right. Now, I'm not saying that's how I am, but I might need a favor from you later. That's all I'm going to say.
I love it.
Don't take the deal. Don't take the deal.
I know.
It's bad. It's bad.
Oh, how much we love Bonsam. Let's give it up for Bonsam. Oh, my gosh. All right. I saved the best for the last. Am I right? I saved the best for the last. Scroll Sage Nola, Marianne, what are you thinking right now?
Wow. And thank you so much. I really appreciate your going along with the character and stuff and sending all that love. Yes. I really appreciate it.
Yes. Oh my gosh. So, Marianne, do you remember when I first told you the Twitter world was blowing up about you? Did you believe me then? Or you weren't really sure, and now here we are?
No, she told me that, and I said, you're kidding, right? So really, I didn't expect it. Truly appreciate it.
Yes. So what part of you is Scroll Sage Nola? I think the part I know of you is you're such a loving, beautiful woman. And I think what we love about those lines is it feels like she's talking to us with full of love, right? So how do you feel about Scroll Sage Nola?
Well, I think she says a lot of what I think.
Right.
And I agree, and I especially love helping people. So, yeah. People, turtles.
We love her.
I'm in for it.
Yes. Okay. All right. We love you so much. So I'm so glad to have you here to celebrate you.
Thanks.
So I've got the wrap. We got to start closing up really quick. I think on your cards you have lines of your character. Can you just go through and read the top 2 lines so we can hear your voices? Here we go.
A just cause is always worth fighting for. Sylvanas Windrunner, you have led the Horde to a place without honor. Lordaeron is ours. It's over.
Look at you, the boy playing soldier. Muzzle your dog, your majesty. Your father would be so proud. Is that his? Why, you've gotten it all bloody. You call for peace when it suits you, little lion, but you're quick enough to kill.
Beautiful. I know.
Were we supposed to do all of them?
Oh, just two of them. We got it. Yes. Top 2 lines. Here we go.
Okay. I am Jaina Proudmoore. I've come for an audience with Lord Admiral Catherine Proudmoore, my mother.
You are no daughter of mine.
But I love you. I accept your judgment, Mother.
My daughter, forgive me. Forgive your father and forgive yourself.
Beautiful. All right.
Right, I've got a lot here. So, Almighty Rezan, as always, you come when I ask for your aid. I have sought the aid of the Horde, but my father may not agree with my actions. Advise me. Zandala forever!
Oh. Rock on.
Don't be getting mixed up in the voodoo. Nothing gonna stop the horde.
Great. All right, Buon Samdi.
Yes, yes. So you get your kingdom back, all very nice. But soon you're tired of old Buon Samdi, the one who bring the men, make the crop grow. No. I need more than just your word.
So good, so good. Hold on.
We got a deal.
All right. Let's do these two, Marianne, right here, the last two.
The cycle of life can be cruel. A turtle made it to the water.
Oh my gosh. All right, all right. I love it. Okay, so guys, this is usually the part where we have the Q&A, but I got something crazy up my sleeve. We can't do Q&A, but if you trust me and let me do this, let's start clearing things out here, everybody. We've got something in store for you. Can you trust me? Can I do this? You give me some space to do this? You won't regret it, okay? So we're just gonna move some things around here, and then we're just gonna do one last little thing. So give us a couple seconds. Actually happened. So I had this idea, I pitched it, we talked to the teams, we talked to events, and I thought they're not going to actually let me do it, but they're letting me do it. So let me see if we are we ready? All right, so guys, I'm dedicating this piece to all of you. You know, we wouldn't have a voice actor stage or a voice actor panel if it wasn't for you, our community, our tribe, our friends, and our family. So I'm feeling all weepy right now because I want to tell you I love you. And I dedicate this piece to all of you from all of us. Enjoy.
tide. Those blood-soaked shores of Kalimdor, where sailors fought and died. The admiral fell at Paramore because she left his side.
Why this, oh daughter of the sea? Why this, did you forget your seaside days? Always the pride of our nation's eyes. How could she go astray? When she did flee across the ocean deep, the admiral followed away. What else but sail to save a daughter's life and pray? She still drew breath, but there he found upon those distant shores enemies upon the rise. And when he faced the savage foe, his daughter stood aside. And buried deep beneath the waves, betrayed by family, and to his nation with his last breath cried, beware the daughter of the sea.
I'm listening now. Father. I heard across the ocean breeze the old voice warning me. Beware, beware, the daughter of the sea. Beware, beware of me.
What? Ladies and gentlemen, the War Bringer piece live. Oh my gosh. Our wonderful Laura Bailey, our composer Logan LaFleur, the Blizzard's audio choir Felipe, Jeff, Tony, and Cody. Let's give it up for this amazing live performance. All of our voice actors come back on stage. Was it worth it? Did you like my surprise? Did you like it? We had to do it. We had to do it. So everybody back on stage. Let's give a huge round of applause to all of our amazing voice actors. Let's come back up on stage. Abu, Marianne, we good? All right. I present you with the Voices of War, Horde versus Alliance. Thank you for joining us today. Let's take it back. Thank you, guys. Thank you for being here. We're going to be signing autographs in a bit, so we'll see you next year. Love you guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, hope you're having a great Blizzcon so far. My name is Jeff. I'm an art manager on World of Warcraft, and I'll be your host. For this artist demo, we wanted to showcase some of the workflows that the artists on the team used when they created some of the artwork for Battle for Azeroth. So with that said, let's introduce all the artists so they can go ahead and get started. Over here we have Kenny. Kenny, if you could just tell everyone how long you've been on the team, what you do on World of Warcraft, maybe something you made for Battle for Azeroth that the crowd would know, and then what you're going to be making for us today.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kenny McBride, and I'm a 3D character artist on World of Warcraft. I've been on the team for about 5 years now. Some of my favorite things I've got to make are the Druid Feral forms that we added in Legion, and also now in Battle for Azeroth. And most recently, the Paladin mount for Dwarves. Today, I'm going to be working on Ashara and showing some of the process that I went through to paint her from scratch into her final texture and model.
Awesome. Thanks, Kenny. In the middle, we have Jessica. Jessica, if you could do the same, just how long you've been on the team, what you do on World of Warcraft, something you made for BFA that maybe everyone would know, and then what you're going to be making for us today.
Yeah, so I'm Jessica Clark. I am a dungeon artist. I've been on the World of Warcraft team for 5 years. So the dungeon team, we don't just make dungeons and raids. We do things like cities and architecture as well. So I had a really cool opportunity to work on Kultiran architecture for Battle for Azeroth. I was really proud, especially of working on Proudmoore Keep. So today I'd really like to show you the workflow that the dungeon team would use to create one of our assets using this Kultiran gazebo that I think would fit right in Borealis.
Awesome. Cool. And last but not least, we have Gabe. Gabe, if you could tell everyone how long you've been on the team, what you do on World of Warcraft, and maybe something in BFA that everyone would know, and then what you're going to be making for us today.
Hi, everyone. My name is Gabriel Gonzalez. I am an environment artist for the World of Warcraft team. I've been in the team for about, I want to say like 3 years. One of the favorite things that I worked on for BFA was the Blood Troll kit in Nazmir. So if you guys have seen the buildings or their props or stuff around Nazmir, I made it. So a lot of the stuff that I do day-to-day at work is 3D work, but today I'm going to be showing you guys our concepting process for an establishing shot of an environment. It's going to be the Crimson Forest.
Starting with a blank image. So as the artists get started, we've actually got a couple microphones in the crowd. If you've got any questions, you can go ahead and line up behind either one of those, and we'll get to your questions. Encourage you to please line up. Also, due to the sake of time, the art that the artists on stage are creating takes a lot longer than 45 minutes. So you're going to see them periodically jumping ahead. Don't be alarmed. It's just part of the process. We'll make sure to kind of check in with them as they jump ahead. So starting out, Kenny, what are you kind of starting with? You're going from flat color, just kind of blocking everything out. What are you doing now?
So usually I start off by going through and, as you said, block out with flat color, kind of establish what each of the parts of the character are. So I have her armored as one color, have her eyes as another, her skin as another, the tentacles in the back of her head as another, and it kind of like sets a landmark for what I'm going to paint as I go. And then I start blocking out kind of very big shapes of color. So right now I'm going to kind of go through and like establish that I want this gradient to go down to a darker color on her tentacles. And it's kind of establishing the first read that you'd have when you see the character from afar in game. And really making that kind of stick out so that when I go to the next few steps, I'll start to work in details and stuff.
Okay, cool. Jessica, what's your first starting stage?
So I have this concept that I drew out of pretty much where I want to take this block out. So right now I'm kind of checking the silhouette of everything, trying to get these big forms in. And then I'll go back in later and sort of like add curves to it and make it look a lot more wowified, I guess.
Okay, cool. And Gabe, where are you starting? We saw the blank piece of canvas. Where are you at? Okay, some scribbles.
Oh, yeah. So, scribbles. So I started basically with a blank piece of canvas. And initially, it just kind of started coming up with some flows. So just to show you, if I lower this a little bit. I know that I want there to be a lot of rhythm in this image. So initially, I just kind of started finding something that kind of looked cool. Going into this image, there were several things that I knew. I know that I want there to be a big tree in this scene. So I'm leaving some space for that in this central area around here. But right now I'm just kind of like really loosely planning out what the entire composition is going to look like.
Cool. Looks like we have a question over there.
Hi, yeah. So my question's for all three artists. If you could pick one zone or city to be completely redone with Battle for Azeroth art and tech, which would that be?
Ooh, what's your dream zone? Gabe?
Well, I was going to say Darnassus, but I think that's out of the running now. So probably after Darnassus, maybe Stormwind, just because I spend a lot of time there. But yeah, probably would be.
Cool. How about you, Jessica? Is there an area?
I think after working on Borealis for so long, I really want to like get Stormwind and just like go over everything there. That'd be really fun.
Okay. Are we gonna make it 3 for 3 over here, Kenny?
I would say Ironforge because I'm a big dwarf fan.
Cool.
So yeah.
Cool. Good pick.
Yeah.
Cool. Great question. Looks like we have one over there.
Hi, my question's for Jessica. When you're looking at the silhouette and you're just starting to change the silhouette, do you prefer to kit bash and try and merge those different polygons or extrude?
I think usually I extrude a lot, actually. I think starting out really small, just like a very basic like spear or just anything really like a super basic form and just extruding from that, I can usually start to get the bigger forms and then from there I can refine down.
Awesome, thank you.
Good question. So Kenny, you're kind of zoomed in pretty close. Do you work this close when you're starting out, or do you kind of pull back far?
I'm just kind of having fun with her face right now because it's it's a character, so you kind of want to like establish a lot of things like the eyes and the mouth. But for sure, getting in too close too early when working on art piece can be very dangerous. But like getting the eyes and everything in there to start to see some personality kind of helps me like work on a character. So I haven't even like blocked out her armor and stuff yet, but I'm kind of moving around and kind of establishing a lot of that stuff still.
Okay, cool. And you're still working in 3D, Jessica?
Mm-hmm.
Are there any workflow tips, I guess, that you could give anyone to kind of like maybe speed up, or is there any kind of tools that you use? You're in 3D Studio Max, so do you use kind of everything default, or are there some hotkeys or something set?
Hotkey. I don't know. I tend to use a lot of the default stuff, to be honest. Our tools team has made a lot of really good tools for us, but those have been mostly specifically for, I guess, like how we would interact with the engine as well. I really feel like you could make really good stylized art like this with the basic 3ds Max tools that are in there.
Okay, cool. Looks like we have another one.
My question's for Kenny. So when working on creating these textures, one thing I noticed in the Wrath of the Lich King epilogue with Arthas being defeated is that the textures in that cinematic were like of a lossless quality. You could even see the paintbrush strokes on the armors of shoulders, whereas in-game, it's a much lower quality. One thing I was wondering is, why have we not yet, with all the tech we have today, have a lossless quality so all of your artwork appears in-game? And is there just a limitation to why that appears only in cinematics? Like it's pixelized,
yes.
You can tell.
So in-game, it's still a video game, so there's definitely technical limitations as far as like textures, resolutions, and the amount of textures that can be loaded in a game at a particular time. So whereas cinematics, they have a lot larger texture resolutions, they get closer shots, so they can have larger textures for those instances.
Is it frustrating, though, to be like, oh man, the work I did looked better than this, trust me guys, kind of a thing?
I think there's a kind of a beauty to like game art in the sense that like you look at retro games and stuff, and pixelized art and stuff like that stuff is very popular.
Mm-hmm.
There is like as an artist, you want to have all the fidelity and all that stuff kind of come through. And that's a very popular thing in World of Warcraft art is to have brush strokes.
Yeah.
And being able to see that, like as I'm doing right now, I'm literally actually going through and doing brush strokes with my hand as if I'm a painter.
Mm-hmm.
So there's definitely that reads through, I still think, in a lot of the textures in game, even though there is that like game art pixelized aspect to it.
Awesome, thanks.
Cool. Looks like we have another question over there.
It's me again. Kenny, just a clarifying question. Are you using Moto?
I'm currently using 3D Coat, which is a software. 3D Coat, yeah.
Why are
It's
you
software
using
that
3D Code?
I'm sorry?
Why are you using 3D Code?
3D Code is awesome because there was a time, especially on World of Warcraft, when all the textures were painted in Photoshop in a flat texture. So to kind of treat it more like an actual model, like you would paint like a tabletop game, like a little figurine, or even like some of the models you see that we have here. It treats it more like that, so you're actually painting something like physically 3D instead of painting on a flat texture and then seeing it appear on a 3D model. So 3D Code allows you to do that. It's very awesome.
Thank you.
So it's sort of like you're painting on a miniature or something?
Exactly.
Okay, cool. Very cool. And Gabe, where are you at? What are you doing now?
So I am just narrowing down on the composition that I wanted. So I'm starting to kind of place some other elements into the image. I roughed out this tree in here, and I'm kind of starting to place some things that are closer to the viewer in the plane. But at this point, I'm going to try to start injecting some of those kind of creepy shapes. Because I know that this Crimson Forest, I want it to feel very creepy, so that's something that I'm keeping in mind as I go.
Okay. So we kind of talked about tools with everyone else. You're using Photoshop. Are there any tools, plugins, extras in Photoshop that you can't live without?
No, I don't think so. Most of what I use at work is really just how it comes default. Yeah, nothing super special. I just use whatever comes out of the box for Photoshop.
Okay. Looks like we have another question.
Hey, so I'm just wondering what tips could you give artists that are trying to break into the video game industry, like how to get their art out there, or some insider tips.
Insider tips on how to break into the game industry. That's a great question. Gabe, do you want to maybe tell everyone how you got started?
Yeah, that's an interesting story. Well, I guess it's not that interesting, but so in my final year of art school, well, I went to art school basically for game art, and on my final year, I applied to the Blizzard Student Art Contest for the environment art section of it, and I ended up winning, which was a super surprise to me because I honestly never thought that I could get to actually win that kind of prestigious award, which is a lesson just to say, like, even if you don't think you can achieve it, you can always just keep trying, and it's always good to try, But in general, like, one big advice that I would give if you're trying to break into the game industry or any kind of studio specifically is really, really look at the art that's in the game. And really pay attention to the style. I know that for Blizzard specifically, we have a very unique style. Like, all of our games are very stylized. And if you can show in your portfolio that your art and what you're making could seamlessly blend into any of our games, I think that's already like a pretty good place to start.
What about you, Jessica? Do you have any tips for artists kind of breaking in?
I think that it's really important to pay attention to a lot of the basics of art and really show that you can do that in your portfolio when you're applying. I think we notice that a lot, that you really have a good sense of like form and value and things like that. So I don't think you necessarily need like a degree all the time, but if you have a portfolio that shows that you already know a great deal about art, I think that'll make you stand out.
Kenny, do you have any other notes?
For me, when I first got out of school, I spent a lot of time on forums and connecting with other artists, doing personal projects, participating in contests, like the World of Warcraft character art student contest. That's the kind of thing that I would do a lot in my own time to kind of like elaborate my own skills and kind of grow as an artist. Because you're always learning. Like, even as a professional, you're always going to be learning new and fun things. So being a part of the community helped me a lot. And then doing those contests, you kind of see what other people are doing, learning their methods, kind of seeing your own strengths and weaknesses. And that goes a long way, because eventually some of those people you might work with in the industry later on. You're like, hey, I remember when you were on that forum, or I remember when you did that art contest on so-and-so forum. So for me, that's what helped me kind of grow and get a community and network with people so that I could eventually land my first job.
Yeah, that's a really good note. I think the other thing, too, I would just kind of echo what they're all saying. Online, there's so many resources nowadays. I mean, you can find all three of the artists' work online. their portfolios, it's sort of the art kind of central hubs online. I would look to those places and kind of match that style as much as possible, put your art next to theirs and which one kind of, does this fit in or does this not fit in? And you kind of want to match that as much as possible. It's a really great question.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. We have another one over there.
Hi. I was just curious if you had to create the 3D model outside of 3D Code and import it, or if it's an all-inclusive software, because I love the ability to paint in 3D like that.
Yeah, 3D Code is actually pretty robust as far as what it offers. Like, you can actually sculpt and stuff as well. If you look like up here, I have the sculpt option and all that. I use ZBrush for a lot of my 3D sculpting. And I did use that when working on this model. Today I'm just kind of showing off the 3D painting part of this character. But I actually worked in ZBrush to kind of sculpt out a base and then retopologize the character, which means to make the low-res mesh on top of a high-res mesh. I did that in 3D Code, and then I brought it in after UVing it, which allows you to paint on top of it, and did that in 3D Code. So yeah, I spend a lot of time in 3D Code, but it's not exclusively what I use. But if you wanted to learn different aspects of it, you probably could almost put in a lot of your workflow in 3D Code.
Thank you.
So we're about a third of the way through. So if artists, if you want to jump to your next stage, and then we'll check in and just see what kind of changes you made. Jessica, do you want to kind of walk everyone through what you're going to be doing from your first stage to your second stage?
Yeah, so right now I pretty much have like the silhouette in here. I'm starting to think about maybe how I want to texture this. I can see that I've got this great sort of floor circle here. I could put a really cool texture on here, but the question is like, how do I know what I'm going to paint on here? How do I get it into Photoshop and know how it's going to lay on the model? So what we do is, this is actually just a quarter of a circle. Because I feel like when I'm able to symmetry it over, it's a lot easier to work with and model cleanly. But basically, when we want to start thinking about how we're going to texture stuff, I'm going to grab all these spaces right here that I want to texture. I'm going to throw a modifier on it called UVW Unwrap. Oh, it's very low. Hold on. Sorry, give me 1 second here.
The real-life development experience right here.
So let me throw on Unwrap UVW. Okay. So then when we get the editor open over here, it kind of just looks like nonsense. But if I am able to, basically I have done a planar map on that, just makes the lines very flat. You can already see how this is starting to look like the shape that I had made before. What I can actually do is save out the shape as an image and bring it into Photoshop. And then if I paint on top of that, then I'll know that that's going to match the geo that's on there. So I have an example. If I bring this into Photoshop like this, basically, I've already started to lay out my colors, like how the design that I want. And you can see that I have the basic shape of the, I guess the UVs, as we would call it, for the model. So I just have to stay in the lines here, basically, when I'm painting.
So you're sort of taking like a top-down picture of the 3D asset and
Yeah.
kind of flattening it out and then painting that, and then are you gonna reapply that then?
Yeah, we'll
Okay.
reapply it later on there.
Okay, cool. So you're gonna be moving to Photoshop then?
Yeah.
Okay. Kenny, looks like you've made a decent amount of progress. Do you want to kind of walk everyone through what your next steps were?
Yeah, so after I had blocked out a lot of those big shapes of color, I went through and kind of isolated a lot of the materials at this point. So our armor has kind of this reddish feathery leather now, and there's the golden metal trimming. And I started to block out some of the patterning and shaping all over her body. Definitely got a lot more of the character in the face at this point, but I'm still kind of staying pretty loose. It's a very just kind of sketchy, painty kind of vibe right now. And I'm working my way around the entire model, putting a lot of focus on the chest and the face, because that's where you're gonna look. You're gonna see you're gonna look to this part of the character a lot when she's like emoting and talking and interacting and like cutscenes and stuff. So we want a lot of the eye attention to go towards her as a character, whereas a lot of this stuff down towards the end, I'll eventually work in like micro details in here, but it's not as important as the character talking.
So is that why her face and kind of head area is the brightest?
Yeah, I will slowly like value, which is like the brightness or darkness of a character. You kind of like send the eye up and down the character so that it's like, oh, where do I look? Oh, the brightest part is usually where your eye wants to go. And then also once they pose out all these different tentacles and stuff, they can frame her head and also have these webbings kind of bright to kind of frame her head almost like halo-like, so that a lot of your attention goes to the face of the character.
Okay, cool. Gabe, looks like you're working in color now.
Yes.
Do you want to walk everyone through like why those color choices?
Sure. So initially, when I got the assignment to start designing the Crimson Forest, I knew that we wanted to do something creepy. Right now, these colors don't look particularly creepy. It's like a baby blue and like a peach. So you don't necessarily think of them as being creepy or foreboding. But right now, initially, I want to keep all my values very light. I want everything to become basically a canvas where I can start building a lot more value into and a lot more color as I go. So I'm just keeping those values fairly light. So right now it feels a little happier, but I'm choosing colors that are opposite to one another in the color wheel. That way you get like a sense of eeriness, but still keeping them fairly natural.
Looks like we have a question over there.
Yes, hi. This one goes for any of the three artists right now. Right now, I see you working with different tools, and my question is that how the creative team find out which color scheme need to be on a given zone or a given character, and if that work is done together or is explained by a lead team or something.
Okay. So how are color schemes figured out, like on a zone or maybe a race or something? Gabe, do you want to start with that?
Yeah. So in the World of Warcraft team in general, it's like a highly collaborative place to work at. So obviously, there's going to be a lot of artists that kind of from different disciplines that come into different projects. For example, what I do is environment art. So within our team, we kind of start having those discussions. We start thinking about what would be appropriate for the story and kind of the mood and the feel that we're trying to hit for that specific zone. So it really just comes down to having a lot of conversations from the lower level to the highest level of like directors and stuff like that. So yeah, we just talk through it quite honestly. There's no super specific answer to that. It really changes depending on the project.
Muchas gracias.
Thanks. Looks like we have another question.
Hi, my question is for Jessica. I was curious if most of the 3D environment and prop artists on the WoW team typically have a 2D background, or if the concept art and texture maps are generally handled by other teams.
That's actually interesting because the dungeon team, we're the only team that has like a separate, I guess like a texture team. A lot of the 3D artists do a lot of textures as well. I think that's definitely a plus if you're applying on this team, especially as if you can do 3D and 2D. I know that the prop team, they do a lot of their own concepts and their own textures and everything. So yeah, I think there's a lot of places on World of Warcraft, if you can do the whole pipeline of like 2D and 3D, that's great.
Thank you.
Oh, good question. Looks like we have another one over there.
Hi. When you're working on personal projects at home, what kind of art do you usually work on? Like, how do you practice?
Kenny, do you want to take this one?
Yeah. So for me, I work on a lot of projects that are kind of personal to my interests at the time. I like to work on drawing my own RP characters that I might have in a tabletop game, drawing my friends' characters, working on paintings of people I know, drawing my friends as fantasy characters. That's my own personal thing. And I just kind of find that's fun. But it can change. One day I could be working on a design for a band logo or working on something for, whatever's the flavor of the month that interests me. So for me, it evolves, I would say.
Cool. Thank you. Question. Looks like we have one over there.
Hi, guys. So my question for you guys is, I know that all of us here love your art, love the concept art, and this year, since we didn't get an art book, I know a lot of us would hopefully see an art book that might have all of the art from BFA, hint, hint. But my question for you guys was, if for each of you, which was your favorite piece of concept art that you worked on that you can tell us about?
Oh, that's a great question. Favorite piece of art that you were able to work on?
Concept art specifically?
I mean, whatever you would like. What was your favorite piece of art or favorite thing that you got to work on?
This is like a very small thing, but I got to design the prop kit for the Volpera. Their carts and like all like the little their doodads, like their chairs and flutes and stuff like that. It's a really small kit, but for some reason it was just a lot of fun to make. So yeah.
What about you, Jessica? Favorite thing maybe from Battle for Azeroth that you got to work on?
So I asked, I was like, give me something cute to work on, and the producers gave me the windmill, the Coltiran windmill, and I was so excited to get to work on that and get to make something cute for the Coltiran kit.
How about you, Kenny?
Some of my favorite things I've got to work on are the feral cat forms. So I got to design the new forms for the Coltiran and the Zandalari. On top of that, I got to make a dwarf mount for the Paladins and the Dark Iron Dwarves. So that was pretty awesome for me because I'm really passionate about playing those characters, so it was fun to make.
Cool. Cool. Great question.
Thank you, guys.
Looks like we have another one.
Hi, my question's for Kenny. I was curious, between this phase and the last one, you seem to add more of the ribs and stuff to the character. Would you typically do that in 3D Code or take it back to ZBrush?
So it kind of depends. This particular character, I did a lot of just raw painting. Sometimes, like, if you've worked in ZBrush or worked in, like, kind of next-gen pipelines, you can bake a lot of your high-res sculpt down to a lower-res mesh and kind of start from there. And I've done that in some cases, but for her, I kind of just, like, got down with, you know, just painting raw painting. And so I didn't actually bake anything from my high-res and just have kind of, like, slowly manipulated and worked from one step to the next. So I did start off extremely kind of basic in the previous one. Then I kind of worked in more details. And as I go from this point on, I'm going to do a lot of like color correcting, sampling, adjusting colors, and working the piece as a whole over time to the final product.
Great, thank you.
Cool. Looks like we have one more over there.
Yes, what's the peer review process like for your artwork to get submitted by the art director? And kind of to add into that, do you get a rig model to test out texture seams for UV stretching? Thank you.
Are you specifically asking about characters or just?
Yes, characters,
okay.
Yes.
So we would definitely rig a lot of our stuff as we paint it. So you'll see a lot of errors before you kind of get through the full painting process. With the case of Ashara, I put a lot of her model together and then kind of tested things as she was getting rigged. But there's definitely been cases where like, oh, we saw a seam or this or that later and we kind of adjust for that. So it definitely happens.
Cool, thanks.
Hello.
Hello.
Awesome.
I just wanted to say thank you for making Zoldazar so beautiful. And I know there's a lot of like Mayan kind of feel to it, but what other inspirations did you put together to make Zoldazar so amazingly beautiful?
Gabe, you want to tackle this one?
Yeah. So I worked a little bit on Zoldazar, and I think it was definitely, we were looking at Aztec things, we were looking at Mayan things. Obviously, there's like there's some like African influences in there with the cultures, stuff like that. But I think it was mostly really Aztec and Mayan inspiration. Yeah, I don't know if you guys might have seen last year's panel that we did for the prop team. I think they talked in depth about that. It's something you guys can check out in the vault.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great question. So we've got about 16 minutes left. If you guys want to jump to your final stage, we'll kind of check in with everyone and see what your final working stages look like. Do you want to walk us through, Gabe, what your final working stage is, where you're at? Maybe some of the changes that you made from the last stage to this stage?
Yeah, so I'm getting closer to start to really polish. Obviously, I got the actual values that I'm going to start using in here. The colors, as you guys can tell, the actual hues haven't changed that much. It's just the values that got pushed to kind of make it feel a lot creepier. And I'm just going to start kind of pushing the values even more, just to start creating more of that drama. Yeah.
Cool. And Jessica, what is your progress that you made from the last stage to where you're at now?
Basically just really trying to tighten up the details and solidify where all the values are. I really feel like if you want to do hand-painted textures, like knowing very clearly like what you want your value structure to be will make your textures just look a lot more natural. So I feel like everything is pretty good at this stage. So I'm going to try to just tighten up some of the smaller details that I know will look really nice on the model.
So you're working in some like oranges and greens into the stone. Is that purposeful? Like you're adding additional colors in there?
Yeah, I think like you might think that stone is always like a gray color. There's actually like so many colors that you can find in stone. If you start throwing in like a mossy green, some browns for dirt, you'll find that there'll be a lot more richness to your texture. So always check for color variation when you're doing hand-painted textures.
And Kenny, you want to talk about your changes? Looks like you've really pushed the armor, the metals a lot more.
So at this point, I've got a lot of the character blocked out. Her face is kind of established, her armor's established. And I start going in and kind of adjusting colors in Photoshop. I've gone through and done that in some of the areas. And I'll kind of paint on top of those adjustments I make and kind of keep working the character, popping it so it feels more like metal, putting a lot more contrast in the metal as opposed to the skin, kind of helping start to define what makes the color kind of work together would be where I would start to work now. A lot of that goes into Photoshop, and I'll adjust the layers back and forth and come back into 3D Coat and paint that out. Because I still want it to feel painterly, whereas in digital, you can do a lot of tricks. You can go in and like adjust this color. I could change this whole character to a new color if I wanted to. And sometimes it looks very digital when you do that. So we like to go back and kind of paint over some of that stuff to make it feel kind of hand-painted, even though we're using digital techniques to get the final look.
Cool. So one thing that happens with artists from time to time, Gabe, is like facing artist block, creative block. How do you work through that?
That's a good question. I think that's something that a lot of us, if any of you are artists, I'm sure all of you have experienced. Depending on what it is you're working on, obviously taking a break from it sometimes really helps. But one thing that I really like to do to find inspiration, if I feel stuck, is I just watch a lot of media. I might just watch anime or listen to like really epic music, or watch my favorite action movie. Things like that always get me really excited to start drawing again.
Cool. So Kenny, as you're kind of like entering the final stages of maybe kind of polishing your characters, do you find that time difficult, or do you really like that kind of last 10%, adding that polish in?
The last 10% usually takes as long as it does do the whole thing sometimes. It's kind of like a joke with artists where like that last 10% is just so hard to get through because you're constantly tweaking things, zooming out. Oh, I just did a little change there, and you're kind of like finding that final look that you want. And yeah.
Cool. So Jessica, as you're kind of like closing in towards the end, you're obviously working on a Culturan piece. Probably a lot of artists contributed to that, right? So how do you solidify the vision across the whole culture?
Oh, I guess it's tricky, right? It's like you have to bring together a lot of people's ideas, and they're all really great ideas. Usually we'll have a lot of time to collaborate. We'll gather our own references. We'll talk about things, things that we like about the kit or ideas that we have. I like to look at other people's art, like the character team. Like we had the concept of the Culturan male done, I think, early. So I was able to look at that and think, like, how would I make a building that this kind of character would look like it would fit into? And that was a really good place to start. So I love seeing the art that the other teams make first and then try to think, like, how would the buildings work around that?
Cool. Looks like we have a question.
Hi. So I really love the style of the blood trolls and all of their armor sets. I was wondering how you guys kind of got to that style, and if we're maybe ever going to see anything in that style for our own characters.
You want to talk about blood troll style?
Yeah, blood trolls. That kit specifically was something that took actually a long time to figure out. We knew that we wanted to have something that felt really organic, that felt really alien and kind of different to anything we'd done before. We were thinking about like motifs around pain and the idea that maybe they like flesh things and really kind of really gory things that didn't actually make it into the game, but we're happy to where it arrived. And as far as the actual character models and the armor stuff, myself and John McConnell, we worked really close together to kind of come up with what the armor was going to be and the kind of things the materials that they were going to use in the motifs. And as far as player models, I'm not sure how to answer that one. But yeah.
Can you put in a good word for us to get a transmog set like them?
I'll put in a good word, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good question. Looks like we have another one over there.
So first, I just wanted to say thank you guys for having this kind of a panel. It's really awesome and really informative. My question is, what kind of concepts were you guys looking at for Waycrest Manor, and just kind of how you got that theme and all the thematic stuff around it?
You want to talk about that, Jessica?
That was such a fun dungeon. I really liked that one a lot because we did start with like the idea of, I guess, like a haunted mansion kind of thing for that. I was like, let's just go ham and make it completely like haunted everywhere and floating candlesticks and all that. But I think it was also like we have to sort of bring it in and make it like close to the storyline as well. So I think there was like a lot of the witch and the drust influence that went in there. I didn't actually work on that one, so I don't know specifically like what kind of reference they were looking at, but for everything that we did for the Colterian kit, we had so much like nautical reference and lots of like images of ships and like old wood and stuff like that. So I think that's pretty much what they would have done for that too.
Awesome, thank you so much.
Good question. Looks like we have one over there.
Yeah, so I'm curious about how much time as an environment artist you have to like build an entire kit and how you make sure it all looks good.
So working in time budgets. How does that work, Gabe?
So that's another very challenging aspect of working on World of Warcraft because there's tight deadlines that we have to meet, and at the end of the day, everything has to look cohesive. Really, it comes down to working really smartly and picking the assets that are going to have a lot of flexibility in the way that they use, so that the people who are going to place them, the LD, the level designers, when they get an asset from us, they can create all kinds of interesting compositions with them without us having to give them more custom art on top of that.
Right, thank you.
Thank you.
So Kenny, where's your focus right now? Are you kind of focused on the armor still?
Right now I'm kind of like finding little pockets of things that I was like, oh, if someone saw that detail, I'd love to, if it was rendered out a little bit more. I'm kind of just having fun with the final piece at this point. At the final stage, I'd probably spend a lot of my time in Photoshop and adjusting things and kind of making sure that all the colors work together, which is what I'll probably focus on when we get to the final stage. So right now it's just kind of making sure everything's got paint on it and it's kind of popping and looking like it's material and is reading from a distance, while also when you get up close you can see all the fun little details of like specular metal and little dinks and funny little shapes in the skin and stuff like that.
So once you're all completed in 3D Code, then you'll take it over to Photoshop and just do that final.
There's a lot of back and forth through this whole process too. So though I'm working in 3D Code exclusively today, I'd be going back. I'd also be checking the model in game, kind of seeing how she looks in game, because the lighting would be a lot different than just in this neutral setting. And so there's a lot of little variables that I can kind of tweak along the process.
Cool. Gabe, it looks like you've added in some additional like light, bright colors, some blue lighting. Why did you choose blue? How'd you go about that?
So as I continue to work on this, depending on how long I'm taking while I'm working on this at the office. There might be other developments that might be happening alongside this. I think when I started working on developing the look for the zone, the effects team was also working on what the look of the magic for the witches that lived in this forest was going to be. And they arrived at this kind of blue, kind of really creepy looking fire that has a lot of black in it. So having that information, it's something that I'm starting to include in my piece to kind of start balancing all those things together. Because at the end of the day, this image is going to serve as a reference guide for everybody else who works in the forest as well.
One more question? Last question.
Yeah, my question's for Kenny. So when working on her armor, I know that it helps to keep it, because the program like mirrors it. Like if you make a mark on this arm, it also appears on this arm to save on time. But when it comes to armor, does it ever kind of bug you like, oh, there's like a sword cut on this arm, but there's also a sword cut on this arm that wouldn't have both happened at the same exact spot? Do you ever go in and hand correct those little things to make it more asymmetrical?
It depends on the way we set up our character. Right now, a lot of stuff's being mirrored because of actually how I laid out her UVs, which is the actual texture. So like, for instance, in this case, her face is mirrored in the program, so you can kind of see that. Like, when I texture on this side of her face, it's going to appear on the other side of the face.
Yeah.
So that's because that's the way I did the texturing. In the program, you can also do mirroring if I wanted to, if the UVs were laid out uniquely, which we do a lot for our player characters. If you look on player characters, you'll see a little gash on this side or a scar on this side of the face. It doesn't appear over here. That's because the face would be uniquely unwrapped, so that it's almost like you would have to manually paint on one side or the other.
Gotcha.
And that can be laborious too, because the fun thing about video games is that, like, for example, her arms right now are all mirrored. So if I were to paint on this arm, it appears on all 4 arms.
Yeah.
And those are like little game art tricks to like kind of save UV space, because earlier someone was asking about like pixel density, which is the amount of pixels that you actually see in a character. So to avoid some of those issues in video games, we do little hacks like this and mirror things, as we say, so that it paints on one side and the other at the same time, because it's referencing the same painted area of the texture.
Gotcha.
So it does bug us, but we like to cheat where we can. But
yeah.
So
thanks.
Yeah.
Great question. Okay, we're about out of time. Do you guys want to load up your final images, and we can kind of just take a look at what your finals look like? Jessica, do you want to show off your process?
Yeah, so I have a video to basically show how all of this would come together. This would be the final gray model that I would use for this. And then when we throw all the textures on it, that's what the model would look like. And then if we plop it into Borealis, this is what it might look like in the world there.
Cool. Turned out great. Nice job. And Kenny, do you have a final Ashara that we can take a look at?
Yeah. Right now I'm doing a fun thing where there's multiple ones.
We'll check in with Gabe. Gabe, do you want to see
yeah.
what your final image looks like?
So this is where I arrived at the piece. Yeah, so basically after I got to the last stage that I showed you guys, after that it's really just polish and moving things around a little bit and just like really spending my time at really calling out those details, maybe adding things that might become props, like some of these mushrooms down here, these candles. However, this isn't really the end for the concepting stage. Usually at this point, this is a good time for us to, as a team, to kind of look at this image and start thinking about what items we want to break out of that piece and actually make them into individual assets. So we might do even more drawings based on that one image.
Those are awesome. Great job, Gabe. Looks great. And Kenny, let's check in with you and check out your final.
So in this final, I've kind of cheated a little bit and put in a posed version to show you guys. Because while working on this model, Ashara has a lot of tentacles. And with the tentacles, you need a lot of bones, which animators use to kind of pose and animate. So I was working back and forth a lot with the tech artists, the animators, to kind of achieve the final product of Ashara. On my end, I went through and did a lot of adjustments where I tweaked out her skin color to make it more homogeneously blue and kind of match her tentacles and everything. Kind of pop the final colors.
Looks great.
Look.
Great job, Kenny.
Thank
nice
you.
job. give everyone a round of applause. If you want to talk to them later, they're going to be in the back over there. Just remind everyone, we have a World of Warcraft student art contest. Details are online. Thanks, everyone. Please give them a round of applause.
Wow, what an amazing audience. Thank you for being here. So welcome to CodeCraft, Exploring Engineering here at Blizzcon 2018. We're excited to be with you today. Excuse me. We're also excited to welcome our virtual ticket holders. To everyone watching from around the world, we're glad you could join us. My name is Samir Assad, and I'm honored to be here today. I also work at Blizzard, and I'm the Senior Engineering Manager on the Overwatch team. Today you're going to meet and hear from 5 amazing software engineers working at Blizzard. But first, let's talk about how the panel works. We're going to start with introductions, and as we go along, I'll share interesting facts about each of the folks here on stage. After that, we'll move on to some discussion. We've prepared a question for each of our panelists, which we hope you'll find interesting. Then we'll go over to you, our audience, here at BlizzCon for some Q&A. So, let's get started. Panelists, please introduce yourselves.
Hi, BlizzCon. I'm Rochelle Davis. I'm a senior software engineer on a new project, and I've been at Blizzard for about 7.5 years.
Rochelle was an original member of the Hearthstone team. Yeah, good. All right. Rochelle was an original member of the Hearthstone team. She saw the game from prototype to launch and through its first years as a live game. Fun fact, she didn't learn to code until she was 19, having spent most of her time in musical theater. She loves doing outreach, especially when it supports future engineering talent and diversity in tech and gaming.
My name is Bruce Wilkie. I'm a principal software engineer on the Overwatch team. I work on the engine and graphics rendering technology.
Some of you, yeah, let's hear for Bruce. Some of you may recognize Bruce's name from the Overwatch forums. Bruce is a champion for all of the different PC specs from min to max for Overwatch. He's frequently helping players out with crashes and performance issues. He's also a specialist on rendering tech for Overwatch heroes such as skin, hair, armor, eyes, and he also works on the tech that enables the ambient light, reflections, and shadows in the amazing Overwatch environments.
So my name is Diane Cochran. I'm a lead engineer on a new project, and I've been with Blizzard for 8 years now.
So in her time here at Blizzard, Diane helped put together our company's approach to continuous integration. She was also a lead engineer for the Battle.net desktop app, Blizzard's public API platform, and our authentication and authorization infrastructure. She moved from web and mobile to work on a new project as lead software engineer.
I'm Colin Murray. I'm a lead software engineer on the World of Warcraft team, and I've been with Blizzard for about 23 years.
23 years, folks. So Colin has written code for Diablo, StarCraft, Warcraft 3, and every version of World of Warcraft. He has also worked on nearly every major system in the WoW codebase. Some highlights are the movement system, the object manager, the model rendering and animation system, and the streaming file system. He heads a small team of engineers who work on low-level backbone systems, and they are always working hard to make sure the game is running as smoothly as possible.
Hi, my name is Sarah Dobler. I am a technical lead on Battle.net tools, and I've been with Blizzard for almost 14 years.
So folks, Sarah started at Blizzard as a game master shortly after WoW launched and worked towards a position in development by building internal tooling and taking database classes on the side. She was an early member of the web team where she worked on Blizzard.com, the support site, and the original WoW Armory, and the platform that provides content for our modern community sites. She's currently leading up the tools team on Battle.net. Her team's products include the recently launched Blizzard Battle.net Developer Portal, as well as a number of web applications that power the Battle.net platform behind the scenes. Okay, now that introductions are done, let's go to some questions that we've prepared for the panel. My first question is for Rochelle. Rochelle, what is the difference between prototype code and production code?
That is a great question. And I would say that the biggest difference between prototype code and production code is the questions that you're asking when you're in each mindset. So when you're doing prototype code, what you're going to be looking for is finding the fun. At Blizzard, we have a core value that's gameplay first, and that's kind of where we start with all of our games, with all of our new projects as well. What's the fun of this game? What's the core loop? So we look for finding the fun, and that means we're not really interested at the beginning in how is this going to be performant? What's the perfect tech stack look like? How do we scale this to millions of users? Those aren't really prototyping questions. When I first started on Hearthstone, the game was not announced. We were called Pegasus back then. And we were still finding the fun. We were doing a Flash prototype at the time, and it wasn't about how is this going to scale, what is this going to look like when we launch. It was about how does Hearthstone feel for the players and what's fun about it. And then over time, we found that we were getting that right on the money. We were finding the notes that were fun in Hearthstone, so much so that we had to ask certain parts of the company to play less and work more, including our own team. So we actually started transitioning at that point into asking different questions. This doesn't happen overnight. This happens gradually. But those questions started to be more like, how do we scale this to multiple servers, multiple modes, millions of users, hopefully? And that is when you know you're kind of entering a production mindset. This doesn't mean that your prototype code and your production code need to be in totally different languages or code bases. There's other ways to transition. But the questions that you're asking start to change, and that's how you know that you're ready for production.
Awesome, thank you, Rochelle. Yeah. Okay, on to Bruce. So Bruce, Ash and Bob are the latest additions to the hero roster in Overwatch. How does someone working on the rendering engine help a new hero join the action?
Ash is a great addition to the hero lineup in Overwatch. Hopefully if you're here at Blizzcon, you've had a chance to try her out in the demo area or at home seeing some videos. It came up yesterday, I think, in the What's Next panel, but Ash was very technically challenging because there is actually, her ult is an entire new hero. It's Bob. Bob is just like a player. You can buff Bob, you can heal Bob, you can, anything you can do to a player, you can do to Bob. And so when the designers came to us and said, you know, we want her to have this kit, they were very adamant about that. You know, we had to actually work a lot with them to figure out how we were going to make that happen. One of the ways that we do that is when all heroes in Overwatch have a memory budget, and you know they can only take so much memory because we have to run on min-spec machines and high-end machines at high frame rates. So Ash and Bob have to fit in the same budget that something like Tracer has to fit in. So to do that, when you see Ash, when you see Bob, you aren't always seeing the same versions of Ash and Bob. In Hero Select, for example, you see a very high-quality Ash because it's just Ash and Bob's not there, and she's right up close to you, and you want to see high quality. When you see Ash and Bob in a highlight intro or in the hero gallery, you see a lower quality version because there's more stuff going on, there's different things around, and finally, when you see them in gameplay, you're seeing a different version yet. The textures are more compressed on Bob, so he'll fit into memory. The polygon count is lower, so the frame rate can stay high. And we do all this so that you know people on the min specs, they can play the game. People on mid-range machines can play the game at a higher frame rate. So everyone can enjoy our game, not just people with high-end machines.
Awesome, thank you, Bruce. And now, Diane, you've had an interesting journey to becoming a software developer. Can you share with us how you got into the field?
Sure. Wanted to bring this up just because it's a little different than most people. I had actually wanted to be an aeronautical engineer the entire time that I was growing up. And it happened to be in about the summer of '97 I had a friend of mine sit me down in front of a computer and have me play a video game. And that video game was Diablo. And as I was playing through, every time that I would reload the game, because I was terrible at it, I started to notice that all the levels were different. And it blew my mind. I was like, how in the world can you make a game that does something like this? So not knowing anything, I go out and I buy a book on computer repair. Get home, start reading through it, and go, oh, crap. From there, I started picking up other things that got me, closer and closer and closer to actually becoming a software developer. I'd pick up a book on Visual Basic and learn how to make calculators in it. Went, oh, well, video games use C++, so let me grab a C++ book and start writing, a Shadowrun character generator out of it. And then finally, it was like, oh, OpenGL. OpenGL is the thing. And, I poured my way through the OpenGL Red book, like learning everything that I needed to do, and slowly started doing things like, building a graphics engine and doing other things. Now, of course, this was happening, as I said, in the late 90s, and as, a number of people know, that's when the dot-com boom happened. So I ended up getting my start by moving out to Los Angeles and getting into web development, and that's where I spent most of my career. And, that's the reason why, like in the intro, a lot of those things are, working on infrastructure and the websites and everything else. But I'm now at the point where I get to spend, like, literally every day coming in to do the thing that Blizzard, so many years ago got me inspired to become a software developer over. And for me, that's just, it's amazing.
Yeah. Thank you, Diane. Next is Colin. Colin, how does the World of Warcraft team manage finding and fixing software bugs with such a complex game?
That's a great question. I'm glad you asked.
Thank you.
So we have a lot of customers, a lot of people online. And as you might expect, occasionally some of them encounter a failure. Some of you may have seen the Blizzard error dialog pop up. You put in your little message and you hit send to Blizzard. So how do we collect all of those and how do we sort through them all and make sense of it? It can be a fairly large amount of data. So back in 2004, we just had one guy in a Perl script, and that's how we sorted through it. As you might expect, it didn't work so well. So we started to develop a system for sorting through these errors and aggregating them and making sense of them in order to better prioritize our efforts. So now we have a system called exceptions that's able to categorize the errors and prioritize them for us so that we can tell which errors we should work on first. So we can collect a crash log and a dump file. The dump file allows us to load it into the debugger and see the error as though it happened right there at our desk at that moment. And in the exceptions interface, we can see all of the various pieces of data that we've collected, like what was your locale, like what language were you playing the game in, what kind of machine were you running on? Was it a particular flavor of Intel PC? What graphics card and exact model was it? Occasionally, there are patterns that emerge from these things, and that helps us focus our efforts. So using all of this, it allows us to better focus our efforts so that we can prioritize the errors that are affecting the most number of users and help people get back playing as quickly as we can.
Thank you. Okay, folks. Before I move on to Sarah, we're going to get to our Q&A section in just a moment, and I'd like to invite members of our audience who have questions for the panel to start lining up, queuing up on the mics that we have set up on the floor here. Okay, Sarah. We recently launched the Blizzard Battle.net Developer Portal, where community developers can go to consume game data via APIs. As a member of that team, can you talk about how community API support got started?
The very first community API was the World of Warcraft Armory. Back when we created it, we chose a front-end tech stack of XML XSLT, which meant that we were delivering the XML data separately from the XSLT style sheet. Now, we had intended to release a website, but a really interesting phenomenon occurred. The majority of our traffic wasn't human. It was automated. It was API developers that were consuming the XML character profiles, and they were using them to power fan sites and client applications and signature generators and just about everything you could think of. So we geeked out about that. And then we started making decisions that were intended to keep the API developers going. When it became time to actually retire the original Armory, we were adamant that we did not want to move on from the Armory as a website without also having a replacement for it as an API. And to that end, we actually left the old Armory running alongside the new World of Warcraft community website solely for the purpose of serving character profile XMLs. And in the meantime, we worked on the first World of Warcraft REST API. The REST API exposed the same data that the Armory had, and it had some of the same maintainability problems that the Armory did. But what made it special was that it was our first standalone intentional API offering for the community. We wanted to level up from there, and this is where Diane was actually involved during her web and mobile days. The web team went to the game teams, and we agreed upon protobuf contracts to which they could push their game data to us. And they gave us the ability to expose more data than you could get just by scraping the site, and to support some games besides WoW. So that was the beginning of the game data APIs that we use today, and we support them for World of Warcraft, for StarCraft 2, and for Diablo 3.
Okay, awesome. Okay, thank you everyone for sharing your experiences with our audience. Let's go to the Q&A section now, and I believe we have our first question right over here.
Hi everybody, my name is Scott, and I work with Blizzard Entertainment.
Hi Scott. Hi Scott.
I just have one question very quickly before we turn it over to other folks here, and that is, Diana Michelle, you mentioned that you're working on new projects, and that sounds very, very exciting. What can you tell us about those new projects?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Everybody hear that?
I can talk about my product.
Okay, good to know. I'm sure we'll have exciting news in the future. Thank you.
We have a question over here. Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. My question is for everyone. I just wanted to know, what software do you guys use on the daily basis, and does it vary from game to game, or do you guys all use the same IDE or anything like that?
So on the World of Warcraft team, we're primarily using the Microsoft developer, MS Developer. So we're on 2017 at this point.
Yeah. On Overwatch, we use Visual Studio as well, 2017. We use, different SDKs and whatnot to target the consoles because we're not just PC, we are on the consoles. So we have to use some third-party tools that, Sony provides and Microsoft provides and things like that as well.
I would say for me, VS Code is actually an application that I've been using a lot of. To the point where I'm currently using it to do C++ development, which makes all the Visual Studio users go, wait, what? But yeah, that, and then also this is just kind of a general thing. I highly recommend people learning the VI bindings for people who can really get through it. It's a great way to speed up your software development and the ability to write out code.
Okay, awesome, thank you. Let's go to our next question on this side.
Hi, so I'm Josh. I'm part of the web developer API community. So this is like a group question for many developers. They wanted me to come up and ask this. So with experiences inside the game and outside the game, they're important, especially for interactions inside the game as well as outside the community. With the launch of the new developer portal, thank you, by the way, very awesome. What do you see as a future development for that? And are you planning to support more games over time, like Hearthstone or Overwatch? And what is the capability of Expanse we're looking for to just introduce more developers to this type of community?
Who wants to take it? Is that something we can't answer at the moment?
I'm actually having a little trouble understanding the question.
Oh, do you mind repeating the question? Maybe can we get the mics a little louder? It's hard for us to hear on the stage.
Just what is the best way to Blizzard's looking for to invest in API communities for Overwatch and Hearthstone, and kind of improve the quality of life for current developers invested in the current APIs, basically.
Gotcha. Well, one of our goals this year has actually been to make the authoring experience easier for the API publishers. One of the issues we've had was just the barrier of entry to releasing new APIs and to releasing improvements to the APIs that we currently have. So one of the big deals with the developer portal and API gateway was to try to smooth that out, to just make it as easy as possible for us to bring something new to market. As far as ways that we can hear from the community, we read every post in the Blizzard API developer forum. And that's probably one of the biggest ways that we get community feedback.
Good? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. We'll go to this side.
Hello, my name is Zach, and this question is probably one that you get a lot about like education paths for younger developers who didn't get into that like self-taught boom when they were like 10. So right now, there's not a lot of educational paths for game development unless you're specifically into like arts and graphics and modeling. So going into programming, for example, my program would have to have me take like Linux classes and then some classes in Python and then some in C++, and then the next program is back to Linux. So is there a suggested path or degree or goal for someone who's trying to teach themselves later, like in college, and like classes that would take to help get into game design?
I would start by saying it is never too late. It is never not an option to learn to code. I mean, as Somer mentioned, I didn't start coding until I was 19. I happened to be in college at the time, so I had classes and a major available to me to do that. But that said, there are a lot of different paths even post-college. There are a lot of different online resources. And I think one of the best things that you can do for yourself is try to give yourself a small goal of this is what I want to create. So for instance, if you wanted to get into game development, you might go home tonight and say, I wonder how I would build Tetris. You're not making rocket science in terms of a new game, but it's really great to learn how a game is made from end to end. So give yourself something small and achievable to learn to do it, and then you can find a ton of online resources and suggestions on how you might start, and then you might find yourself down a path of a new language or a new architecture or a new data structure. But there's a lot out there where you can start with a small project.
Yeah, and kind of following on with Rochelle, like that's exactly what I did in order to become a software developer, right? So it was basically just picking up a book and going, hey, what's the smallest thing that I can do to start learning some of the stuff that just at the moment didn't make any sense to me. And every time that I took one step, I knew a little bit more, I could go a little bit further. And it just starts compounding, right? So if you start with something really small of like, hey, I now know how to do a for loop, right? And then you go from that to, oh, well, if I can do a for loop, maybe I can make a game of Snake, right? And then from a game of Snake, maybe I can start doing all of these other things. And it just gets bigger and bigger as you go.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. On this side, please.
Hi, my name is Andrew, and I'm a computer science student right now, and I have been working on projects, small projects like you were just talking about. And I was wondering how you would show that in a resume or like a cover letter, show off my skills.
If you're working on projects outside of class, that's a huge win. Like you really want to let us know about that. You definitely want to talk about that in your interview. I've mentioned it on your resume. That's something that I always encourage people to do.
Yeah, as a hiring manager, if somebody were to put their GitHub profile on a resume, and there's other things that like pique my interest, I'm definitely going to go look at that and see what somebody's putting together.
+1 on the GitHub. That's really a good place to go. If that's on your resume as a top line, that lets me just go look at some of your code, look at your samples. If anybody out there is a shader writer, doing something on ShaderToy or whatnot, or some of the WebGL sites, so that you just put those links right in your LinkedIn or your resume, and I can just go see what you've done. Like it's really helpful when I'm interviewing people.
And be sure to curate that as best you can as well. That's representing you as an engineer and the skills that you have. Put your best foot forward there when you do that. So when we look at it, we can really see what you can do.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to this side.
Hey, I'm Rob. I found it really interesting yesterday at the Overwatch What's Next when they were talking about, as you mentioned, the memory budget issues with Ash and Bob. And I was wondering, on the flip side of that, are there ever situations where the team brings you a character and you've got plenty of budget left? Do you bring it back to them and say, hey, you can add some cool stuff? Or do you just kind of step back and go, well, I guess those matches will play a bit better?
That would be awesome.
Yeah,
right? Let me think. I don't think that's ever happened. So our artists, when they make textures, when they start, They actually make it at 4K, 4096 resolution, like just ginormous textures, really. So it's really never a case of, we didn't use all the budget. It's always a case of, we have this hero that takes about 200 to 300 megabytes. Okay, now we have to get it in budget. You know, how do we do that? So, I mean, it would be great one day if that happened, but at this point, I don't think that'll ever happen.
Artists are aware of the budget, and they usually try to push the limits.
Yeah.
As they should.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What sorts of challenges do you face making MMOs and esports that developers of other large online services don't normally have to deal with?
So one of the biggest issues that you have to deal with on a morgue is when you're releasing an update, say to your art files or your terrain data or whatever, you have to worry about patch size. And that's not something most other games have to worry about. You're continually patching, and so you want to minimize the amount of data you have to push over the wire to those users. That's something other games don't really have to deal with very much.
I'd also say that our games are global, and so we try as much as we can to give all players across the globe the same experience, and different teams approach that different ways, but that is a challenge that there's a lot of thought, especially engineering thought behind. That means scale. That also means simultaneous launch sometimes. Sometimes it means staggered launch. Making sure that we're thinking about all of those things. That goes, all of us have to think about that on all the things that we do.
For Overwatch, something that's challenging for the entire engine team is when we run at the competitive level, they want the highest frame rate possible to have the lowest input lag. So we're routinely trying to push that 300 FPS limit to make sure that they can get that. And for us, that's just a crazy fast frame time. So we have to make sure that we take advantage of multi-core. We have to make sure we don't have big spikes in frame times, all that kind of stuff. And that's really challenging for an engine team.
Awesome, thank you. Thank you.
All right. Hi, my name is Ari. I am actually a student for computer science. I'm in my third year. I'm applying to an internship this summer. And I was actually, sorry, I'm very...
There we go.
That's better.
So my name is Ari. I'm applying to the computer science internships this summer. And I was actually wondering what some of your favorite algorithms to use or implement were, and if you guys had any resources that you really like for algorithms off the top of your head.
So I would encourage you to just read up on all the various major data structures, hash tables, linked lists, know the appropriate data structure for the appropriate instance, right? And not everything's appropriate for every case.
I would say, to me, there's like core object-oriented design principles, things like the solid fundamentals. I'm a big fan of, Uncle Bob. If you, search the internet, you'll probably find some stuff on him. But those things can actually transcend what language you're working in, what focus area you have. So if you went into, let's say, web development, it still applies. If you're doing game dev, it still applies. And those, to me, are really the things that you should be focusing on first. And then it's like, from there, the data structures. And then from there, it's like more, I'd say, like domain-specific stuff.
I'd also like to throw in there, I know your question was about like technical side, but there is a really important aspect to something that we all do every day, which is communicate with other disciplines and communicate with fellow engineers. So I started as an intern at Blizzard. I went through the internship program. I highly recommend it. And my first manager was somebody that I wanted to know later. What did you see in me? Why did you hire me? Why did you pick me? I was sure they had other applicants. And I eventually asked him this about 2/3 of the way through my summer. And I thought it would be because I had some great knowledge of coding structures and architecture or some perfect answer to some technical question. The answer was because you made eye contact with me. And it doesn't mean that I didn't know those other things, but that was actually what made me stand out, was that I was able to have a conversation and that I was thinking about how I came off when I communicated. And that's something to not neglect because you will do it every day as an engineer.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Nick.
and I'm an independent developer, and I had an interesting question about World of Warcraft, possibly for Colin. World of Warcraft aesthetics are like, at this point, there's a number of interesting aesthetic quirks that are almost like, they look like they're a result of legacy optimizations, whether it's like for rendering or for networking code. Like, you see still a lot of like transforms desync with animations. You see like game events not quite lining up with a bunch of different visual events. Or you see there's a bunch of different like animations or particle effects that are pre-rendered that don't pop off for like the game clients. And it makes a really iconic experience. You know you're playing World of Warcraft when you mount up and like you see the particles, the flashy particles like bounce along with your character while they're riding on the mount. And I want to know, what is this still in the game for a purpose? Is this like something that the designers have like said, oh, you know, this is super iconic for World of Warcraft. We can't change the fact that entangling roots now runs along with your character. Like, we can't change that because it's, you know, it's part of the game. Is this something that coders are always like, oh, well, we could fix this now, but it's too important to the look? Or how exactly is the interplay between design and code in those instances?
That's a good question. I wouldn't say there's any sacred cows with regard to code. We're always looking to improve and optimize, and yeah, there's definitely a distinct look to the engine because, you know, it is a custom render engine that we built from the ground up. So it does have its own look. It's got its own material system, its own animation system, its own tools. So it will give a certain look, but we do transform it over time. We are always building and adding stuff to the render system, to the animation system. So I think if you were to go back and look at the original shipping brown box in 2004 and compare the look of that game to what you see now in Battle for Azeroth, the look is pretty distinctly different.
Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, next question, please.
Hey there, my name is Max. I'm a backend engineer working on the enterprise side. When I look at our automated tests, I see that we have some really well-defined inputs that lead to some really well-defined outputs. And then I look at games, and you have all these really complex inputs leading to these really complex outputs, and all this interplay between different systems. And I'm wondering, how do you deal with dealing with that in an automated testing fashion when you have such complex inputs and outputs?
So I know for me, as somebody who's a bit of a TDD advocate, I use unit testing to be able to quickly know exactly where a problem is, right? It should be a thing if one line of code changes, one test breaks, you know exactly what test it is, you can immediately get there. The second thing that you do kind of on top of that, and this is in my world, because some people really like integration tests more than unit tests, or unit tests more than integration tests, is use those integration tests to be able to say, hey, here's random input. Make sure that the system doesn't fall apart when this happens. Or, you know, here's a simulation of somebody actually playing a game. Make sure that, you know, everything doesn't fall apart. So for me, solving those like complex bits that unit tests can't really do, or they're really not like efficient to do, that's where I would use integration tests to be able to do that in an automated fashion.
I'd like to add to that too. This was definitely true on Hearthstone. We talked about this a lot. There are a lot of permutations of cards. How do you get the full scope of everything? It's very difficult to find coverage. But there's also the look and feel, and that kind of visceral feeling that you get when you're playing, when a card is hovering, when there's movement. Some of the UI components that it's harder to capture in an automated test. So we couple that with QA testing that is done manually, because we have to make sure that we're thinking about both. We want to make sure our player experience is just as good at, you know, covering as well.
Okay,
Thank you.
Over this side, please.
Hello, I just had a question for you guys, because you have work on these games with huge scopes and legacy code. How do you go about solving problems, you know, using a similar pattern and then adapting like new patterns? You know, like maybe you have a certain design pattern that you work with to solve a certain set of problems, and then you figure out or you learn about like, oh, maybe there's a new way to fix this problem, if that makes sense to you guys.
Well, that's really something that we come across a lot, because on Battle.net, some of our code is as much as 10 years old. And over that course of time, it's not even just that the pattern you chose is wrong at the time. The pattern, you get more opportunities. You maybe want to, you might want to change the same vertical 2 to 3 times over the course of its life. to take advantage of new tech. And one of the ways that we've found is really by trying to isolate different concerns so that it becomes easier to upgrade one concern without having to refactor your entire code base.
Some of the other things that come up are, over time, our use of a system will change. So we may have built a system to solve a certain problem many, many years ago. And this is a big deal for World of Warcraft because, I mean, we've been in development since 1999. I think some of you were born around then. So over time, our use of a system... So the use of a system may change over time, and so the demands on that system will also change. And so then we have to rethink the design of that system and possibly rewrite it.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. On this side.
Hi, my name is Jason Alvarez, and I wanted to ask about a career-related question in getting to Blizzard. So in 2015, I graduated with a Bachelor's of Science in Mechanical Engineering, with a minor in Software Engineering. The last few years, I've worked in an industrial company, basically designing large tanks with SolidWorks and AutoCAD and what have you. And I had a question for myself, and also I have a brother named Ryan who completed a degree in computer and electrical engineering in 2016 and has worked in utilities company recently and ASML as a support engineer. But anyways, I just want to ask on behalf of us, like, you know, it's really hard to find like the niche or the entrance into a career at Blizzard when you have, you know, the more undergraduate geared, you know, internship programs, and then you have so many, I've checked, you know, for, you know, the last few years, like always these senior software positions or, you know, more senior positions open that require a lot more years of experience directly in the field. And there's not really a place for us in the middle who are engineers, but, you know, don't fit in either box. And I was just wondering, what advice could you give for my brother and I, who's not here, but just, you know, yeah, what advice would you give us to be able to find a career at Blizzard, and how would you get a start in continuing our positions, and I'm sure there are many others as well?
I would say your passion will shine through in your cover letter most of all. And you should apply, you should apply, you should apply, and if I didn't mention it, you should apply. There's something that I deal with as an engineer, and I've talked to a lot of other engineers and honestly other developers who talk about their imposter syndrome, thinking that they don't have the skills necessary to do a job, or they look at a list of requirements and see the two that they can't do, and therefore they shouldn't even put their name in the hat. So even if you think maybe you're not at that senior level, but you hit most of the bar, try it out. A lot of people apply a lot of times to Blizzard, and you will not get the job you don't apply for. So try it. I would also recommend that you look through our associate and mid-level positions. They do come up. There are many online right now that you can see. And make sure when you craft that cover letter that you tell us why you're a fit for Blizzard and why Blizzard is a fit for you. The passion of the cover letter comes through, and the passion of the people that end up being on this stage and at BlizzCon and back at the office developing our games always shines through. So we want more people like that, that really just want to be here making great games. Doesn't matter what your background is. It doesn't matter what your historical experience in the industry is. We want to hear from you.
So one thing, I actually started off my professional career as a process control engineer, working in industrial automation, so I kind of feel you there. I can't recommend enough, be passionate and make a project, make a game. When I was a process control engineer, I was playing EverQuest, and that was amazing. It blew my mind, and I'm like, I want to do that. So that's when I actually started getting into, how do I program a game? You know, how do I transfer my skills in programming, you know, production lines over into programming PCs? So make sure your passion shows through. Make sure you make a project. Make sure we can see that when you apply to us. And you can bridge some of that gap of the experience you don't have in games with the experience you do have in industry.
Yeah, I think, you know, coming from the angle of I want to do this job, but I've not professionally done it, even being able to take a step back and saying, well, I haven't done that, but I know that there's all of these things that I have done that will translate to some degree over there, right? And that's part of the cover letter, that's part of the passion, that's part of everything else. But being able to go, I even recognize that I'm not going to be this person that fits in this little box, but the experiences that I've had that are outside of that box may actually make things stronger than if you were to get somebody who was inside of that box.
Yeah, that's right. Just last thing. So the problem, though, is often with the projects is that we don't have the a priori knowledge to be able to necessarily make something significant that'd be impressive. And we've tried applying multiple times to positions that were, you know, above us in terms of requirements, but never anything. So I just, you know, that's why I was asking, because it's just like I'm hitting a wall year after year, and like I don't know, like, how do you even, like, do you have to take specialized classes just from specific universities that would offer something in gaming, or because our universities are general engineering, we couldn't do that, so I don't know, like, I don't know of any of those, or what resources do you recommend to even be able to, start with that, with like how to do game design and what have you? I don't know, like.
So I talked at a university not too long ago, and one of the things that I tried to stress to people was there is so many resources online right now. Like, you can just sit down at your web browser and you can get tutorials of things that I had to muddle through years ago. It's really awesome, the knowledge that you can find nowadays online. The engines that you can use to code are free. You can just try them. Like, that blows my mind when I think about it. You can get all these resources for free now. So that's, when I say make a project, that's what I'm saying. Go online, learn how to do that. Use the free tools you have available to you.
And remember, it's not about what you know as much as it is about how you think. Can you problem solve? And that is a skill that transcends all engineering disciplines.
Is there a specific site, though, that you'd recommend? Because I've tried so many different ones, and it's just like, I get lost in the information coming.
I think we're doing a meet and greet afterwards.
Oh, okay.
If you hit me up over there, I can show you some.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to this side.
Hello there, my name is Gil. I'm a DevOps technical lead, and I wanted to know, at Blizzard, how do you guys do experimentation? Because I can see flow, I can see feedback, but as operations, I wouldn't let a developer touch a PTR, never mind a production. And doesn't matter how many times a day. So how do you guys experiment rapidly?
How do we experiment?
Yes.
I would say we do that every day. Part of making something that is fantastic software is making new things, making mistakes, learning from those mistakes, and then building something that's better out of it. And I'll use like Sarah's thing as an example, our API platform, that's gone through like 4 major iterations where every single time we've done something, we tried something new, we went, oh, here are the parts that worked really well, here are the parts that don't, so let's iterate on this and then do it. I think that's one of the things that Blizzard is relatively famous for, is iterating on things until they're fantastic, right?
So it's also concentric circles, if you think about it that way, of who your test group is. Like, who's your audience right now? When you're early on, it's probably just your core team. Like, what are you trying to make? What's the game you're trying to build? What's the API you're trying to create? There isn't a whole lot of scale, which gives you a lot more freedom to make changes, because you're not trying to service a live product at the same time. And then as you grow, Blizzard also does a lot of internal testing. So we'll test within our own team, and then we'll widen that circle a bit and have maybe a strike team. And then we'll widen that circle a bit and have the entire company testing in like an alpha. And the iteration in each of those phases is going to look a little bit different, but there is experimentation that happens all along the way through to live production, where we still experiment in places like PTR. But there's a lot before that as well.
I think this speaks a little bit to Rochelle's very first question about what is production code. So if you're doing rapid prototyping, you're just trying to put together a proof of concept. It doesn't have to be very stable. It doesn't have to be bug-free. It just has to prove out what you're trying to try out. So you can get that done very quickly. Then if you want to bring that all the way to production level, that takes quite a bit more effort.
So basically for productions, you're following the waterfall model? Are you following the waterfall model for production?
I think all of our teams follow different production models. We're more of a waterfall model on the World of Warcraft team. I know other teams use Scrum.
Most of the teams that I've worked with and on have been, Agile Scrum. But it really just, it depends on the team, right? Blizzard is a very big company, and each group is going to handle their methodology of getting things done in a slightly different way.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to this side.
Sweet. All right, can you hear me? All right, so first of all, I worked on Miss Pandaria for Blizzard. I interned here, which started my career off as a software.
Oh, sorry, do you mind speaking up a little bit?
Oh, okay, cool. Anyway, there we go, louder, right?
Yes.
All right, so I interned at Blizzard and worked on the Miss Pandaria team in the QA department, and that spurred off my career as a software engineer, because I took one intro to computer science class. Right now, I work as a web development guy in San Francisco, and this question specifically for Diane, what was your biggest hurdle you faced, right? Like, I can look at websites and applications and web apps and be like, okay, this is how this works, I can figure it out. I look at Overwatch, and I know it's like a million lines of code, and just everything's working together. I can't even begin to fathom how all that pieces together. So I know that I can go and remake Tetris or something like that, but like specifically for you, what was your biggest hurdle making that jump from web development to what you do now? Or your first position?
Yeah, I would say there were two major things. Number one is actually working up the confidence to go, hey, this is really what I want to do, right? And part of that was saying, hey, in the background of other stuff that I'm doing, I'm going to spend some of my own time and try to work on a video game. And every couple of months, I would bring it in, I would show people around the office, like, hey, look at this cool thing I did, right? And it's really small and it's really simple. But that helped to get people the confidence that, oh, well, we have the software engineer who can do so much on the web development side, and we're starting to see what she might be able to do on the game development side, that, you know, maybe she can make that jump, right? So a lot of that hurdle was really, taking the time for myself to go, this is where I want to be, so I'm willing to invest in myself in order to be able to get there, and then having that self-confidence to go, hey, I'm outside of the box, right? This is some of the stuff I was talking about earlier. I'm outside of that box, but being outside of that box might give a lot of things that people who have come up through the game dev side may not think about, and so I may bring something to the table that other people don't.
Oh, awesome. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and if you want to get into it, do it.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to this side.
Hi. Yeah, my name is Derek, and I have a background in software engineer, traditional software engineering. And I also have my own game studio where we pushed out our own stuff. So we put out our own games and things like that. So, and I'm in the middle of applying for a position at Blizzard. What sorts of things would you look at on my GitHub profile or something else that might make you say, hey, I want to call this person back and talk to them more?
Unit tests.
Yeah.
That's, for me, it's going to be like core fundamentals. Can you write good code? If somebody were to come to you and say, hey, we need to re-architect how you're storing all of the data, right? Like, how much work would it take to be able to do something like that, right? And this is just kind of amorphous examples, but it's really just, you know, do you know good software architecture? And then beyond that, it's like, are you doing things that are in the realm of the stuff that maybe I want to hire for, right? Because I may be looking for a particular position, and do you have some of those elements? But the first line of, I'll say, defense, for me is that, you know, are you writing code that other people would look at and go, oh yeah, that's solid code, like that's good stuff.
Yeah, so if I look at your GitHub and your variables are all named A, B, C, or I and J, it's a bad sign. That's a bad way to start. I look for consistency, like from project to project in your GitHub. Did you follow your own coding guidelines? Because you probably have some bouncing in your head. Is your code commented? Would I be able to jump in and maintain it? And then, yeah, past that, it's going to be domain specific as to what you're applying for.
There's also some element of what position are you applying for. So if you're applying to be a gameplay engineer on a game team, I'm probably going to care about, do you have interest in that type of game? Or if you don't know what the game is because it's a new project, like, does it align with what we're trying to do from what you're passionate about already? You can't fake that stuff, right? But if you're applying to be more of a server engineer, then I'm going to care more about, do your projects, does your GitHub, does your experience speak to stability? Do you think about those kinds of things? Maybe less are interested in what kind of games you play, if it matches exactly with this one. It depends on the role, but we're looking at that too. Is it a fit across the board? And also, what does your code look like?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey guys. Most people think of QA as bug finders and final quality checkers. But as a QA test engineer, I know that we do a lot more than that. We ensure quality from the top to bottom of the development stack. And I'd like to know, kind of on a, I know it's different from game to game, but from your experience at least, how does Blizzard integrate QA into the development process holistically? From UX to the development of code, shipping, and then support afterwards? That's a big question, but, you know, what you'd like to answer?
Sure. Go ahead.
So in World of Warcraft, we have a few embedded QA engineers on the team with us, and they help us with day-to-day operations as people report through our internal mailing list the issues they may see in the daily build. The QA will investigate it, file a bug, and assign that to an engineer. And then on the larger scale, we have the QA department in general. They have an automation team that is doing automated testing. They have routine testing there where they're going through checklists. They'll have various focuses. If we're about to release a patch, then they'll be focused on testing that, running through checklists, running it through automated testing. We interact with QA pretty tightly.
And on web and mobile, as I mentioned earlier, it's Agile Scrum, so we have these small Scrum teams. There is a QA engineer in every single one of those Scrum teams. And basically, for a lot of those teams, what would happen, and these are the ones I directly oversaw, managed, worked in, whatever, was before a story could get closed, QA signed off on it, right? So not only did we have the product owner go, yes, that looked good, but we also had QA say that didn't cause any bugs to happen. That really helped cut down the end cycle time, right? Of, hey, we're about to go live. Do we need a month to test everything? Which is the environment that we lived in before, right? Like a new update to the WoW site might take a month worth of QA, and we would get that down to 2 hours, right? And that was working very closely hand in hand with QA the entire step of the way.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, I am an IT consultant and I jump around a lot, but I've mainly been focusing on Ansible and dabbling in OpenStack. And I look on the job applications and I don't really see anything that really fits kind of like my skill set. What skills or other things do you recommend for someone who's looking to become a better, or basically bring more skills, become someone who get hired?
From what you just said earlier with Ansible and everything else, it sounds like you're more on the systems engineering side, right? And we have a lot of systems engineers, right? We have entire departments dedicated towards doing those sorts of things. So it's actually broadening out from just, I say just, but broadening out from that area into general systems engineering skills. And then applying in the IT departments, because we definitely need people at the same rate we need software engineers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Erin. I'm a business analyst and project manager in corporate IT. So working in our corporate IT, specifically with companies that have grown and continue to grow, a topic that comes up a lot is technical debt. I was wondering how much of that you guys encounter with Blizzard, a company that's constantly rapidly expanding, and how you begin to assess that technical debt and decide what approach to take with it.
I would love to say we're debt-free, but that would be a lie. I think that each one of us could spend a long time talking about the things we'd love to change. From games that have a long legacy, right? We have old code in there that has to intermingle with new code. We have decisions we made years and years ago that were great at the time, but no longer solve the needs of the game or the project. There's absolutely technical debt. And for each team, it's going to be different how that gets kind of balanced against the new features that are coming up. So this was a conversation we had a frequent amount on Hearthstone. It still goes on. I'm not on the team anymore, but I can speak to how it looked back when I was. And there was a conversation always that needed to happen between, we have these features that we want to add to the game, and we have this tech debt that if we don't solve these problems, it will actually directly impact those features. So it became kind of like a cost analysis a lot of the time, and that requires both engineers and production and design to kind of be on board with understanding the problems. So it kind of goes back to what I mentioned before about communicating. You have to be able to articulate, why is tech debt going to impact the game? It absolutely does, but once you can do that, you can have a conversation about trade-offs.
Great. Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We're getting towards the end now, so maybe 2 more questions, and then we'll have to start wrapping up, unfortunately. Go ahead, please.
All right, so this mostly for Colin, probably. Recently, as I think about last year, they announced that WoW was going from a longer cycle of content releases to a shorter cycle. On the engineering side, how did the organizational shift happen to allow for those much rapid iteration on content cycles?
Well, for one thing, we expanded our staff. So when we initially shipped WoW in 2004, we had 12 engineers. If I am correct, I think we now have almost 75. So it's just a bigger team. But other than that, I think we've refined our tooling, we've refined our processes a bit, and certainly we've introduced more automated testing, more unit tests, more things that will facilitate more rapid development.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lucas Norpshin. I'm a computer science major with a focus in system architecture. And my question is, will any Blizzard games ever be ported to Linux?
Be ported to Linux.
Oh.
What's in? Was there a way?
Our servers run on Linux.
That's true fact. True fact right there.
Yeah, I work on a Mac every day. I mean,
That's all we can say about that. Okay. we still have a couple more minutes, so maybe let's go to this side.
Hi, I'm Anna. I'm a software engineer. And I just want to say that I'm really happy that I see so many women in the panel. It makes me super happy. Yeah, it's really nice to see the representation. I love how the development team has bring in like so many strong female characters, and it's like expanding everywhere. I still feel like we have a way to go, especially also in esports. But in general, I asked this question 2 years ago. How many women are usually in a team, like the percentage of women versus men in a team? And with all the efforts that have been going on around Blizzard, has that increased in the last 2 years?
So diversity and inclusion across all dimensions, but
Yeah.
definitely in gender is super important to us at Blizzard. It's personally very important to me, as you might imagine. And it's something we are looking at. We have a Women's Advisory Council that sits together every other week and discusses this. How do we move the meter? What do our numbers look like now? How do we get the people who are here already to feel included? How do we get people who are engineers and other disciplines to want to join us and join our team? It matters to have a diverse representation, and it's great that we have that up here today. I'm so excited to be sitting here with these people. It matters. If you want to talk more about this, we actually have a Nexus that's down the hallway. I recommend going to visit, and this is a topic that we care very much about. You can also come chat with me over there after the panel ends at the meet and greet. I would love to talk to you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. All right, that's going to wrap up our Q&A section. Thank you to everyone that came up to ask a question. If you didn't get a chance to ask your question, you can catch the panelists to your left behind the audience in our meet and greet area after the panel, and that we'll be there once we conclude the panel. Yeah. All right, so let's wrap up. So, software engineering at Blizzard has a wonderful history that goes back to our founders, Alan, Frank, and Mike. Talented folks like the ones you met here on the panel today are working hard to continue that legacy and to ensure our players are having the most epic entertainment experiences ever. Thank you for joining us here and at home. We hope that you enjoyed the panel and you're enjoying your BlizzCon 2018. For our panelists, for Scott Emerson and Grant I just had a blank. Grant Davies, I did get it right. Grant, excuse me. For our production team as well, thank you to everyone, and thank you to our audience for joining us today.
Hello, BlizzCon. I have always wanted to do that. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Backstage at Blizzard. My name is Steve Walker. I'm a game producer here on the Hearthstone team. And today, we're going to go ahead and pull back the curtain and give you guys all a glimpse into the behind the scenes, the live operations of Blizzard. So let's go ahead and start with, what is live ops? Well, live ops is a lot of different things. We triage and mitigate issues that come up that prevent us all from playing the games we love. We actually bridge the development process and the release process of the games, bringing the games that you guys love to you. We also maintain, support, and update all of our infrastructure and processes to make sure that we are being more effective than we normally would be. So that requires a lot of work across a lot of different groups, a lot of different roles and responsibilities. So with me today, I have a few people that kind of represent some of those groups. And let's go ahead and start with introductions, starting with you, Terry.
Hi, I am Terry Wellman, cosplay enthusiast and live ops producer for World of Warcraft.
Hi, I'm Walter Farrell. I'm a software engineer on Hearthstone's server team.
Hi, I'm Ron Gray, a senior QA manager for World of Warcraft and World of Warcraft Classic.
And I'm Chris Glover, director of site reliability engineering.
So, guys, what can go wrong?
Oh, nothing. Yeah.
So what you're seeing here behind us right now is actually an example of a mock incident that we would normally triage. So with something like this, typically a producer like myself or Terry is the first line that gets involved.
Yeah, so on this kind of thing, a player report would come in, like many people would report to customer service, or perhaps we would notice in our metrics that something was wrong with our servers. And then the first person they call, day or night, 24/7, is the game producer. And I'd get on and take a look at the issue and see what it is and see who we needed for support. A lot of times then, who we pick for support depends on what we kind of suspect. And that'll be like maybe Chris Glover's team, the SRE team, they do a lot of infrastructure stuff, so it might be something like that we'd go to first.
Yep, that's one of our opportunities when we'll hop on and we'll start taking a look at our service level indicators. And those are things like queues, how many people are in queue, how long people have been in queue, or even what the latency for the players on various games look like. After that, we'll take a look at telemetry from our servers and from our players to see if we can identify where a problem's occurring. It may indicate that everyone who's having an issue is on the East Coast, or maybe with a particular ISP in general. That'll help us narrow down where we need to look to figure out how to fix the problem. After that, we take a look at our server logs and application logs to see if there's anything else we can identify as where the problems might be happening.
And as a live ops engineer, Chris would then be waking me up, and what I would be doing is looking at more game-specific things. So this could be maybe the underlying cause for why someone wouldn't be able to get into a game, or let's say if there's like a server crash or something like that, that's more to do with the gameplay logic and less infrastructure. So that's when I start to look at the systems that, in my case, Hearthstone, how systems would be, how they would interact together, and if they're reporting something that is something that Chris can't act on in his team, but it's something Hearthstone has expertise on, and then we look for the issue and how to resolve it. So pretty much what I would be doing is pretty much like fixing the leak, and then we would start going into action for figuring out how to actually change the pipe. And that's whenever we would start to work with QA a little bit, and that's whenever he'd ship over to Ron.
Yeah. So if Walter comes up with a solution, the team that I work with, what we would do is take that solution, test it very quickly to make sure it doesn't have any other issues that would cause, and we deploy it live. One of the key things that we want to do is make sure we get the game back up and running as fast as possible.
So this kind of illustrates sort of a three-level approach that we take to live ops and handling incidents and triaging them. So the very first thing we typically try to do is identify. We want to know what's happening, how it's affecting our players, and potentially identify root causes.
It's sometimes a little bit tricky to identify stuff because like things will happen where I'll, for example, on World of Warcraft be like, hey, I'm getting a lot of lag on this particular, on this server. But when I go and look at it, it's actually everyone in this map in all of North America is having this problem, and that means that this shard is down or something like that. So identifying exactly what's wrong is the first step before we can try to get you guys all back in and get your play experience improved.
Yeah. And then, sorry, Walter, go ahead. And then after that is whenever we go into the mitigation phase. And how that would be is, for us, after we've sort of figured out a theory of what's going on, we start to feel like, hey, how do we fix this? What is our first step? What's our first action to get players back in? So, and this is the stage where we start to think in terms of how we can safely get people back in game, because we don't want people to just ruin data on their accounts or have a bigger issue happen just trying to get them back in the game. So this is like a core time when we're trying to figure out how can we Band-Aid this and then start thinking about long-term steps.
Yeah. And once we've kind of done that, it's always important for us to find a full resolution. Sometimes those mitigations are something that we do in that moment to help players get back in the game safely as possible. But in the end, we want to find a resolution that is either a fix that comes out in a future patch, or maybe it's an infrastructure change or something to that nature that really kind of helps make sure that this issue doesn't come up again. And this is kind of our incident triage. Now, live ops doesn't just stop with in-game support. We actually also help out with live events. In fact, there are tons of people behind the scenes right now at BlizzCon supporting this event.
Yeah, too bad we can't show that. There's
Yeah,
a lot of
it's
people.
a little hard to see.
Us just running around right now.
But Terry actually has a fun story to share with you guys about something that occurred with Heroes of the Storm.
Yeah, so just like when we put together BlizzCon, like everybody's here, the team's super pumped, and when we first worked on Heroes was a brand new esport, and we wanted to make sure the players had the best experience in that, so we spent a ton of time getting prepped. At the time, I was an engineer on that team, and so we wanted to make sure we had servers that worked well, didn't have lag during tournaments. We wanted to make sure the UI looked good, and that year we had some great successes. Heroes of the Dorm happened, and at the America's Cup in Las Vegas, the matches were super exciting. Everything had gone really right, and you think, what could possibly go wrong? But then...
It's being reached here on the side of Cloud9, and this is when they're on that even talent footing. They're now going to be willing to take these team fights, but Cog is pushing into the bottom lane, and it looks like we have a bit of a pause. Yeah, we have a bit of a pause in the middle of game number one between a Cognitive as well as Cloud9. It's intense, Jake. We're looking at one more team qualifying the BlizzCon. This is true.
So what did everybody see just now? What just happened, Terry?
So if you've ever played Heroes, there's a pause of the game. People say 3-2-3, and that's because that was what was paused on the screen. So what actually happened is the observer keyboard backstage it was on this table full with a bunch of people, and it fell off behind the table. And that actually locked the mouse in the center of the screen so the camera couldn't pan. And we didn't know how to fix it other than restarting the client. Luckily, there is always a backup observer keyboard, so we had to scramble to get that back up, and it was kind of a panic, but we got it back together. And then eventually we fixed the bug, so that can't happen. Keyboards can fall on the floor, it's all fine now. Also, then, like you would see at BlizzCon now, we use very large tables, but the next BlizzCon right after that, Chad, who is the live ops producer for Heroes, I saw him here with like this giant roll of duct tape. And I'm like, what's going on? And he's like, none of the keyboards are falling this year.
I'm glad we eventually found a solution for that didn't involve Chad taping down every keyboard at every BlizzCon going forward.
It's probably better that way. Yeah.
So as I mentioned earlier, one of the big things that we do on live operations is we kind of bridge the development cycle to the release of the game. We're very pivotal in that process. And Ron's team really helps out with that. And so what we're looking at here is actually a huge spike in concurrency and velocity during our launches. This is something that we really have to prep for, because it's not just like a normal login day for us.
Yeah, this is while we're getting the game ready before it comes out. We know this is coming. So it's not necessarily how many people we can support over a period of time, but it's that exact moment when we make new content and we release it. Surprise, everybody wants to try that out at the exact same moment. So this is what we do to get ready for this. But outside of just having a good game idea and preparing it and testing it, it takes a lot of people to make sure that we can get this set up.
Yeah, so we have an entire live ops team around Blizzard, and these are just several teams represented. Every week we meet together to make sure that everybody's launches, everybody's new products, everything new we put out, that we're not stomping all over each other and making sure that everything's supported equally and done well. Like Chris's team, the SRE team, has to do a ton of work to make sure that happens.
There's a beautiful harmony of dev, test, and ops who all work together to make sure that when the games do hit day one, that they're going to be available and you can all enjoy.
Yeah.
Moving servers from one game to another for a launch and back again, kind of crazy.
Yeah. So one of the things we put together is just kind of a visual representation. So you're going to see some circles come up, and they're going to represent not only the teams and the people that prepare the game, but also the environments that we test in. So up first is the game development team. These are the things you're most familiar with, such as art, design, engineering, quality assurance, biz ops, compatibility. There's a lot of little teams there. Once we have the game up and running, it goes out to the whole Blizzard QA department to test the product, to make sure they're able to give their feedback as well. Next, all of Blizzard. We make sure that we play every product before it goes out. And then things more that everybody here is probably more familiar with, which is the alpha phase, and then goes out broader to the beta phase, and then finally we make it to live. Along that entire way, there's a lot of things that can happen that we have to kind of protect the game, right? Much like a baby turtle.
a game has made it to release. Yeah. I want you to know, we'd planned that joke before the previous panel.
Yeah. She did such a better job.
She did an amazing job.
But getting the game out there to live really takes a lot of, not only just teams, which you see here is more than 16 departments and teams globally. We work simultaneously over 9 time zones. That ends up being thousands and thousands of people getting the product ready. If you've ever submitted something on the forums or submitting a bug, you're a part of this process.
Thank you guys. Thank you for all your
We definitely appreciate that.
Yeah.
That's including dozens, if not hundreds, of running environments at any given time. So a lot of things to keep an eye on.
Yeah. Now, Chris, part of this, one of the huge things that we do during this time period is a lot of stress testing and such. That's something that your team is very involved in.
Yeah, so traditionally how we used to test our environments before we'd go live is we'd have a separate environment called our stress test environment. And we'd throw as much loaded as possible to try and determine how far we could take our production environment. But over the years, our live environment has grown, and keeping parity with that test environment became very difficult. So a few years ago, we changed our philosophy to start stress testing our production environment. So we'd set aside some time each week and start throwing load at the production environment and look for weaknesses and where it would slow down and where it might fail. This helps us build the confidence we need to continue adding more players and more services to our environment.
And what are some of the values that we've gotten out of that? Like, I know that we've actually had some really successes in the past thanks to these changes to how we actually test our production environment.
So testing the production environment is a little scary. It's inherently risky.
Have we ever broken anything?
Yeah, we've broken things a couple of times. I think one of the times leading up to the Overwatch launch, we were stress testing our login system, and shortly after the test began, we noticed that players could no longer log into Battle.net. So immediately we stopped the testing and we started triaging the incident and seeing what's going on. Turns out that we were able to identify that some of the throttles we had in place for our logins weren't acting as we'd intended them to. But the nice thing about this was we were able to correct that before we got to launch. Right. It was just one of many things that helped us deliver such a smooth Overwatch launch. So
yeah, and that was a huge win.
When we tested that on live, what would the players have seen? Like, would they have noticed anything that we were messing around with stuff?
Players who were already in wouldn't have seen any problems, but if you were trying to log in, you would have seen yourself in a queue or a wait to get into Battle.net or unable to join anything. So
awesome. Yeah. So what you'll see here is kind of a 3-step approach that we take to all of the Blizzard games that we make. The first thing, we have to start with a good design, gameplay first. Next up, we go into testing, our commitment to quality. This, again, the circles that we showed a little bit ago includes everybody. And then finally, the real key ingredient here is iteration. This is why we often get the, Blizzard soon TM, or it's ready when it's ready. Like, no joke, we do go through these steps. And if we get to iteration and we don't feel it's ready, we start back over to design. Yeah. Along the way, once we have this, before leading up to a release, what we do is we literally get together at a really big table, and a representative from each of the departments that we talked about get around the table, and we have a meeting called the go or no-go meeting. Now, this doesn't happen day of, or even within, within weeks of the launch, so it's not right up to the minute, just in case we are a no-go.
Yeah. All right, so we've run through all of our checklists. QA has signed off on the game. We've done our infrastructure stress testing, so we know what kind of load we can handle on day one, and we can account for that burst. So what are some of the risks, though, that we haven't taken into account yet?
So one thing that you might be a big risk is when you come out with a new expansion, we have brand new game systems that have not been tested by a big group of people. So if we think there's some inherent risk about balance or any problems with gameplay, we'll make sure that we have a mitigation plan. So as soon as it goes live, the players can see it. If we need to respond, we can do that immediately. And it's kind of the same for the engineering stuff as well.
Yeah, especially for the server team. We're worried about player data as we go from older launch to a newer launch. Right. So for us, we have steps for migration for if things should change between one release to another. And we're also worried about people's accounts from their beginning of time. Because for us, we can, as you could probably attest, Ron, we can test tons of just data that we have in the actual new expansion, but we may not have the actual natural data that you had from when you first started your account, like way back a long time ago.
Right, especially for World of Warcraft, right? You know, it's been in development for quite some time. You know, it's over 14 years since the game has been out. One of the things that we do is we take samples of maybe an account that only played through the original World of Warcraft. So maybe somebody who currently plays today but has a lot of alts. What we do is we take their data and run that through to make sure there's no scenarios, but we can't cover them all. We just do a sample set.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. So for the new content coming out, perhaps we'll have QA and engineers and designers on standby so that we can roll out quick fixes and have hot fixes ready to go to cover any issues that may crop up. As for the load on the servers for that initial velocity burst, well, we could probably put some queuing in place so that we can kind of spread that out over the course of the launch. All right. So does everyone want to go? And then we have an issue.
This is where we really have screen.
And then we have an issue.
This is where we really have screen.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so what you're seeing here, this is a player concurrency graph for the Knights of the Frozen Throne launch for Hearthstone. So concurrency is just players in-game. So it was about 6 hours. Me and Terry and Steve were all on this at the time. And everything was going totally smoothly, but in the Asia region, about 6 hours in, we just started seeing players decline. But we saw our services were totally fine. People were still in the game playing, but we were getting reports from our customer service and from our service level coordinators in CN, or China, where they were telling us, hey, our players can't get in, and something's going on. So for us, we started to think, okay, what's going on? Like, we obviously have an issue that seems very unique. So then we start to like dive deeper. So just as a kind of like, we keep talking about login queues and how these work. So a very basic overview for Hearthstone, at least, would kind of work like this. So imagine a line or a queue, and if you're the beginning of the queue, you're going to be the first person to get in. And of course, if you're further down, you'll have to wait some time to log in if we have queuing enabled. So this is just an example on one game server. We have thousands of game servers, and the example's a little, just like a little more simplified, but it's whenever you would log in, if you're still in the queue, then you would get this lovely graphic of, hey, you need to wait for the tables because they're all full. And as you actually log in, you actually enter the game server and we start preparing your data. We start to do transactions and we start to do work. And that's like rolling your new quests, giving you your collection and any of your decks that you have. Any purchases that you might have done or any rewards that you would have gotten from outside of the game, we then have to query our other services and and ask for those and then turn those into Hearthstone products. And we have things that we have to spend CPU time to get through. So this is a general login example. Were you gonna say something?
This happens every login for most of the games. Every day, every time you log in, you get new info. But on a new expansion launch, like this was Knights of the Frozen Throne, you probably have a lot of new stuff, right? Because you bought a lot of cards and you got more rewards than usual. So these are, even though we have giant load, it's a little slower on that day.
Yeah. So, and this is like the general, like anytime you log in, what would happen. So what was unique to the Knights of the Frozen Throne launch that was happening in this time was, imagine this queue and we have one game server and you're doing one login per second. And we usually keep it very restrictive at first, just to see how people are flowing in. And as things are fine, we start to open up the queues and we let everyone in. So in this scenario, if you were first in line, it would take 1 second or it would be almost instantaneous for you to log in. If you're second, it could take up to 2 seconds. If you're 10th, it could take up to 10 seconds. Pretty simple. So the actual issue that happened here was if you're the first in line and instead of actually logging in, like let's say you're on your lunch break and you just hard close and you just run away, whatever was happening. And whenever you left the queue, it should go to the second person in line and just immediately pick them up and put them in the queue. But what we were actually having was we were having a timeout that occurred. And this was the actual bug. So what would happen is instead of it immediately going to the second person, you would have up to a 10-second wait until getting to the second person. So that's not too big of a deal, because like a 1 second wait, not too crazy, especially when you're logging in on a release day. But the issue was as people were logging in and then exiting out, they would actually get runs of data, natural data, that then maybe if you were the sixth person in queue and there's 5 people in front of you that left, you now have to wait an entire minute. So this was actually, and then you would finally get in. So this is the kind of issue that we were thinking what was kind of going on, and we started to look at...
Steve's actually counting.
Yeah, I'm sorry,
Somebody
Walter.
wrote a calculator.
Slow down. I'm trying to keep up.
It adds up.
But so you're saying, though, with this timeout, we might have players that are realistically next in queue, but are waiting now upwards to a couple of minutes to get into the game.
Yeah, exactly. And what we would look at is we would look at the queue and we'd see where you were at, and we started to notice people would jump out of queue and jump into the back and line up behind themselves.
Right, because naturally,
Yeah.
you guys know, like when you're playing a game and you're like, oh, I'm stuck on a loading screen for a long time, the first thing you'll do is just hard close the client and try again. You'll be like, oh, maybe I'll get in right away.
Yeah.
But in this case, when that happened, you were lined up behind your phantom self.
Yeah, and that's...
So you're waiting for yourself.
And that's where we call this the phantom queuing bug, that we all know so fondly. So now we kind of have we see what the issue is now. We know that this is happening, and we know that we start to theorize what the actual fix would be. And we know that it would probably be a long-winded thing that we would have to talk to multiple teams. So we start to think, okay, how can we get people safely into the game now? Like, what can we do to keep players on launch day? How can we keep them in the game?
Yeah, because one of the things we're seeing at this point is that the load on the servers themselves doesn't actually reflect the size of these queues.
Yeah.
So this is where that phantom queue really kind of gets sort of theorized and solidified.
Yeah.
Because we have metrics from our previous patches when Cost went out that was, hey, like we're used to handling this kind of load, so this didn't look natural for us. Like it shouldn't have been queued for that long.
Exactly. So
it would be like here at BlizzCon if everybody's waiting outside and there's nobody inside and we're open.
Yeah,
that would be a problem.
It's a perfect example. So now we have this idea of what could be going on, and now we have a theory. We have a theory that we know that people aren't causing the issue here. It's just the fact that they're not getting into the game. So then we start to think, what variables can we manipulate or kind of move around to help people come in without our servers crashing or people having data that's corrupted or anything like that. So we know that in this example that going forward, we think, okay, instead of looking at one person at a time, what if we looked at a scale of 10 more? What if we looked at 10 people at a time? And then we start to try to log them in all at once. So this is the first thing that we started to look at. And we said, okay, we took that to a one individual server and we start to say, okay, what would be the worst thing that would happen if we were to let everyone in and something bad were to happen? And that would be, in this scenario, that if the game blade were to crash or there would be like performance lag, people would then just exit the game and be stuck in a queue. So we weren't too worried at this point because people weren't in game and actually having an issue, that we could go forward with this plan.
Yeah, we were making this judgment call where, like, on live ops, you don't always have a great option. There's the option between, I might crash this game server, but maybe this is a solve for all these people in line, so maybe we'll take this risk, or we leave people queued. So that's the choice you made, was to let them in.
Yep, and so what this basically did is, once we pumped it up to 10 logins per second for this one game blade, then instead of having these serial timeouts, it would then be one parallel timeout, so one 10-second instance, and we would still get a couple people immediately logged in, and then we would look at batches of 10. So, and we wouldn't actually, the first thing that, of course, everybody's probably thinking is, how come we just don't leave this open? And it's just because if we left this open right during launch, all of the time, like all the computation time is gonna degrade performance. You might not even get into the game because it could overload things.
Yeah, this only works because half of the groups are phantoms, right? They're not real players.
Yeah. So we stepped back and we identified that there was something causing players not to get into the game servers, even though we saw queues growing. We took a look and saw that, we saw phantom players waiting in queue. And we saw that by opening up a single game server at a time and clearing that out, we were able to mitigate this at that time and got players through those kind of phantom queuers and back into the game as quickly as possible. And then down the road,
we would resolve the issue. And thank you, Steve. That's me in tights on the...
That's how Walter solves all his issues, is by wearing tights.
It's true.
This is the fix.
But yeah.
You may be asking, is that a ukulele?
It's a gutalele. You're close, but it's 6 strings.
Gutalele.
Gutalele, yeah. Look it up.
So, just hearing you guys go through that, I wasn't there when that actually happened, but I kind of felt the stress, and that was a very complicated situation.
None at all.
How do you maybe we could share with everybody, like, how do we take that stress and turn it into something positive? Yeah.
Well, sometimes you just have to get some dino suits. Actually, this is a Steve and I being giant dorks, but we dressed up for Journey to Ungoro, because live ops sort of leads the team out, because the flip side of the coin of stress is excitement. And everyone's really excited. The whole dev team's super excited for us. So I don't know how we decided to buy dino suits. I feel like this is a natural kind of decision, Steve and I admit that.
Yeah, this is something that we did, as Terry mentioned, during the launch for Journey Down Goro. One of the real goals that we want to do is kind of drive the excitement with just even our simple communications to the team, talking about here's the issues coming up like that. So we went out, we got a whole series of photos like this, and then we added them all to our deployment emails so that every hour or so when we update the team on the progress of the launch, they were really excited to see this and had some kind of like extra special treat.
We tricked them into reading our tech emails. by putting this on there.
It worked.
Yeah. It did work. It did
So
work.
keeping the team happy through dinosaur suits.
Yeah, and that's something that's especially important for producers like Terry or I. And this also kind of helps
Brought the whole team
to
in.
bond the team as well, since we're typically in these high stress situations.
Yeah.
This is the team. The team finally we got together, and everyone in Live Ops, we did this fake RPG campaign, and it was a really good time. And it really bonds for people who have to go through our entire job is just high stress situation. If something goes wrong, you have to deal with it. Steve was saying oh, whenever I have to talk to someone in leadership, it's about something bad. So, so it's sometimes nice to make sure we can bond together on that stuff.
I'm sure there's a checklist that says Walter's tights.
Yeah,
You must.
I'm wearing them.
They're under the pants.
I keep them on at all times.
That's awesome. Well, once the game's live, a lot of fun's been had, but we have to maintain and keep the environments up and running. So traditionally, we would do this by taking weekly downtime. Weekly downtime, I don't know, how do you feel about
On
it?
Tuesdays, one of the cool things of the guilds that I saw in World of Warcraft, that I think they were called We Go Outside on Tuesdays, which kind of shows, that type of maintenance became a part of the culture.
It definitely became a part of the culture. Let's be real. Downtime is great if you want to go outside with the family, see how the weather is, do some yard work, or maybe even fire up the grill, Steve.
Like a necromantic barbecue.
Yeah, that's the way to go. A few years ago we said, well, what would a world without downtime look like? And we started thinking to ourselves, okay, what do we need to do to get to a world where we don't have to take our services offline every week? From a player perspective, it's not a real great experience, right? You want to play, you're home, you want to get some games in. Oh, sorry, it's maintenance time. So we kicked off what we call our 3 nines initiative. So this was an opportunity for us to take a look at all of our services across the company and determine how could we get the three nines of availability for every service that we have. This really required us to take a look at our processes, take a look at how we engineer our services, and really evolve the way we think about things.
Yeah, it was definitely a huge mindset change for teams who had been taking these 8-hour weekly downtimes, 8 hours every time. If you played Blizzard games for a long time, you know that it would be an expansion launch where you take the service down for 8 hours. That was the thing. When I started at Blizzard, I worked on the platform team, and at the time, the deployments for StarCraft 2 were all manual. And this is an actual StarCraft 2 checklist. It's 11 pages of manual steps that we would hand off.
So multiple people has to check every one of those tiny little lines.
Yeah, it'd be like, oh, Walter does this, Chris does, oh, Chris is on lunch, we'll wait for that. And
Coffee breaks are important.
And at the time, too, our services were linked platform-wise together also. So when we took down StarCraft 2, we would also take down all the other games. So the change was we wanted to automate this process so that most of these steps that were done by people, we just had them automatically done either before the deployment or during the deployment by robots. And so in red, these are all the steps that we eliminated and had robots do. And for games like Heroes of the Storm and StarCraft 2, and for WoW, we've automated the deployments so that this was the sample checklist that came out. These took under 30 minutes to do, and we've gotten a lot of these even shorter where they just bounce. We take the service and come back up. So, yay! I'm glad you guys don't do 8-hour downtime. I don't like your downtime.
So this is just one example of how we apply automation. All the teams look at this constantly to try to do that. But it doesn't get it down to 0.
Right. And the kind of cool thing about this is that games that came after StarCraft kind of learned from these lessons, and they engineered newer ways to reduce downtime.
Yeah. Hey, Walter, why don't we try and run multiple versions of the service at one time?
So how this would really work is we have a concept called red-blue swapping, and this is something that we pretty much started with D3, and they first got it out into production. And how this would pretty much work is when we stand up a service, so version 1 of Diablo 3, whenever you would then move through, if you would log in, give me the clicker, Steve. I can do this better. So whenever you would log in, so let's
really
say
happens at work
as well. I love you, Steve. So if you were to log in as your barbarian with version 1, you would connect straight to the service, not a problem. Everything was just as normal. And then as other people would log in, it would be just as fine. And let's say we have a patch, so version 1.1. We would now stand this up alongside. Now because we have the infrastructure changes now where we can now support 2 versions at the same time, we would then allow these to just sit up just as a brand new server build. So what would happen is if the next player that would log in, they would then go to the blue side. So they're on the new version, away from the 1.0 version, and everything would work harmoniously between them. So everyone on the red side can still play their games, not a problem, and the person on the blue side will always stay at that version or higher. So as people start to log off, so let's say you're barbarian from the beginning, you end your game session and you come back in, you are now automatically routed to the blue side without even knowing that it even happened. And then as people start to dwindle away or they start to log off and there's no more people connected to the red side, the older side, we then deprecate that. And then now everyone then connects to the 1.1 side, the blue side, and the players didn't know anything about how we would have to go through the deployment process. And they see no change at all, rather than the bug fixes, I would assume.
And you were able to do this for all hotfixes too, right? Like when you fix the server for the,
Yeah, and this is something that we employ also in Hearthstone a lot, and with newer games going forward, we have a mindset of this or better in mind. And this is pretty much just a pretty standard model to keep everyone in the game, regardless of what version they kind of have, and it lets them migrate to the new service on their time, not us taking them down.
And WoW does the same kind of thing for client updates. We patch down a little bit, and then we also on the server can bring slow down times or fast down times that aren't slow anymore. And that has allowed us to do a global launch. So Battle for Azeroth was the first global simultaneous World of Warcraft launch, and this was all due to a lot of the automation that we had in place before that allowed us to respond to incidents we have and problems on the server very, very quickly, and also to our hotfix process, which is like heavily driven by like Ron's team and QA.
Yeah, like speaking to the global, the simultaneous global release, it's really interesting that kind of initiated on the team,
right?
Where they were, let's slowly get to that point because that's what's best for the player. Like once we're out there live, though, the things that we're working on now is now we're getting more and more efficient and effective of getting the game out faster and faster. Once it's out there, we're trying to improve our systems for in-game reporting. This is just an image of if anybody's on the public test realm for World of Warcraft during Battle for Azeroth, we've specifically put in a UI and an interface and a system that allows you to enter any issue you want right inside. And it goes right into the database, and the team that I work with, we review each one of these. Now, multiple games have variations of this as well, not just for the PTR. There's also an option of using any of the official forums. We do read those, so if you have like feedback or bugs, we go through and make sure we check out all of those, which leads up to allowing us to use our hotfix technology. So we know the faster that we can get anybody to report an issue to us that we understand, we can use this hotfix technology to really avoid pretty much everything you've seen so far in this panel. Like we don't have to do the go, no go, or push buttons, or have conversations, or take clickers from each other.
Yeah, because on a WoW launch, we use hotfixes so we can put out a hotfix in just a matter of minutes. So we can put out hundreds in a day as long as we're all on, when an expansion happens, we're all on point. Ron's team's looking, my team's looking, and as soon as a designer sees something, they can fix it. We can deploy to some servers, and then you guys test it.
Yeah, so especially when we're live, we're monitoring all these channels, and when we see this, basically what we can do is we can send a specific code change right to the server. When you log into World of Warcraft, for example, the first thing that your system does while the loading screen is on is check. Are there any updates that I need? If there are, it comes down very safely, and you can log in, and you were unaware of any issues that happen. It's magic.
Pretty great.
I believe magic is what we call it for a while. So a little while ago, we talked about design, testing, and iteration. What's really awesome at Blizzard is that it doesn't just apply to the games, but how we learn and grow. We also apply that to the processes that we see, right? So we design new processes, we iterate on those processes, and we test them. And after we've launched a game, all the issues, so on the quality assurance side, we review every issue that happens.
We clean up everyone.
Yeah. Not only do we resolve them, but we have meetings afterwards, and we do a root cause analysis. So if there were major issues, we sit down and we get together as a team and figure, how can we prevent this from ever happening again? And I know that also happens on the large infrastructure side.
Yeah, we treat each incident as an opportunity for learning, and we catalog every incident that we have, and we actually make it available for the whole company, so that anyone who joins or anyone who's just interested in what failed, what happened, what did we learn from it, they can read about that and also apply that to new services that we're building so that we don't repeat those same mistakes.
Yeah. It's so far so good. Interesting fact. Really, it's kind of cool. Following this process, speaking for World of Warcraft. So since the beginning of World of Warcraft development, again, like 14, 15 plus years, before Battle for Azeroth launched, we actually we hit a pretty big milestone. We've now resolved over 500,000 issues that have ever been reported in World of Warcraft, which is very staggering.
Very impressive.
Because we're constantly trying to get better. It's so much different for us on WoW or for all the Blizzard games than it is when I play other games where sometimes someone will put out a game and they might make one bugs fix patch, or 6 months later they'll put out a fix. Like every day we put out fixes, every single day for our services.
Yeah, I could pretty much say that. Yeah, not a day that goes by.
Not a day.
And even on the development side, after we've gone through a launch and everything like that, we actually go and we have a retrospective on how did the launch go well, what went well, what didn't go well, and what we could do to improve in the future and be better.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we also, it's interesting, like working with Steve, we would sit on, we'd watch streamers and we would read Reddit and we'd read the forums, and like when it comes out, we're all really, really excited to see you guys play our games and to see if you like it and see if it's going well. And so is the whole design team, so all the artists, all the producers, everybody's there. And so we're always listening and watching for what you guys are reporting back and telling us about the game.
Yeah, and that kind of really goes back to the question of like, why do we do all this? There's a lot of work. Live operations is almost always going. It's always doing something. So like, what is it that drives us and makes us want to do this job? And really what it is it's passion. We have passion for our games. We have passion for our community. We have passion for everything we do. We're all gamers too.
I want to get ready for raid night.
Yeah. Like I know, we're playing the Diablo season every time it rolls up.
Yeah, never missing Diablo seasons. And it just comes down to the point where it's like, we know that we want the games to be better, and we whenever we go in, we look on social media and stuff like that. Like these are things sometimes that we see, and some things that we're just like, hey, people want these things. Like let's figure this out and get things done. And that's the whole thing, because we are the gamers as well. Like those criticisms are things that we have as well sometimes. So it's an interesting process because we're actually like right there on the front line to see these things and do it.
I don't know if you guys get this, but like with my friends and family, they're like, wow, you work on this for a really long time. Isn't it kind of lackluster when the game comes out? And it's like completely the opposite.
No.
It's
so
like two different mindsets.
Yeah. I'm so excited to play WoW. Like that was like the thing about let's get through the expansion launch and make sure it goes great, and then we can all play more. Because we sit in the office and play.
There's nothing like having your main or your main account going through the content, and that's what really brings all of us to Blizzard at the end of the day. Like,
I know like during launch days, just as much as you guys, give us reports through the online forums and stuff like that, coworkers are coming up to our desk and going, hey, there's this issue I just ran into, and then we're like, oh, let's take a look at that and see if we can do to fix that.
There's nothing more incentivizing than having your spouse call you too and ask, hey, when's something going to be fixed?
Yeah. Launch days when your phone starts blowing up from all your friends going, hey, I ran into this bug.
Yeah.
Can you fix it?
My husband watches Hearthstone streams. So when I was a Hearthstone producer, he would report all the bugs to me. So thanks, Dan. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Best bug reporter.
It's interesting, that mindset shift, like when you're not at work and you're home. I have an 8-year-old son who will often ask me a lot of questions. World of Warcraft's big, in case you didn't know, and I don't know everything about it, but he really expects me to know everything about it, or if he finds a bug, he really looks at me like, Dad, like, what is this? I'm like, thank you, please report it in the in-game bug reporting.
Official forums.
Or put it in the official forums, and I will get it to it on Monday.
Nobody loves getting woken up at 3 in the morning, but I'm very happy to get woken up for an issue at 3 in the morning. That's fine. I want WoW to run great, and so it's totally worth it to me. I would be annoyed if I didn't get called about something and people were suffering. So I think we're all just really interested in having our games run as good as they possibly can, have our services up, and be healthy as much as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you everyone for joining us today. We hope you really enjoyed our view behind the scenes and the glimpse at Backstage at Blizzard. Thank you, and enjoy your Blizz. You really enjoyed our view behind the scenes and the glimpse at Backstage at Blizzard. Thank you, and enjoy your BlizzCon.
Awesome. Thanks, everyone.
Welcome to Inside Blizzard.
Blizzard is absolutely defined by the passion of Blizzard employees.
I think Blizzard is a very special place. We have the resources of a very large public company, and we're able to maintain kind of a level of focus and commitment that is really only typical from smaller companies.
This is an environment where creative people can really thrive.
There's always something new for us to work on every single day.
We have this wonderful community within our company. Just a bunch of geeks.
All the employees here have great opportunities for growth.
It's our responsibility to help our employees constantly evolve and change and make the best games.
When making a game, we work with offices in Europe, we work with offices in Asia. We are a whole ecosystem of different departments. We have designers, sure, but we also have producers, we have artists, we have quality assurance.
As an employee of Blizzard, I feel like I have a lot of ownership over the work I do. I'm entrusted with the power to be able to make it as awesome as I possibly can.
There's sort of this magic that exists in Blizzard Pride and us being together as a group and making things that we don't feel like we can make anywhere else in the world.
We are looking for the people that's constantly kind of trying to up the ante a little bit and go, you know what, this is great, but I want to make it even better.
Hello. Welcome to Inside Blizzard. We are so happy to have you with us today. I am Alice White. I head up Global Talent Acquisition at Blizzard, which means I'm the lucky person that gets to work on all of our hiring. So I couldn't be more thrilled to be here. This is actually my 3rd BlizzCon. It's my 2nd time on stage at BlizzCon. And I have to say, this is the most enchanted feeling stage I've ever seen. So I think this is now my new favorite stage. So I have my colleague Janine with me, who's going to introduce herself.
Sure. Hello, everybody. Happy BlizzCon. My name is Janine Tedford, and I head up the University Relations team here at Blizzard Entertainment. Basically, what my team does is we recruit and hire interns, as we like to affectionately call them, Blizzterns, here in North America, and college grads looking to get their foot in the door in the gaming industry. This is my 6th BlizzCon. I cannot believe it. So excited. Been here for 7 years. Super excited about the Diablo announcement. So excited. And I could not be more excited to be here with you, Alice, our awesome panelists to the left, and you guys in the audience in the amazing world of Darkmoon Faire. So let's just kick it off and get ready for introductions.
And one other thing we forgot to say is hello to everybody on the virtual ticket, too.
Hello.
We always, we know you're out there, so thanks for joining us as well.
Awesome. So if you want to start with your name, title, team you work on, a little bit about what you do, and then to add a little color, shake things up a little bit, tell us about your favorite place on campus, headquartered in Irvine, which is only about 20 minutes away from the Anaheim Convention Center. So Zook, take it away.
Yeah, so I'm Alex Zook. I'm a data scientist, so I work in the Global Insights department. So Global Insights is our department where we sort of pull together all the data and information from the games and then work with all the different teams to provide that to them. I'm a data scientist, which means that we work a lot more with building models of these things and turning them into live products or services or personalization in those games. I also wear a second hat as sort of the discipline lead of the data scientist, so I'm helping sort of grow and foster this new area within Blizzard. So in terms of favorite places on campus, I'd have to say my favorite place is the Blizzard's outdoor gym. So Blizzard has this outdoor gym they just constructed about a year or so ago, and you basically just go out there. It's a bunch of weights and some basic equipment, and that's about it. It's really no frills. But I found that it really encapsulates Blizzard's culture as a whole and just what it's like to live and work at Blizzard. So there's a number of different fitness classes that are offered there. And when you go there and you work with people, it's very sort of like low, no ego kind of thing. You just go there, do your thing, and you meet like the whole people all across the whole company, where often it's like, oh, wow, it was cool to hang out with you. And then later I show up to a meeting and I'm like, oh, that's who you are. I should have known that ahead of time. But it's, you know, this really great place. Obviously, we're down in Irvine, so you get all the perks of living in SoCal. So, you know, the worst days of the year, you know, that day it rains on us, maybe the second day it rains on us, and then the, you know, really frigid morning, you know, winter weather that we have to go out and bear of, you know, like 40 degrees Fahrenheit. But, you know, really, it's a great set of programs. They do all these different things, so everybody gets to kind of embrace their own sort of fitness geek. So for me, I really like the boot camp program, which is sort of a strength training program, but they do all sorts of different programs. So whether that's super CrossFit, or recently they've started sort of a mountain fitness program, it's just a great way to go, meet a bunch of people, and hang out and really sort of embrace those things. So for me, that's probably the favorite place.
Awesome.
My name's Karina Kingdom. I'm the lead character animator for a video game called Heroes of the Storm. And so I have a team of about 4 animators, and so what we do is we help bring the characters to life. And for my favorite place on campus, it would have to be Blizzard Academy. So for anyone that doesn't know, Blizzard Academy is an entire building dedicated to just giving classes and helping every employee learn and grow. We get to do classes during work hours. We get paid to do it, and the classes are amazing. It's everything from improv, stand-up comedy, time management. I've learned to puppeteer from Jim Henson's Studio Puppeteers. I've learned stop-motion animation from Leica. I've done sculpting. I've done oil painting. It is my favorite place to go to. So, yeah.
Awesome.
Hi, I'm Ashok Viswanathan, and I'm the director of the corporate applications team at Blizzard. The team consists of very talented and passionate software engineers, designers, and program managers. We support a wide array of custom and third-party internal applications for Blizzard globally. As far as the favorite location goes, there's so many. I'd have to pick the Ops Center. It's a global network operations center called the GNOC. So if you're ever at campus, you should check it out. I think of them more like the finger on the pulse of our games post-launch. So they make sure that everything's up and running from the IT perspective, and players can experience our labor of love. And beyond that, they have this badass video wall, right, with all the graphs and charts. It's amazing, especially when we launch a game or an expansion. You can see on the world map all these dots light up as players log in. It's very exciting. Other than that, I would also say the basketball court. However, I haven't been there in quite a while. I'm woefully out of shape. So it's maybe time to visit that again.
Hi, everybody. My name is Nikki Crenshaw. I'm a user experience researcher. I'm a user experience researcher with the BattleNet and Games User Research teams. User experience is about understanding you, our players, understanding how you use our games, how you use our systems, and trying to make that better for you. So if you've ever had a really smooth experience, thanks to my team. I think my favorite place on Blizzard campus is our library. So we have a decked out library that kind of looks sort of tavern-y. We have a really awesome librarian who's great. And the library is just a really great place because there's awesome resources for like coding or game design or research methods. But there's also like tabletop gaming manuals and like games that I used to play on my Windows 95 machine and stuff that I can rent out for my Switch. And it's just like a really awesome environment. Also, if you follow the Life at Blizzard channels, Tux, our library cat, hangs out there sometimes. And he's great to visit as well. So.
Great.
Hi, Blizzcon. How's it going? I'm Jacob Rep. I'm a software engineer at Blizzard. I'm currently working on a new project and also leading a team of other engineers. I hope that we can give you guys a little bit of an insight into what it's like to work here, and hopefully there's some aspiring software engineers out there who are, yes. Oh, more? Yeah, we need more engineers. So we're also hiring, so if you guys are interested, you should come and talk to us. I've also had the privilege of working on numerous titles over my almost 9 years at Blizzard, so StarCraft 2 recently, Heroes of the Storm, and Overwatch. And it's just a huge privilege to be able to be a software developer at Blizzard and to work with so many amazing people. I think my favorite place at Blizzard, I actually have to cheat a little bit because my favorite place is right behind the campus. We have this trail that runs along a river. It's not really a river because it's usually dry unless it rains, and then it actually is a very scary river that can kill people. But we have this path that runs along there that's just beautiful, and you can see wildlife, and I actually live along the path so I can walk to and from work. I like to go back there on walks with people from my team. We talk about problems, technical and otherwise, and sometimes I even just go back there. If I'm stuck on a problem, I like to just go walk and think about it, and oftentimes I'll be looking at a duck and the answer comes in my head or something. I don't know. So it's a really great place to be. It's very inspiring, and yeah.
Hi, I'm Amrita. I'm sorry I'm running a couple minutes late. I was on another panel just before this, so there's nothing like running all the way across the convention center to get here to get your heart pumping.
You learned a new term for that, coming in hot.
I'm coming in hot, so I'm sorry for that, but I'm excited to be here with you. I'm Blizzard's Chief Financial Officer, so I run finance. Thank you. Finance! Yes! I run finance, accounting, all that fun stuff, facilities and purchasing, along with Global Insights, which you heard from Zook, is our analytics organization. I've been with Blizzard for about 6 months, but I've been with Activision Blizzard for 8 years, and I really wanted to be at Blizzard, so I'm excited I finally made it in, and it's a pretty awesome spot to be. Thank you. So I'm also going to cheat a little bit. I'm going to give you 2 answers to my favorite spot. One of them's not even on campus. It's literally right here. I've been to 5 or 6 BlizzCons over the years, and every single time it feels like the first time. I get goosebumps. It's such an amazing spot to be, and I'm so thrilled that you guys are all here to share that with us, the employee community as well. My second favorite spot, I'm kind of the kid who'll tell you their favorite class is recess. My favorite spot on campus is the cafeteria. It's the food is good. There's a Starbucks, but more importantly, it's a great spot for us to come together as an employee community to relax or to have that impromptu meeting, to get together, to celebrate. So that's my favorite spot on campus.
Awesome. And my favorite spot on campus, like Zook, is the outdoor gym. Shout out to the amazing folks that run our boot camp. It's great to get out, get some sun, let out some steam, and get away from your desk for an hour or so and lift heavy things. And you're not exempt, Alice. Tell me, what is your favorite spot on campus?
My favorite spot is our museum. So we have a museum that we're able to display art and other artifacts and different props, and one of the best elements to that is actually that we also include fan art in our museum. So, and it rotates, so it's always changing. So to me, that's always an inspiring place to go hang out if I really need to reconnect with why we're all here. Art like crochet even. So that's kind of a quick funny story, but we have fans that are so creative, it's really overwhelming. And we had a display at one point of just crocheted items that had the Overwatch theme, and that was actually the only moment where I ended up having any street cred with my mom, because that was a day when she visited and saw the crochet, and now I have a credible role. So my mom's on the virtual ticket, so hi, Mom. Hi, Mom.
And fun thing about crocheting, every holiday, so every time around, after Thanksgiving, sometime in December, the knitting club on campus knits a nice little sweater for the orc and wolf statue on our main campus. Definitely check it out if you Google it. It's so much fun. And it changes every year. So thank you guys for the introductions. As we know, as you've seen, we have a very wide breadth of technical skills and responsibilities here. And we've all come to Blizzard from various different paths. Ashok, tell us, how did you get to Blizzard?
I started at Blizzard in 2005 in France, in Europe, and I moved there from Germany. At the time, WoW was just blowing up, and I joined the customer support department there. And back then, WoW Classic was known just as WoW. And so after 2.5 years there, I got the opportunity to move to Cork as the company expanded its presence in Europe. And stayed there for 2.5 years. I've been in Irvine at the mothership now since 2010. And I've been around quite a bit, and the company has provided the opportunity for me not only to experience different cultures, and has been immensely supportive through all the relocations. But the one instrumental thing for me has been in order to get acclimated everywhere quickly, has been the Blizzard culture, the people essentially. And their passion has helped me to kind of sustain my own passion and enthusiasm over all these years.
It's great that you have experience working in 2 of our different offices, so you could definitely come in bringing a wide set of knowledge that could help your organization. And Karina, you have a pretty interesting story of how you got here. Would you mind sharing that with us?
Yeah, so I applied for a job at Blizzard through the Blizzard Careers website, and I was living in Australia at the time. And there were 2 jobs that I was interested in, and I applied for both, and I was sent an animation test that I had to complete. They gave me about 10 days to complete it. I sent it back over, and they organized a phone call, like a phone Skype interview with me. And the phone call went for about 45 minutes. There were 3 people. There was an art director, Sam Didier, and there were 2 art leads that were interviewing me. And during the phone call, they asked me, they said, so what are some of your inspiration? Like, where do you draw? Like, where's your passion for Blizzard? And I went through the couple of things, anime, I love fantasy novels. I'm a huge fan of this artist called Samwise. And they started laughing, and one of them said, oh, he's all right. And I was like, yeah. And then another one said, he's a bit of a jerk. And they all started laughing, and I thought, oh my God, what do I do? I had no idea that Sam Didier was Samwise, and here I was gushing over the phone. He was the one that said he was a bit of a jerk and had them all laughing. After that, they flew me over. It was like a 16-hour flight from Australia, and I had my interview the next day. And for me, it was like 2 a.m. in the morning. And they pranked me. They pulled me, the HR brought me to this room, and they had Samwise just sitting there at the table with all his fluffy hair, and he said, I've been expecting you. And I was just like, oh my God. And then the rest of them came in, they're like, you should have seen your face. I was like, oh my God. At the end of that, they offered me the job. And, I was so exhausted when I flew back home. My family was like, did you get the job? And I was like, yes. And I just went crazy, straight to bed. Very excited.
I love that story.
It's a great story.
Yeah, I love it for a couple of reasons. One, it's just amazing. And 2, I think a lot about how our candidates feel, or people who come in to interview with us, as a part of my job at Blizzard. And I have a quick story to share about that, where one of the most amazing things to me about Blizzard is you get to use some skills, regardless of what role you have with us, that you may not have thought you'd need to use before you showed up. And so for me, it's a tie-in with thinking about candidates and how we make their experience memorable when they come to interview with us on site. And in our, so the skill I've been able to use more than I ever dreamt I'd be able to use is creativity. So we're a very creative environment. We have a lot of artists running around. I don't happen to be an artist myself, but I have a lot of respect for them. So when we had to come up with some way to thank our visitors who came to interview with us, we thought long and hard about how to make something symbolic of our campus. And so we're allowed to bring dogs with us to work. That's a big part of our culture. And as you can't just bring any dog, though. You have to sign up and make sure your dog's registered. So in looking at the list of dogs registered at Blizzard, we have over 80 corgis. So for some reason, we really love them. And you'd kind of feel that if you walked around on campus, because there isn't a day that goes by where I don't see at least one. But we looked at the data, and I think Zook would agree with me. The data would tell you that that's a significant enough number that we can say we have an affinity for them. So the creative project I was able to be involved with the help of my team was to create a little mascot. So this is now our little takeaway, a little token of our thanks for anyone who spends the time to come interview with us, and a reminder of what it's like to be on our campus. So, oh, and all dogs on campus have to choose, or their masters do, whether they are registered as Alliance or Horde. This one can change his mind. Most of them can't because it's not both. So this is just a reminder. So thanks for letting me share that. I hope that was, I'm thinking of useful things that you might not know about joining us in the audience. I'd love if anyone else had an example of something that, maybe a skill that you've had to use in your job here at Blizzard that you wouldn't have thought you'd have to use. And I'm shocked, I'm looking at you because I'm thinking you might. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's a couple of skills. I'd say number one would be like, being open-minded as much as you can. It helps you adapt to like different situations on the fly, and essentially like, makes it easier to embrace change. The other one would be a skill that I acquired, like working at Blizzard for 13 years, is how to deal with failure, right? Nobody wants to suck at their job, but when you fail at certain things, right, not to be down on yourself, but actually look at it as an opportunity to get better. And I can honestly say I've learned more from failures than successes, right? So that's been very instrumental. The other one I'd say is like, have a good sense of humor, like, get over yourself, take the job seriously, but not yourself.
That's a good skill to have, for sure. So, and I think many of us are able to use that in our jobs at Blizzard. So one of the other things that I've heard a little bit about, just in some of your stories about what you do, is how often you get to work with people outside of your own department. I mean, some jobs you do that a lot. I think most jobs at Blizzard, you at least get to do that a little. So I guess from an engineering standpoint, I'd be interested, Jacob, if you have an example of that, because you probably focused a lot with your team, but I'd imagine you get to work with other teams.
Yeah, thanks. The game development process itself it's hugely collaborative. It's the most collaborative form of software development that I've ever done. I mean, we have artists, sound designers, engineers, designers, and we're all, working together and up out of our seats and talking to one another every day. Hey, come check this thing out on my machine. Like, this looks weird. What do you think? Hey, fix this bug. That kind of thing. But the thing that's really impressive about Blizzard, and I think it kind of sets it apart, is that the entire company is a bunch of geeks that just love games, and everyone has an opinion about our games, and everyone's playing our games and is super passionate about it. If you look at the end of a Blizzard game, it says, designed by Blizzard Entertainment. And I didn't really notice that much until I actually started working at the company, and I saw it a few times and had been through what it is, and seeing the emails that come in, when we're playtesting the game and when people at the company are getting their hands on the game. We're getting all kinds of detailed feedback from people all over the company about, what can be better. And I think that really shows in the games and the love of all of the fans that are at the company. The other part of it that's really interesting is we do, I think we call it insourcing, where we basically take parts of other teams and we bring them into the game team. So traditionally, you would have like a game team, and then you would throw the game over the wall to a quality assurance team, and then they would test the game and find the bugs and throw bugs back over the wall. So what we do is we actually bring some of the quality assurance people into the team, and they sit with us, and they actually help us design features. So for instance, like in StarCraft, we built some pretty complicated features for Legacy of the Void that were time-based, like a tournament system. And we had QA there with us when we were designing that feature. And they were kind of like rolling their eyes like, oh my God, what is this feature? This is so complicated. How are we going to test this? This takes like hours, to play a tournament. And the programmers on the team were like, no, it's not real time. I mean, here, we'll just give you a button and you can just, move time forward as much as you want. And that alone, cut, weeks or months off of the testing of that product. So we find that like bringing voices in from outside or from other groups and involving them in the design of the game is really critical to hitting the quality bar that we want to hit.
Those are great examples, thanks.
Yeah.
How about you, Zook? Do you have anything? It sounds like just from how you explained your role, this would be the case, but I'm sure the audience would love to hear about the different teams you work with.
Yeah, for sure. So our department is called Global Insights, which, as you might guess, has a reach outside of just locally to us. Our teams specifically, so data scientists really have this great luxury that we pretty much get to work with everybody all the time. So a lot of our role is very much to go out to teams and help them understand what they're doing, help them build new features. So data scientists have worked with teams like the Hearthstone team to create personalized emails, with Overwatch or Heroes of the Storm to help combat sort of foul player language or bad player behavior, or Heroes of the Storm team to build sort of the call-out systems and other features that come at the end of matches. So it's really an amazing opportunity to really go work with all these different groups. And part of what's always been exciting to be part of this group is that we get to work with folks across every discipline. So sort of echoing what Jacob was bringing up, it's not just that we're going to go work with like only the engineers. We'll also work with the artists. We'll also work with the designers, with QA, with customer service, whoever it may be that really we can be helping. And so I feel like pretty much every other week, one of the other data scientists will come and talk to the group and tell us about some new group of people they're working with that we didn't even realize were potential partners within Blizzard. So I've really found that, those opportunities have been great, and it's very much sort of that value of every voice matters. Like, they actually listen to us. It's not just a courtesy to be like, okay, can you please say something? Okay, now please go back away with your data.
That's a great example. I think that, for people that aren't actually involved in the game development directly, we all work together to produce the game. So, Karina, what about from an animator's standpoint? I'm sure you collaborate a lot with other departments.
Yeah, so I, as an animator, I work really closely with effects artists. They sit right next to me. Hero designers, we bounce ideas back and forth all the time, even sound design. But one of the wonderful things about working on Heroes of the Storm is that a lot of the characters that we have come from other games. And so, for example, when I was animating Malthael, the first thing I did was reach out to the Diablo team. And one of the great things about working at Blizzard is that not only can I reach out to the Diablo team, but I can reach out to the original person that animated Malthael like years prior. And the Diablo team are huge fans of Heroes, and they love coming up with ideas on how their characters would ride a horse or a unicorn pony. Like, oh, we have this great idea of how Diablo would look. So another great department that we have is the historian department. And what they give us is information. So as an animator, I have to figure out, oh, how does Tracer throw a grenade? Like, which hand does she use? And so did you know that Tracer is right-handed and Zeratul from StarCraft is left-handed, which I didn't know when I started animating him. So they help us give a consistency with our characters across all of our titles. So, yeah.
Working at Blizzard is a very collaborative environment, if you haven't already guessed. For me personally, as a university relations manager, I say about 90% of my job is working with folks outside of my team, specifically interns, new grads, and managers hiring these folks, such as the folks here that have had interns or were former interns in the past. So back to you, Zook. As a former BlizzTurn and now a BlizzTurn hiring manager, you have seen the full gamut of the university relations function. Tell me a little bit, or tell the audience a little bit about our UR programs.
Yeah, so University Relations has just been this stellar partner to me specifically throughout my career, but really our department as a whole. I've actually been an intern twice, so I had the pleasure of doing that 2 summers in a row before I started as a full-time employee. And nowadays, sort of in my role as the discipline lead, I do quite a bit of work in terms of the actual hiring of interns for our summers, which is always a blast. So sort of putting on my hat as an intern, what really made the program compelling was once you joined the department, you're pretty much immediately given really high impact work. You were just, in the case of Global Insights, they basically just bear hugged me and it was just like, you are a new member of the team, let's get going, let's go do amazing things. I went and actually caught up with them at BlizzCon the year after I did the summer internship. So there's a real sense that you are already working at the company when you join that role. It's not a go get coffee kind of role. So as an intern, you get this great experience there, and then the onboarding itself really feels like this sort of cutting edge of innovation, especially now that I've become a manager, of like how we actually bring employees in. So one of the highlights for me of my summer as an intern was at the end of the summer, we did this scavenger hunt. So we're all running around campus to go meet different people, try different things out. And then when I started full-time orientation, they're like, hey, you're gonna go do that again. And my team's like, you have to win because you've done this already. But so there's all these great experiences that just that program has brought in. Sort of putting on my head as a manager, the interns actually have the exact same effect in the opposite direction. So when we bring in interns, everybody on the team gets so excited. Like, I literally have half the data scientists fighting to be the mentor for the, like, one of the interns. And it's like, guys, we can't all mentor them simultaneously. That's not how that works. So people get really, really energized, really engaged in these things. And the interns themselves are always stellar. Like, we just get such strong candidates. I think my favorite example of this was one of our former interns, who also actually now is a new employee, had been doing some modeling work on Overwatch shortly after the summer that Overwatch came out. So we didn't really know exactly what was going on. He was trying to build some predictive models, looking at the future of where things may be going in the game. This work was really, really strong. In fact, so strong that it just kept bubbling up the chain of everybody in Overwatch. And that was how I actually first met Jeff Kaplan. It wasn't anything I ever did. It was what he did. And you know, after the fact, you know, we brought him on. But I kind of went back to the team. I'm like, guys, why is it that I'm meeting Kaplan through him and not us? So our interns have really been just extremely strong, great partners. And the program, like, gets them integrated into all of that. So I love it. I always try and fight for more interns, as many as I can get.
Yeah, I can vouch for that. And shameless plug for any college students looking to get their foot in the door at Blizzard. Internship applications are open, so apply.
Apply.
Thank you. And just pivoting a little bit, if you've ever been on Blizzard's campus, you've seen that orc and wolf statue I had mentioned earlier. Around that is our 8 core values. We each have a core value that means a lot to us. For instance, for me, learning grow is something for me. As I'm running the UR program, I want to make sure that our interns and new grads have what they need to grow in their career. Nikki, tell me a little bit about your favorite core value.
Yeah, so I feel like this is one that a lot of people go to, but embrace your inner geek is my favorite one. And not just because I get to go to work and be a huge video game nerd for 8 hours every day, but I think embrace your inner geek is really about bringing yourself to the table and being you 100%. So I also geek out about intersectionality, especially in gaming, about accessibility work, and I get to do that in the stuff that I work on at Blizzard. I geek out about tea and cats and anime, like, you know, and I'm encouraged to bring that all in. Some of you can probably tell I have like a really distinct sense of fashion, and I just get to show up to work looking like a witch, and people are like, great, you know, that's cool. There was a talk that I was at where somebody was talking about, you know, how to choose the right job for you and everything, and the speaker was talking about, you know, your commute isn't about how far you drive into work. It's about how far you have to go away from being who you are. And at Blizzard, that's 0 for me, which is awesome. We talk a lot about like bleeding Blizzard blue, like as like the employees and everything, and it's not like there's one way to do that, right? Like there's not the Blizzard employee, TM. It's really about bringing who you are, and that's what we want from candidates who come in. Like, we want to know what geeks you out. We want to know what things you're excited about, and we want you to bring that to us so we can all talk about it together. So I think that's one for me because, like, I mean, even from this panel, we have such a range of people with different backgrounds and different skills and different things that they're into, and that's what really makes Blizzard such an awesome place to be at and makes us make such awesome products.
And at Blizzard as well, we have a wide variety of mailing lists, group distribution lists. We have a whiskey club. We have a corgi club. We have a golf club. Anything that you're interested in exploring or pursuing, I guarantee you there is at least another few people that do that, if not dozens more at Blizzard. Rito, tell us about your favorite core value.
So my favorite core value is think globally. I had the privilege a month or 2 ago to travel to 2 of our offices internationally, to Seoul and Shanghai. And the thing that really impressed me when I was there was that, of course, you know, around the world, there are different preferences that people have for entertainment, whether it's different genres or business models or platforms. But the thing that holds true wherever you go for our Blizzard fans is the passion is the same. The passion everyone feels for the community, for Blizzard, for the games is the same. And our teams, our development teams especially, really try to honor that. You know, just one example of that is what Overwatch did in August between the Busan map, the Diva cinematic, and then the fan celebration in Korea. It was an awesome way for the team to honor our fans in Korea. That's just one example. Obviously, we try to do that around the world and in as many games as possible. Another example is esports, where with Overwatch, 9 of our 20 teams are outside of the US. So we really take it to heart that we have fans all around the world and that you guys are committed to us and we want to be committed to you too.
That's great. Thinking about that passion, I think the passion of our player community also translates to the passion for some of those people in the community, and many of you here are thinking about careers with us. So I get asked frequently if I have advice about how to do that, and then I also have had the question, you know, if I could turn the clock back and give my the younger version of myself some advice on career advice earlier, what would that be? So thinking about making sure there's some good takeaways for the audience, the question I want to ask next to some of the panelists is, if you could give yourself some advice, your younger self or earlier career self some advice, what would that be? And then for me, I'll share mine, which is your network is the most valuable thing that you have for your career, and start building it early and take it seriously. So nurturing every contact that you can, that you make. You never know which one will lead to the next step in your career or to the right path on the career that will ultimately be where you end up. So for me, that would be my tiny little bit of advice for anyone who's interested in that. So now that I gave you guys a couple minutes to think about what yours might be, or to figure out how you'd explain that. Jacob, I don't know about you, but I'm sure there's some people that would love to hear from an engineer here. You know, what would you tell your earlier career self, if you could, about careers?
Yeah, well, thanks. I mean, I want to echo what you said a little bit, because, I mean, I was once, you know, I started in game development when I was 18, and almost every job that I've gotten has been through really strange circumstances, but often through, you know, being really curious and really reaching out to other people. And you know, so I think about myself back then, and just how many hills I died on. You know, like, I just didn't choose my battles very carefully. I was very curious. I dove into every single problem. I attacked everything thinking I have the perfect solution for this problem. I was your quintessential idealistic engineer. You know, it served me well in some ways, but in other ways it didn't. I mean, I remember getting pulled out of a meeting by my collar by my manager at one point. He said, you can't say that, you know, it's just relax. And so, you know, I think about it now, and giving that advice to my younger self, it'd be like, hey, like, choose your battles carefully. Like, spend more time thinking about the problems that are important, about the people that are around you and what they might bring to the table and what you can learn from them. A lot of what I do now is, you know, as a manager and even working on new projects, is really trying to think about what are the important problems to solve. You know, what's going to make a difference, but also realizing that I don't have all those answers, and I need to go and seek out other people, whether they're an intern who's starting at Blizzard and for the first time, or, you know, my family members or friends or colleagues, and asking them, like, hey, I think this is an important problem. What do you think? And so, you know, now I definitely assess the battlefield a little bit more, and I try and give that advice to people that are in my shoes, that are getting started. So
That's great advice.
Yeah.
Nikki, what about you?
Advice I would give to myself. So this is going to sound weird, but I think it would be keep talking to strangers. I think a lot about, like, a really pivotal time for me was baby Nikki, circa beginning of college. I had no idea what I wanted to do. I knew that I really liked video games and people, so I went into a psychology program. And I would talk to professors and I'd be like, yeah, video games are super cool, I'm interested in them. And they'd be like, and violence. And I was like, no. And they'd be like, and addiction. And I was like, no. And so I kept getting this pushback, and I had one teaching assistant who I went up and talked to after class because I was interested in her research, and she was like, well, what are you into? And I was like, blah, 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 like, you know, my World of Warcraft guild that I met online, and they're super cool, and I have all these relationships with them, and I really want to study other people that do that. And she was like, that's awesome, and really encouraged me. And she was like the first person that I had talked to that didn't just say, like, that's dumb. So I ended up staying in touch with her. I worked in her lab a little bit. years went by, I found any excuse to write about video games for any class project that I had. And it started getting later in my undergrad career, and I didn't know what to do with a bachelor's degree in psychology, so I was like, I'll go to grad school. And I started looking into clinical psychology programs. And there's an alternate universe where I go into clinical psychology and absolutely hate it. But luckily I didn't. So I ran into this same TA in a coffee shop on campus while I was doing my applications. And she was like, hey, how have you been? What's been going on? And so I started to tell her about how things had been and the programs I was looking at. And she was like, what happened to all the video game stuff? And I was like, well, that's not really a job that you can do. And like, I just don't see, I've never seen anybody do this, and I don't know what programs to look at it, and so I'm just gonna do clinical psych. And she was like, Nikki, that's the dumbest thing you've ever said to me. And I was like, oh my God. But I mean, she made this point about like, you really care about video games, and it doesn't matter if you've never seen anybody who's done video game research before. They existed, I just didn't know about them. She was like, your passion is what's gonna help push you in those times when you don't know what you're doing and you don't know what the future looks like, but you really care about this, so that's what you should go do. So I went home and I changed all my applications and found a bunch of non-psychology programs, went to grad school and did all of my research on video games. I wrote a PhD dissertation on World of Warcraft. So it sounds kind of cheesy, like follow your dreams, but like, I mean, I busted my ass to make sure that I could figure out some way to take these two things that I really loved and make them work and have some kind of impact. So, and it was all just because I had this one random TA who listened to me like ramble at her for like 30 minutes about how much I love video games. So yeah, keep talking to people. Goes along with the network thing, and follow your passions, seriously.
Yeah, that's a great example too. So maybe one more. I'm thinking, Amrita, do you have any words of wisdom you'd share to your earlier self if you could?
Of course, sure. I'll share the advice that I got actually 5 or 10 years ago, which is it's a career lattice, not a career ladder. It's about the most important thing you can do in your career is pursue learning and growth. And the way that I've found I can do that is to try different things that challenge me, things that are daunting, things that make me feel uncomfortable, but ultimately, you know, persevering through that and finding a way to actually lend a fresh perspective to a new area. So at the company, I've had 4 different jobs in my 8 years, strategy, finance, investor relations, and now as CFO of Blizzard. And each time I felt for the first 6 months, frankly, that I was a fraud. I felt like how was I adding any value? But over time you learn and you realize that you can actually add a lot of value when you bring a new perspective. And it's an investment actually that the company is making in you to invest in your growth that will help the company and help the employee. And I'm by no means the only example of that. There are lots of examples of that around Blizzard, you know, where we have development talent, we have other talent that moves across the company to get their creative juices flowing. I don't think we'd have Overwatch today or Hearthstone today if we didn't have some of those leaders coming from other franchises and just wanting and having an idea and wanting to pursue something new. So I would say keep following your passion and keep in the pursuit of growth.
Great.
Thank you so much for your feedback and words of wisdom. As the UR manager, I hear that from early career talent up through executive talent. So great feedback. And if you are interested in learning more about just what it's like to work behind the gates at Blizzard, the Life at Blizzard Twitter hashtag, said that right, is hosting 2 AMAs, one today and one tomorrow. The one today is from 3 to 5 p.m. and that focuses on engineering and technology. And the one tomorrow from 1 to 3 p.m. focuses on art and animation. So definitely check it out. And also check out our Life at Blizzard Instagram account while you're at it.
Thanks, Janine. Yeah, so you'll be able to ask us anything you weren't able to hear from us on today on those chats. And I just wanted to just wrap up and say thank you for being such an engaged and welcoming audience and being interested enough to come listen. Hopefully you heard a little bit about what it's like to actually work at Blizzard that you might not have known before, and maybe a few nuggets of inspiration along with advice from some people that have really been successful in our environment. So I just wanted to say thank you, and most importantly, have a great BlizzCon.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you for attending.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage your host, Darren DePaul.
Candy! 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 Should I go back? Candy! Candy! Paula! Candy! Candy!
Thank you. Hi. Hi, everybody. I'm Darren. This is crazy. Thank you so much for being here. Welcome, everybody. My name is Darren DePaul. I'm an actor. You may have seen me on Critical Role. I did a couple things on that. I'm on Geek and Sundry sometimes. Hey! The best thing ever. I did a lot of stage work back in New York, but for the past 5 years, I have been doing voices of amazing characters in Blizzard games. And thank you. Whoa. I dressed up for you. We counted the characters that I have done. There are 53 of them. Through all the franchises. Some of them that you might know. Grand Artificer Ramul. Trade Prince Gallowix. Battle Lord Gardoon. War Chief Blackhand. Sharkbait. Sharkbait. The Grim Patron. The old god Nazar. And Reinhardt! I was an odd child. Surprised, aren't you? Were you an odd child, Darren? I was. Thank you for asking. My mother's name was Elise, and she said that I never played with my toys. I would always line them up and just look at them for hours. And of course, by toys, I mean a bunch of rocks and a broken pencil and sadness. It was the 60s. And we didn't have action figures. I'm old. But my mom said I never played with them. I would. I just line them up and look at them. And when she asked me what I was doing, apparently I said, I'm making up stories in my head. I'm going on an adventure. And maybe, look, guys, maybe, just maybe, that is what prepared me for what I do. Maybe that's what led me here to this moment with all of you, because if you kind of think about it, that's what Blizzard does. That's why we're all here. The joy of stories that someone made up, characters, worlds, immersive games, and that thrill that you get when you say, I'm going on an adventure. And that's what we're going to do tonight, because this is BlizzCon Community Night 2018. Candy! You can probably tell I'm kind of excited to be here tonight. I sat over there as a judge, and then they asked me to do this, and I was really scared. And then I was like, I am cold. I must answer always. It's Reinhardt. That's what I do. I'm done. This is my 5th BlizzCon that I have attended, and it's been an amazing journey. It's kind of like coming home in a weird way. I love that. There's a lot of people here. There's people watching at home. Hi, we wish you were here. We wish you could feel the energy. Everybody watching the virtual ticket. But this is an amazing place. I get excited by all the announcements. I think we kind of had some good ones this year. As a Diablo fan, anyone excited about Diablo? Lorecraft Remastered. McCree Animated Short. I got to watch that early with Matt Mercer. It was really special. We're going to talk about that later. Membership has its privileges. No. the cosplay here is simply jaw-droppingly amazing. And, you know, I like to dress up, even though right now I guess I look like an accountant for a magician, but that's okay. It's all right. It'll be fine. This year, I get to bring a little bit of magic and be your host. Thank you for having me as your host. You know I'm going to cry, so don't. Stop it. Stop it. God. You really don't know how much that means to me. It means the world. I love walking around and meeting everybody and hearing your stories and just thank you. Where were you when I was in high school and no one dated me for 17 years? Now it's like, oh, he's old. He's in his 50s. We like him. He's not wearing a bow tie. It's a giant moth attacking his throat. It's ridiculous. You know what isn't ridiculous, guys? It's just what you said. You made me part of this community. You made me part of you guys, and it means so much. I think some of you know this. I have played Diablo 3 as every playable class, both sexes. I've gone through the entire game. I'm that guy. I love, stay a while and listen. I love that world. And I just love to have those experiences. I wanted to explore like every corner of that world because it's fun. It's going on an adventure. It's kind of going back to when I was a kid. It's the adventure that led me here. Blizzard changed my life. Blizzard changed all of our lives. If you guys look around, every face here, they love what you love. And that is unbelievably powerful. Stop crying, Darren. Stop. The focus tonight is on you guys. We're going to shine the spotlight on you because I'm sweating already and we just started. Everywhere you look, someone is excited to be here. So please, have a wonderful show. We got some incredible bands. We have wonderful cosplay. We have some art. We have some short films. So, what's all this standing around for? There's glory to be won. To help us in that glory, we need some judges. We need 3 judges who are part of this community. 3 people who are my friends. I'm so excited. Let's meet them now. Our judges for 2018. Here they come. Our first judge is a costume designer and a cosplayer. Wow! You've seen some of her work creating Blizzard's iconic characters in the Hearthstone Mulligan series. The first armor that she brought to life was Arthas after her guild got a server first kill. Please welcome Jackie Craft! Our next judge, he's my friend. He is a prolific voice actor in animation and video games and Critical Role. Here, he is the voice of Ragnaros the Fire Lord. He did the Bard in Hearthstone's Kobolds and Catacombs trailer. He's McCree! Matthew Mercer! Matt, how did 2 Florida boys get here?
I don't know. And
thank you. I'm ridiculous. Very confused. Our final judge. I sat next to her over there last year. She's super cool. Our final judge continues to prove her parents were wrong, making a living playing video games. What? She is a streamer. She is a video creator. She's a stage host, and she really likes chicken tenders because that's what that says. You can follow her at facebook.com/tradechat or join the 500,000 who already follow her on her YouTube channel. Please welcome back my partner, Panzer! Hi, everybody. Welcome back.
Hi.
Panzer, we're doing this again.
We are. I did not know what that bio was for when I submitted it.
Thanks, friend. Make the old guy in the vest say it. Panzer, what are you most excited about tonight?
Oh, the cosplay. I'm so excited for the cosplay.
Matthew. Hi.
Hi, buddy.
Hi, buddy. How would you describe the Blizzard community to somebody that didn't know about it? What words would you say?
Vast, diverse, and overwhelmingly welcoming. I've been coming to BlizzCon since it started, and watching it just continue to grow and suffuse pop culture and all my geekery interests has been amazing. I mean, the fact that we're all here is a huge testament to what they've done, and I'm just happy to see all these fine people.
Am I right in telling everybody that you competed in a BlizzCon cosplay contest?
I did, back in 2007, I think it was. I was dressed as Arthas from Warcraft 3. Didn't win anything, but I was proud to be part of it.
You won the hearts of millions. Natural 20, won the hearts of millions. Hi, Jackie.
Hi, Darren.
Welcome. This is your first time this year.
This is, yes. This is
What are you most excited about seeing?
Well, I'm most excited that I thought that he was wearing the Arthas and everyone else was going to dress up. And it was black tie. I thought this was black tie. I am clearly the only one in costume up here. It's fine, though. It's fine. I'm excited to have other people join me in costume. Thank you. See, it's okay. They accept me as I am.
Thank you, guys. It's going to be a night of joy. I can't wait to get it started. And that's kind of what we're going to do right now. Here's how things are going to go. We're doing things a little bit differently this year. The judges are going to decide the winners in the talent competition like they did last year. But they're also going to have a say in the overall cosplay winner. Kind of interesting. And we have 5 cosplay categories this year. There are different entrants in the different 5 cosplay categories. There are 4 entries in live talent. They're all going to be performing live right over there. You're going to see the top 4 film and art submissions. And guys, the community came out in force this year. So let's deliver the payload. Hammer down! We're going to start with cosplay. Let's get this rolling. It is amazing how cosplay has evolved. Why am I hopping? I'm going to break a hip. It is amazing how cosplay has evolved at BlizzCon. So many inspired entries. Getting to the top 5 in each category is a challenge. Jackie, have you ever participated in the cosplay contest?
No, I'm not that cool. It's very scary, actually. But to be immortalized in the game as one of the prizes, like Hogger's in the game. Well, Hogger's already in the game. Gnolls, right? But last year, the winner, she's in the game.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's tempting, but pretty scary.
Laura Mercer with Hogger. It was great. It was great to see. Right now, let's kind of we're seeing some of the finalists, but could we please have a round of applause for everybody that participated, for all the cosplayers that come here. It is epic what happens. It's jaw-droppingly amazing. I saw Reinhardt. I've been seeing a lot of things on this stage. So let's see the best of the best tonight. Our first cosplay category is Artisan Crafts. So let's meet our top 5. Monty, send them on out.
Hey, thanks, Darren. First up, we have Moldy Cheese as Sakura Ariel.
Oh. Hello. Can you speak in this costume?
Sort of. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Can you feel the love that they're sending your way?
Yes. Love.
What inspired you to create this particular cosplay?
I just thought it was absolutely beautiful. I actually vowed to never, ever do wings again after the last time I did wings, but then this skin came out and it was just so gorgeous I had to.
You gave all our heart wings. Good luck. Thank you so much. Monty, we're ready for another one.
All right. Next up is Narga as Jaina Proudmoore.
Oh! This is absolutely gorgeous. What challenges did you set for yourself in creating this cosplay?
Actually, this cosplay was not so challenging, but it was challenging to get in there because I come from St. Petersburg, Russia.
Really?
Yes.
How hard traveling with all of this?
17 in common, so 3 hours from St. Petersburg to Paris and 12 hours from Paris to LA.
You have traveled all that way and into our hearts. Thank you so much. Absolutely gorgeous. Monty, who's next?
Darren, next up is Cinderella cosplay as Priest, Tier 3.
This is gorgeous. Okay, so tell me, what material do you like to use most when creating your cosplay?
Probably silk, because I feel like it's a stiffer material to work with.
Did you ever surprise yourself by using a different material?
Yeah, the EVA foam. It's another one of my favorites because it's reliable.
Well, you are one of our favorites. Good luck. Thank you for this beautiful artistry. Hey, Monty, I have a question for you. Do we have another cosplay in Arts and Crafts?
We do. Next up is Little Sparks as Storm Mantle Malfurion from Heroes of the Storm.
Hi, I'm going to divorce my wife and marry this costume. This is absolutely gorgeous. How long did it take to create?
I started in January, and I probably have about 1,000 hours into it. A lot of Netflix binging.
Oh, really? Well, we are binge watching you right now. Thank you so much. Holy moly. Monty, let's keep this going. Who do we have next?
Next up is Rachel Sanderson as a wizard.
Oh! Hi. How are you? I'm doing okay. I'm kind of scared. This is high school Darren at a dance.
Good thing I like ladies.
Ooh. I think I just got wizard burned with a magic missile of sarcasm. You're delightful. Thank you so much. Monty, do we have another?
That's it for now, Darren.
Oh, let's hear it for the 5 finalists in Arts and Crafts. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Wow. Wow. The skill and the passion and the dedication to create that, I couldn't do it. I couldn't come out like that. I'd break a hip. It'd be awful. Okay, now, let's move on to art. We're going to see some wonderful finalists in the art competition, but because cosplay, it's just one of the ways that everybody in the community expresses themselves. So others share their love of Blizzard games through their art. This year, we had 145 entries in the art category. It was truly inspired and inspiring work. Our honorable mention goes to Ang Ju Yan with Hanzo. Yep. Now, according to the artist, the desire was to create a realistic version of the Halloween terror, Hanzo. They said that the cool, light gray color scheme depicted a soulless atmosphere. And this aging Hanzo apparently is back from the underworld with anger, and he's seeking vengeance. Judges, what do you think about this?
I mean, it's delightfully haunting. I mean, just the eyes, the intensity on the eyes right there and the expression. I think it's, without even knowing that it was based off the skin, it already definitely had a very intense kind of darker Halloween vibe. And the detail was beautiful.
Do you love it like McCree loves Hanzo? I'll be over here now.
Hey, now. No comment. Hey.
Okay, it is time to meet the first of our musical acts. I am so looking forward to sharing them with you because each and every year, there's just such amazing performances. It is inspiring to see the creativity, the passion that all the performers bring. Now, before we see our first act, we're going to see a little film about them. Roll that, if you please.
Hi, I'm Jessica. I'm a cellist from St. George, Utah. I've been playing Blizzard games for 20 years and also the cello for 20 years. So this is probably the best way I can think of celebrating the anniversary of both of my favorite things on the planet. I chose Daughter of the Sea because it was honestly the most incredible song I've heard in a really long time, especially when it comes to Blizzard games. I love it so much, and I hope you enjoy my performance of it.
Please welcome Jessica Soley! Jessica Soley! Holy moly, Jessica Soley, that was amazing. Let's go over and talk to our judges. Oh my gosh. Guys, what do you think? I loved it. What do you guys have to say?
Dude, like, I'm an adult, I get it, but if that doesn't get you in the heartstrings, like, I don't know, something wrong with you, man. Like, my eyes are all sweaty. That was magical.
Matthew?
It was amazing. I'm overwhelmed. It was beautiful. Next.
He was over here swaying the whole time.
Yeah.
Real into it.
Didn't realize I was doing that until you pointed it.
It was beautiful. I don't know that I've ever heard like just cello like that. It is beautiful. It is beautiful. You play beautifully.
Now, Jessica, this was made especially for you, right?
I wish.
Oh, okay. But it's a custom cello?
This is custom. I did that.
Well, you know what you did? You just did something beautiful. Thank you so much. Let's hear it one more time. Jessica Soley! You're amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you. Jessica! That's just the first. We have 3 more. This is going to be amazing. I've seen a couple of them. You're going to be excited. Okay, now we're going to move on to our first film. So at their core, you know, the games that we love, they have strong stories into which we can lose ourselves. And great films, they do the same thing. We had a lot of film entrants this year, apparently. So cutting them down to just 4 was no easy task. Now, in a moment, we're going to see the first one, and it's called Pull Up a Chair. But let us meet the filmmaker, Kangi Choi.
Hi, I'm Kangi from South Korea. I'm a musician. I've been composing and performing music most of my life, but there is another word that defines me. For me, gaming has been a journey discovering new things, with friends, new experiences, and my own strengths and weaknesses. It helped me grow up and become a better me. So I put the view into this music video and wanted to share with you at Blizzcon. I hope you enjoy it.
Guys, what'd you think?
That was amazing.
Panzer?
That was amazing. That was amazing.
It was pretty. One thing, the lighting I thought was really, really gorgeous and kind of set that kind of gradual transition from day-to-day life to this kind of mysterious space. And I'm kind of a generally fan of any sort of story in which you get pulled from your reality into an otherworldly place of adventure.
Yeah, the cinematography was really good.
Oh, yeah. I would not accept a violin from a copy of myself in a basement, but that's why I was not the heroine in that movie.
Jackie?
It was wonderful. That song though, like you guys know, it's in my head all night now. Like it's just not going to go away. But thank you. It was a beautiful version.
There are going to be a lot of songs that will be in your head tonight. It's amazing. And God, I just want to take a minute and say, we're seeing some great stuff. This is the start of the show. But next year, why don't we see some of your stuff? If anything that's being done up here inspires you, that's what this night is about. Take the first step. Make a short film. Make some cosplay. Write some music. Who better than you? This night is all about love. Everybody out here wants to see your creations. So let's move on to our next cosplay category. This is makeup and special effects. I am totally floored each year by how the cosplay artists up their game. They're always looking for new ways to surprise and delight us. So get ready to be surprised and delighted. Monty, who do we have first?
Hey, Darren. First up, we have Samuel Brooker as Zandalari Troll.
Oh! Absolutely gorgeous. Did you just run a marathon?
Maybe.
Maybe. How long did it take to do all this?
This was about 6 months overall.
And what drew you to this character?
I just love the designs of the Zandalari trolls and thought it'd be fun. I've never done any sort of prosthetics or muscle suits or anything like that.
This is your first time creating this?
Yeah.
I told you! Do it! Make it happen! Thank you. This is absolutely gorgeous, and I'm terrified. Monty, who do we have next?
Next up, we have Kelton Ching as the Creator.
Hello? All I can say is, turn, because there's other faces. So, what inspired you? What inspired you to create this particular look?
So I really love Symmetra's Indian heritage. So when I was in Singapore, I visited Indian temples, Hindu temples, and did like a ton of research and was inspired by classical Indian dancers like Kuchipudi and Bharatanatyam dancers. So I based the design on Hindu mythology as well as classical Indian dancers.
This is absolutely gorgeous and also what I wear to bed every night. Thank you so much. Monty, we ready for another one?
We're ready, Darren. Next up is Soa Cosplay as Sourfang.
Hi, welcome to the stage. Can you say for the Horde?
For the Horde! Yes! Excellent. You are one of my people. You make me proud to be an orc.
Yes! Let's hear it for them! Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful! Thank you! Monty, we can't stop. Show us some more.
Let's keep it going then. We've got Keith E. Taylor as Goblin Sky Golem.
Hi, I'm coming to you. Come on over. Come on over here. It's okay. Come on over this way. Hi, Uncle Pete. How are you? It's good to see you. Take your time. Take your time. So what do you want to tell us about this costume before you fall off the stage?
Okay, well, it's the Goblin Shredder. Go ahead.
Ah! Holy moly! There's more! This is beautiful! Do you need some help getting to the other side of the stage? I will help you get it off. You're absolutely wonderful. Here, let's go. Let's keep the applause going. This is absolutely amazing. Are you okay? It'll be fine. Right this way. Right this way. I don't think we can take any more, but I think we're going to take some more. Monty, do we have one more?
We have one more. We have Kohalu as Ilarion, Immortal of High Heavens.
Hi. You're doing the Diablo thing to me. Hi. How long did it take to make the wings?
5 months.
What was the hardest part to create in this cosplay?
The hardest part to create is these swords. Get the Damascus steel pattern.
Wow. All I can say is wow. Thank you. Thank you. Let's hear it. Ah! 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 I almost put out an eye that time. Let us hear for all of them in makeup. Absolutely beautiful. Guys, you are spectacular. Thank you. Pictures, pictures, pictures. Thank you guys so much. You can take your rest. You can come this way. You can go off that way and troll somebody because you're a troll. That was a thing. I should never do jokes. I don't. Hi, don't open the wings because you'll hurt me and I'm old. We just started. I'm going nuts. Okay. All right. Now we're moving on to another art entrant. So this is our third place winner in the art category. It is time to take a look at that third place entrant. It is from Lee Kyung-min from Seoul, South Korea. It is called We Are Rich, featuring Murgle Murgle. Matt?
It's so cute. I can't deal with Murky. That was amazing.
That could be a Hearthstone card.
Oh, yeah, I'm pretty sure, you wouldn't be able to tell if it was official or not. That's fantastic. Yeah. I can hear Dee's voice coming out of it. Probably. So ridiculous.
Panzer?
It looks like splash art for an event in like Heroes of the Storm with a bunch of theme skins.
Yeah.
I love it. I love the Hammond in the background dropping coins on everybody.
Jackie?
I'd be really excited to see someone cosplay a Murloc in a bubble. Like these people can do it. If it
Next
or
year.
You guys can do it.
That's a challenge.
Yes, it's a challenge.
All right. So here is our next challenge. Let's do it. We're going to have our next entrant in the talent competition, but before they come on the stage and grace you with their skill, their art, their passion, their joy, let us learn a little bit more about them.
Hi, we are
Thunder Fury, Blessed Blade of the Windseeker.
We're thrilled to be here at BlizzCon, and we're honored to be a part of this performance and competition. We're thrilled to be here and honored to be a part of Community Night. Our song is based off of memorable quests from classic WoW.
We love Blizzard games, we love playing music together, and this is our D&D group.
Ladies and gentlemen, performing Hero's Quest, it is Thunder Fury, Blessed Blade of the Windseeker!
Shall we sing them a tale?
I think we shall. So grab a tankard full of ale and sing along with me. We sing the tales of heroes, great defeat and victory. So grab a tankard full of ale and sing along with me. We sing the tales of heroes, great defeat and victory.
Our heroes venture forth today to slay a vicious foe. Many surprises lie in wait, of these they do not know. The knoll they face is horror, the beast they call the elite. Victorious our heroes see the knoll slain at his feet.
So grab a tankard full of ale and sing along with me. We sing the tales of heroes, great defeat and victory. Ooh, I have one. get for hooves. At Crossroads, the shop keeps dead. The Alliance took his life. They take the boat to Stranglethorn. You know, they never found Mancrick's wife. So grab a tankard full of ale and sing along with me. We sing the tales of heroes, great defeat and victory.
You know, whatever did happen to Mancrick's wife? Do you know?
What happened to her?
I don't know.
She's dead. Okay, what about the Green Hills of Stranglethorn? I want to hear about that.
I do know that one.
Yeah.
Down that. Our heroes now are searching for the pages of a book. Guessing where he authored it. Across the veil they look. They find all pages, turn them in, receive some jungle boots, and then they sail to Booty Bay to drink and dream of blue.
So grab a tankard full of ale and sing along with me. We sing the tales of heroes, great defeat and victory. So grab a tankard full of ale and sing along with me. We sing the tales of heroes, great defeat and victory.
Thunder Fury, blessed blade of the Windseeker. And now it's time to go to the judges, and we will see what the judges have to say about Thunder Fury. Blessed blade of the Windseeker, we love you so much. And now I step on your toe, and maybe I am Dutch. I don't sing. That's why I am not in this competition. Guys, what do you think?
Dude, I'm AFK re-rolling on Moonguard with them for sure. Like, you're coming right. We're all going to Moonguard with you guys. That was so fun.
Did someone say Thunder Fury, blessed by the Windsinger? I think I heard someone say Thunder Fury, blessed by the Windsinger. Did you hear someone say Thunder Fury? Someone said it. That was amazing. As a person who has spent many years at Ren Fair and loves that kind of bardic troop sense, not only did it kind of grab that playful demeanor, but like it was just a beautifully constructed song. The harmonies were great. And as a WoW nerd, I appreciate everything, including the reminder that poor Mancrick's wife is not doing too well. So I really enjoyed it. Thank you, guys.
I felt personally attacked by the zebra hoof line. That was like my first hard stop in World of Warcraft. Like, I have been killing these all day. It was amazing. It was amazing. Nostalgia trip for sure. I loved it.
Thank you, guys. Absolutely fantastic. Thunder Fury, blessed blade of the Windseeker. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Good luck, good luck, good luck. You're amazing. We love you. There's so much love happening on this stage tonight. I'm sorry, I gush, I'm old. I'm very happy to be here with everybody. Okay, now, what do you want to see next? Wait a second. Hold on. Deadpool? Deadpool? Well, guess what? We're not going to see Deadpool. We're going to see a film. Is it about Deadpool? It is not about Deadpool. It is the next entry in the film. Let us meet first Maximilian Hill, and then we're going to watch his film, Showdown.
Hi, BlizzCon. I'm Maximilian, a filmmaker from Northern California, and this is Bacon the Cat. Do you remember when you were a kid and you'd pretend your toys could come to life? What if it wasn't just pretend and they really could? That was the inspiration for my movie entry this year. I hope you enjoy it.
Bacon, why is Genji on the floor?
Darn cat.
There's no time to dwell on the past. Now we fight.
Don't underestimate me.
Back at you. It comes to this. 友人の剣をくれ！
冻住，不许走！你好。
Bacon!
Deadpool loved it! Guys, what did you think of that short film?
We were all like, oh, please let it be stop motion. And we were like, yes. And the sword, like, I mean, come on. Katana swing, so good.
So good. So good. I love the part when May froze him and there were all the little triangles all over him. So good. It must have taken so long.
That's the thing. Like, you doing any sort of practical particle effects like that using just pieces of errant plastic is pretty awesome. I think Ray Harryhausen would be very proud.
Excellent, excellent. Well, next, we're going to have some more cosplay. Now, as I mentioned earlier, cosplay has progressed. I think in the very first BlizzCon, there were only 25 entrants, and this year, there were like over 150. Next year, again, we want to see you guys. We want to see you on the stage. We want to share your joy with the community. Isn't that right? Okay. So, we want to see some attention to detail, and we want to see the next 5 individual entrants. And what is this category, Monty?
This is the individual category.
Individual category. Send them out one by one.
You got it, Darren. First up, we have Christina Cosplay as Kabuki Hanzo.
Oh, that's fabulous. Please. Oh. This is gorgeous. What inspired you to make a Kabuki Hanzo?
I actually made Demon Hanzo last year, so I fell in love with this one, and it's kind of been nonstop Hanzo making since.
Do you think you'll do another one next year?
The person I live with hopes not, but I hope so.
We hope so. You're wonderful. Thank you. Good luck. Absolutely beautiful. Wow, look at the bow. Look at the bow. Look at the bow. It's gorgeous. Monty, show us one more, please.
All right, next up we have Sarah McMunn as Lunar New Year Mercy.
Oh! Hi! Come on over here. This is beautiful. What material did you make the wings out of?
It is acrylic plastic, so it is laser cut acrylic wing.
Did you do it all yourself?
I did the foam parts, and I had somebody do the cut for the lasers, since I don't have a cutting machine.
This is wonderful. And while you were doing it, did you need healing?
Yes, I needed a lot of healing. I had a power boost from all of you guys. Lots of... Thank you. Lots of positive words of encouragement have helped me push through with this costume. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. You have given us a power boost of joy. Let's hear it. Spectacular. Monty, next individual, please.
That's Ashlyn as War Chief Sylvanas.
I got nothing. You have floored me. The attention to detail is spectacular. Okay, how long did it take to make the bow?
The bow took a week.
What? Did you sleep during that time?
No, I didn't.
What took the longest to make in this cosplay?
Probably the corset. It was vegetan leather that I had to piece together, pattern, sculpt, and mold to my body, so I slept in it overnight, and it was not comfortable.
Well, let me tell you something. You have made everybody comfortable here because they want to join with you, War Chief. Let's hear it! Wow. 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 Monty, do we have more?
We have more. Next up is Barina as cute but deadly Malthael.
Oh, stop it. Stop it. I'm going to hug you because you're really sweet. Hi, why did you decide to do cute but deadly?
My friends always bug me to do cute cosplays.
Where is your mouth?
So I combined cute with deadly, figured it seemed right.
Okay. And how long did it take you to craft all of this?
Too long.
Excellent. Thank you so much. You are spectacular. Thank you. I don't think my heart can take it. Monty, do we have one more?
We do have one more, Darren. In the individual category, we have the Egg Sisters as Zandalari Troll in Heritage Armor.
Hi, how are you?
Good, well.
It is wonderful to see you. I actually watched, you had posted on Twitter, I believe, all the different parts of when you put this together. So how long? How long did it take?
My sister and I have been working on this for probably 11 months.
11 months. Talk about your joy at crafting this.
We love using new materials, so each costume we try to pick something new, and this one was a lot of fabrication, fabrics, and different textures. Reading, lots of reading, and reading, and reading, and reading.
I guess we have to do it together for the Horde.
For the Horde!
Let's hear it for all our cosplay contestants in this individual category. Absolutely spectacular. Everything is just wonderful. Guys, get your pictures because they're drop dead amazing. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. Thank you. Please don't shoot anyone with your arrows. Are you okay? Can you see? Do you need help off? Okay, she's good. She said she was good. All right, we are going to move on to our next category, and that is, how long can I hold this pause? Is art. This is our second place. This is what you do for two. And also for a happy bunny. I don't know why I'm doing that. I am delirious. Next up, our second place art entry. Let's feast our eyes on the work of Yunqing Wong as she brings us her interpretation of Jaina Proudmoore. Judges, Jaina is having a big year this year. What'd you think about this art?
Jaina is having a real moment. I love her expression. I love the water in the foreground. Oh, it's good stuff.
Yeah, I think any of us on the Horde side that accidentally aggroed have seen this face before. Yeah, that's the face of a lost Theramore right there. Poor thing.
Yep.
In the words of a popular World of Warcraft streamer, can I get that? Can I just get that for a second? You guys get it.
And while I have you, I want to talk to you about what we've seen so far with cosplay. What has struck you? What have you loved?
The Symmetra with the faces. Woo. They all look real. I think he killed people to make that costume.
And ironically, does not disqualify you from the contest.
Yep. Do what you got to do, man.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
For the art.
It must be really weird to paint your own face, though, right? Like, it's a cast of his face, and he just, is painting them in his bedroom at night, just tons of replicas of his own face.
But you can see pores and stuff. That is insane.
Yeah, do you, leave that around accidentally and, get up in the middle of the night to get some water and be like, oh, God!
Oh, God!
Oh, it's just me. Sorry. That's part of the challenge.
It's just me.
Turn around. Oh, God, that's me, too!
That's me, too! I'm everywhere! No,
that's my entire neuroses all in one cosplay. Jackie, now, you do this. What has inspired you tonight?
I mean, I do this, but then I see that and I'm like, do I do this? I don't know. It's shocking. Like the weapons alone, spinning weapons. Like, dude, what are they doing? Taking apart their cars, and, like using their windshield wiper motors. It's insane. It's really impressive. It's just evolved. It's crazy.
Well, everything that we have seen tonight has just made my heart grow 3 sizes, and now my heart is about to grow 4 sizes because it is time for our next talent competition entrant. But first, let us learn a bit more about him.
Hello, I'm Jenny Yoon. This is Yuga.
Hi.
Shinye.
Hello.
And Sonuk. And Taeyang. We just flew from South Korea, and we are so excited to be here at BlizzCon with all of you. Playing Blizzard game is always exciting, not only as a gamer, but also as a musician, because the soundtracks are exciting. We think that the best way to share the love is to perform the soundtrack in our style. Hope you enjoy. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
It is my pleasure to introduce to you Jenny Yoon and the Flozic Games Orchestra performing an Overwatch medley. orchestra. Beautiful, beautiful. Come on over, meet our judges. Come on over. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Judges.
You're all so talented. Holy moly.
That was pretty good.
It was better than pretty good, my friend.
It was pretty dang good, but I also might be a little biased.
That was amazing. Seriously, I'm a sucker for strings anyway, but that was, all of you moved together as one cohesive unit the entire way through. The sound was beautiful. It was a fantastic performance. Well done.
And as eloquently put as that was, yo, I play the recorder. Do you have room for one more? Because I'm down with that. That was amazing. I loved it so much. It was really beautiful. And I love the little May hairpin and the diva, you know, just like so cute and stuff.
Absolutely gorgeous. Let's hear it one more time. Jenny on and the Plastic Orchestra. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you. Absolutely beautiful. Thank you, thank you. Well, are you guys having fun so far? Thank you. We're so excited this evening. And okay. We're not going to stop because next we're going to see another film, another short film. It's by Tommy Snow and it's called Overkill.
Flash and Blaze! Attackers incoming. Come out and face me!
No! Oh no!
Push on. Victory.
He thanked his mom and dad. We should all thank our moms and dads. Yes, I agree with you. Okay, Matthew, I want to ask you, what'd you think?
Well, first off, it was adorable as hell. And a heck of a bait and switch. Oh, man, 60-bit, this is amazing. Oh, it's actual animation. This is amazing. Their eyes swelling. That's amazing. That was really cool. I really enjoyed that.
It's so crazy that we're connected with that game and with Blizzard so closely. Like when we went out and they gave us the Lego of our figures earlier today.
That is the weirdest, one of the weirdest experiences. All the weirdest experiences seem to be Blizzard related. Is everyone okay?
It's okay. One shot, one kill, apparently. That's a line from Overwatch. I don't know. You know, I was going to save this story for later, but the first session that I had for Blizzard was a group Walla session for orcs. And do you remember the first person that I connected with in that session? It was you.
I think it was me, yeah.
Yeah.
It was me, apparently.
It was you, remember? We were talking about that, and then we became friends, and then you saw a picture of mine from when I was an apprentice in the 1980s at the Burt Reynolds Theater, and you saw the picture and you went, Darren, why is my mom in that picture with you?
Yeah.
And then we found out that I had played my first ever Dungeons & Dragons game with your mom before you were born.
Yeah. Yeah. Talk about weird experiences that Blizzard facilitates. That was surreal.
That's Blizzard community. We wouldn't have known. We were connected through time. And then, of course, when I went back as Sprig, I was like, can I play that character from 37 years ago? Because he didn't die. Could I bring him on Critical Role and we can like do full circle?
Yeah, it was amazing. First off, Can I give a round of applause right now for how amazing job Darren's doing on stage tonight?
Stop.
For his first time hosting an event this big, you're doing an amazing job.
You're going to make me more nervous, and I can't leave to go to the bathroom. So please, please. Yeah, I say bathroom. I'm that affected. Look, I'm wearing a purple smoking jacket. Hi. Everybody go away. We're talking now. Hi. No. Okay, let's move on. I just wanted to share that moment because Blizzard brought us together.
It did.
And I will never forget that. Blizzard changed my life. Blizzard changed my life. Blizzard changed my life. Blizzard is going to change some other people's lives because we are going on to our next cosplay category. It's a lot of people. It's a group category because this is the aptly named group category. Monty, that's Monty, by the way. He's on the microphone. He's helping us out. He's going to send them out. Monty, who's our first group?
Darren.
Hi.
The first entry in the group category is CF Studios and Sixth Leaf Clover, and we're sending you Nasha the Boomkin.
Hi. How are you? You can talk in this?
Barely.
Okay. Tell me what you'd like to say to all the crowd, and I will relay it to them.
Boomkins are better.
I can't say that. That's rude. And you come out here and you look cuddly, and I'm going to hug you because... Thank you. I needed that. Let's hear it for them. Absolutely beautiful. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Bring us another one, Monty, if you would.
Sure will. Next up from the Belisaedra team is Varesa Windrunner of the Ebon Blade.
Ooh! Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Okay, when you were crafting this, was there any material that you were surprised that you used?
Oh, well, we always use our crafting foam, so foam is your friend, guys.
Foam is your friend! Especially if it's friendly foam. This ad brought to you by Friendly Foam. There's no such thing as friendly foam, is there?
Kind of.
There is? Okay, I always ask everybody, how long did it take to make this?
In the entire year until now. Yeah.
So, okay, I'm just floored. This is beautiful. Let's hear it for them. Absolutely gorgeous. Whoa! Thank you, thank you. Monty, bring us more, bring us more, bring us more.
All right, here come more. From the Pink Spear tribe, this is Queen Ashara.
Oh! Deal? I like deals. I got to do N'Zoth in the Warbringers thing, and now we can do that scene. This is absolutely glorious. What drew you to create this cosplay?
A lot of latex and foam, and that's all.
What do you like most about Ashara?
That she's a queen.
You are a queen as well. You rule this stage. This is absolutely beautiful. And you have your deal. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, there's stuff. Monty, who do we have next?
All right, Darren, our final one in the group category is Julio Ortiz and Killing Jeff Fabrication and Howl Effects. We're presenting Commander Gabriel Reyes.
Ooh! Hi! How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
How hot is this costume?
Extremely. I'm going to IHOP after this.
Are you going to go to IHOP in this costume?
I think I am. I might scare some people.
I think you should. Do you just go up to the, you want pancakes, and you go, I want pancakes, or else you will die, die, die. You're frightening me. Go over there. You're delightful. Let's hear it for them, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Judges, okay, talk to me about what you just saw. What did you feel? What really spoke to you?
Well, as far as I know, Reyes is really more of a waffle guy. As from personal experience. No, but like first off, when you start with a boomkin, I'm already happy. God, the armor creation of those, the sheer latex on the Ashara was amazing.
The articulated beak on the boomkin. So good.
It's crazy. The fact that he said boomkin are better, like, what about the other druids? No, just boomkin. He's that guy. He's been boomkin forever. Did you guys know that the voice of God, Monty, is actually cosplayed right now as Grillmaster 76?
It's amazing. Yep. It's amazing. He should be out here.
That's how dedicated we are. Even the announcer is in cosplay.
Keep your heads down.
What? What'd you say, Monty?
I said keep your heads down.
Thanks, Monty. Everybody say hi to Monty.
Hi, Monty.
Monty.
Hello, BlizzCon.
Okay, guys, we're in the home stretch. I'm running. That shows that we're in the home stretch. Okay, now we are going to see another art entry. And you know which one it is? It's our winner. Our winner this year in the art contest. But before we reveal it, I just want to really thank all of the talented artists that submitted this year. Everybody, you shared your passion, you shared your skill, you shared your joy. Thank you for giving your gifts to us. So, you inspire us. Let's see it. Let's see the winner in our art competition. It is by Rui Zhang. It is Council of the Hammers.
I like hammers very much.
Judges, what moved you about this piece?
I mean, first off, it's a great composition. The fact that you have both the scenic view of Ironforge. I've spent many an hour dueling outside of that very location. But like, and also as a person who loves dwarves and thinks they're probably one of the best races out there, I'm all about that. There we go. Yeah. Thank you, my 15 people in the front here. But it's a beautiful piece. It's got kind of a stoic majesty to it, a sense of, pride and history. You can just see kind of sitting in their expressions and the way they hold themselves, the light snowfall. I think it's just a beautiful piece.
Matt, when you play Warcraft, do you play Alliance or Horde?
I play both.
Really?
Well, I jump back and forth. I started Alliance, then went Horde, then went Alliance, then went Horde. I like to mix it up a little.
Pick a side.
I will.
Panzer, do you play mostly Alliance or Horde? Panzer?
Horde. All Horde. Only Horde.
Really?
Loktar Ogar! Always.
Loktar Ogar, brother.
Yes, you do it better than me.
Jackie?
I killed the Lich King as a female dwarf with orange hair. Like, dude, there are Alliance here. We exist. We are here.
Oh!
My people!
Okay, let's keep that energy going. Let's keep that energy going because it is time for our fourth and final entrance in the talent competition. They are going to rock it. They were here last year. They're back this year. Are they back with a vengeance? I would imagine so because I am so hyped. Please welcome No Fear!
What's up, BlizzCon? We are Have No Fear. You guys might know us. And as usual, we're here to bring down the house.
Since 2013, we've been bringing you guys something that has never been done in any gaming convention, I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, we're pretty sure.
Pretty sure, yeah. So this year, we just wanted to bring you guys something special. We normally rep the Alliance, but we wanted to showcase the full battle between the Horde and the Alliance. So whether you rep the Alliance...
Honestly, though, it's for the Alliance. So that's just we get that straight right
For the
now.
horde.
No, sir, no, it's for the alliance.
Save it for the stage.
It's for the horde, though.
Save it for the stage.
You'll see.
Ladies and gentlemen.
You'll see.
You'll see who wins.
It was 2013 when the H&F snuck up on you guys like a bunch of rogues and backstabbed you. Now it's 2018, and we're just bringing the banhammer on the entire competition. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is a brand new song.
Mastermind, something like a mastermind, ebb and flow, weaving through these tracks, making history. I'm cataclysmic with opposition. So when I say the only way you'll see my foes, the caverns of time.
Horde, alliance, demand, compliance, and teach these tyrants, these lions, silent giants. Hey, I'll break under pressure. Listen to my lecture. Meet me in dress bar, you feeling LOL, can't burn.
Look into the sky, now tell me exactly what you see. When I see on fire from the horde.
Fire from the horde.
Who's gonna bleed? So as far as I can see, this kind of leads to a cheese. Call me Timmy Turner. I got that fire babe burner.
Nah, my team ready, my shot steady, your help getting lower about a second. I'm not really impressed with that guild that you speak about, cause we ready, weapons out, silence all your casters. Yeah, you definitely should have watched your mouth.
You wanna know about the blue and gold, then I suggest that you do what you told. Cause if y'all gotta compare a couple and around the district and the what is the goal, let's get that war mode activated. Glory to alliance, yeah. Glory to alliance, yeah. Glory to alliance. We yelling war mode activated.
The horde will triumph, the horde will triumph. We strong, we violent.
We never gonna give it up.
We never gonna give it up.
Never gonna give it up. Never gonna give it up. We always gonna live it up. We always gonna live it up. Right, we number one. War mode
activated.
Defiant.
The horde will triumph.
Glory be to alliance. Come, here is bound. I got that here in yard time. Yeah, pick a battleground. Put the fear in yard time.
My verse has never been first. I keep that azurite at all times. Every boosted every rhyme. No heirloom needed for the grind.
I'm at as a hacker, recreational phone collector. You'll be gone like Garrison, drop like some silent death.
No sub, bro.
It's the bomb of my eyes.
No design.
I don't feel my lines.
It's all clear.
Psychic screens in my mind.
We all knew.
It's a matter of time until it escalated. And Darnassus was decimated. Water rhymes, the storm rhymes, the next city probably killed man.
While we soaring higher than a griffin, watch me spread my wings. I ain't talking cinematics when we about to call the scene. Messing with the
light elf nightmare tune, draped out in heirloom. Yo, platoon will share doom and both doom. I'm there soon.
First love when it's generated. Haunting all of these horny haters. Embrace the life of a great crusader. For the alliance, cause we the greatest.
So no messing with the vision. I'm talking to every stealth rogue just to be specific. My high level rising deep keystone. I'm grinding mythic. I rest these so-called bosses, so you better tell your minions we about to get
We
them.
hardly civilized. Actually, mine's on tip. You see, we lit. Sorry, but this swag you cannot emulate. Bond on equip.
War mode activated.
Glory to alliance. Yeah. Glory to alliance. Yeah. Glory to alliance.
Yelling war mode activated.
The horde will triumph. The horde will triumph. The horde will triumph.
We never gonna give it up.
We never gonna give it up.
Never gonna give it up.
Never gonna give it up.
We are gonna live it up.
We always gonna live it up.
That's right, we number one. War mode activated. Strong, defiant.
The horde will triumph.
Yeah, glory be to the
The horde.
Alliance go.
Horde.
Alliance
The
go.
horde.
Alliance go.
Strong.
Alliance
For
go.
the horde.
Alliance go.
Horde.
Alliance
For
go.
the horde.
Alliance go.
Strong.
Defiant go.
Hey, I thought this was 2018. Y'all looking like 2013.
You gotta go harder than that.
I thought y'all lost that one. I thought we called for first place here.
Let's go.
I want to hear y'all get louder. Blizzcon, let me hear you.
Y'all ready tonight?
Turn up.
I want to see them hands up.
Let's go. Let's go.
This is me in my natural habitat. 3D me, y'all still handicapped. On the head of a red like a bag of hats.
Level up my swag, no artifact.
Hit him with the celebratory evidence camouflage.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hit him in the underground, who was running the Delaware.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Ghost wolfing all across the land, turning every single quest in. My best friend, he's a battle strong from the stars and line.
It's really epic, though.
If you go hard, keep questing, keep grinding, keep leveling. In the end game, it's only you to blame when the other side did rest.
I'm no mage, but I do magic when I spit it. It's too classic, just like vanilla. I'm too ill, but that's okay, cause my heels are magic. Keep the aggro, too much thread. Tank swapping, shrinking, procking. Big quick hit and your bubble popping. I lead the troops and we steady marching.
All of your war front, request the heart pump. You're gonna need more love. You're gonna need more love. Now dripping, I pull trap.
I'm phased in like a dungeon. No time walker, amazing. I'm a beast like a warp stalker.
Season 9, on a rewind. Got a boss, make questions of mine. I divine, intervention that's divine. I say let's go for the minds. Another meal. If it get too heavy, peel. Crazy can't be with the heel. Damage I deal. Evidence, I got the skill. Only pally with a shield. For real? Post terror swag, we bang that terror guard down. Orc hero stand straight up. We gonna raid your time. Oh, you think we done the bluffing since I blow the rock? How we took that whole thing down? Took that whole thing down. Took that whole thing down. Oh, you think we done the bluffing? Took that whole thing down. Took that whole thing down. Took that whole thing down. And like the orc hero stand, standing straight up. Proud.
Set focus, now I'm locked in. Food buffing, I'm flasking. Almost full without asking. Ready, check, now let's begin.
Hit him with a little bit of everybody. Whoa. Wait. Everybody's last stand.
All together now.
Let's get it.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
No fear! No fear! Let's hear it for No Fear! Guys, hi! Hi, how are you? I'm Darren. You may remember me from Darren. Hi, let's go find out what the judges think. Hi, guys. You're sweatier than I am. Goodness gracious.
I ran out of potion.
Guys, what did you think of the joyfulness of No Fear?
Dude, rap at BlizzCon, it's like everything we wanted. Plus war mode, Dad, that's who's been stopping you from doing your daily quest every day. Like, the world quest, it's you guys. War mode, like, if you have it activated, man, you're like you're the 1%, guys. That's amazing. It was so energetic, the dancing, like, man, I can, like, sing a turtle to the water, but I can't rap. Like, that was amazing. Oh, I love it. Shots fired.
Shots fired.
Don't mumble. If we've learned anything tonight, it is you can rap, just don't mumble. Matt, what do you think?
That was incredible. Are you kidding me? I was like, first off, it's a fan of hip hop. That was just a great performance. I am exhausted over here just watching you guys. It's just crescendo, amazing finish. I mean, the whole audience was jumping around with you guys. It was amazing. Well done, seriously.
Panzer.
You guys always have amazing stage presence, so always so good, so much energy. There's more of you than there were last year, right? You're multiplying. You had to recruit them. They're your allied races.
So we went to Nomergan, right? We were like, all right, you gotta have a gnome. Like, I'm a trainee, right?
Wow.
I know.
No fear! Thank you, guys. It was amazing. Thank you for sharing your joy and your passion. I can't do that. Wait, I can do that. I can do that. I can do that. I can do that. I did it. I don't know why. I am completely delirious by now, ladies and gentlemen. But the one thing I do know, it is time for our final winning film entry. Chosen out of 25 entries, this filmmaker can now call themselves award-winning. So let's get to know Urban Bradesco, a.k.a. Dead Pixels, and his instant classic, Personal Guardian Angel.
Hey, guys. Hey guys, I really hope you're enjoying BlizzCon so far. I'm probably somewhere in the audience having a really good time. For me, creating this video was a really good opportunity to sharpen my filmmaking skills, since creating a compelling story under 3 minutes can be quite a challenge. Doing it here at BlizzCon gave me so much creative freedom to explore the rich material that Blizzard has to offer. Please enjoy the video and the rest of BlizzCon. Bye.
New season has already started? Okay, all systems checked out and ready to go. I've got this. Play, season... Nah, I can win this on my own. My destiny awaits! This is my time to shine. We've got this! Oh no! No! What's going on? No! Why? This can't be happening! No! I will not be defeated! I'm not a good loser. I need to recharge my power.
Minor setback, but we can still win this. Are you even trying?
This isn't even final form! I do not understand. I'm going all out. And yet, I don't stand a chance. Weak. Defeated. Lost. I can't win this on my own.
Your personal guardian angel. I'll be watching over you. Pull together. We can do this. Attack with me.
Ready?
Now, let's achieve our objectives.
On my way. Nerf this. Multi-kill. I'm going to own all these moves. We got this. Huge red. This is it. Now that's teamwork. Easy.
Guys, I'm cheering up. That was super cool. What did you guys feel?
In the very beginning, highly relatable content.
I mean, from a cinematography, pacing, editing standpoint, that was incredibly well cut, incredibly well displayed. The effect shots, it was very Scott Pilgrim-esque. It brought you into that very comic book action feel.
Yeah.
That was beautiful. I loved it. And like the whole, the arc of the story, once again, very relatable. No, that was brilliant.
I don't think any of them were McCree, though.
Well, no, that's why they won at the end. That's not true. He got buffed recently.
Oh,
Tides are turning, my friends.
it was so good. Does anybody else have a buddy that they play with like that? Y'all got buddies? Oh, I'm looking for one more. Like I could use a Mercy or something. That would be really nice.
Be your Mercy.
I'll
be your Mercy.
Friends, they're here. I love it. The production value was so good. He's in the audience too, which is so cool. I wonder where he is. It was so good. It was an amazing. Oh, they're calling out for him.
I have no idea.
It was so good.
It's just utter joy.
It is utter
That's what
joy.
this night has been about. And we're about to wrap it up. We're going to be doing our last cosplay category. Guys, we did it. And they did something very, very special. Because our last cosplay category is large fabrication. I'm not going to say anything. I want to see it as much as you guys do. Monty, send out our first one.
You got it, Darren. First up is Leah Stevo as Whimsyshire Barbarian.
Oh! Oh my gosh! Oh, no. Thank you. The cow level is a lie. It's a total lie. Okay, talk to me about the detail that you've done on this costume.
Well, Darren, I really just want you to smell my cupcakes.
Sure, I'd be delighted to. Oh God, they do. That's strawberry. You put scent in your cup. No, that came out wrong. I'm so sorry. No, please, don't. Don't. Shame on you, Whimsyshire. I adore you. This is beautiful.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Let's hear it for them. They had cupcakes you could smell. That's what large fabrication does. This is unbelievable. Monty, send us more. There's still strawberry here. Thank you.
Here come more. We've got Molly Cameron as Brigitte Lindholm.
Yes!
So tell me, Brigitte, why did you choose this character in particular to bring to the competition?
My husband actually plays Reinhardt, and I wanted to do a character that went with him, and so I decided to do Brigitte Lindholm to be his squire.
That's the kind of stories that this night is about. Thank you, and all I can say is,
you are my shield.
Beautiful. Thank you. Monty, come on, let's keep it going, Monty. Who's next?
Next up is Aoki as Arthas Menethil.
Oh! Oh my gosh, that's glorious. That is glorious. Are you always drawn to create dark characters?
No.
Okay, I did not expect it. Like, no, hey dude, how are you? I play my guitar. How long did it take you to make this?
Sorry, I'm Russian. I don't get it.
Oh, it's okay. Well, we are Russian to tell you how much we love you. Thank you so very much. Spasiba, spasiba. Tell me they're Russian? My dad was Russian. No one could have told me. Monty, who's next?
Next up is Brian, a.k.a. King Kupo Cosplay, as Cyber Ninja Hanzo.
Hey, hi. Wow, you have delivered the payload with this. That is absolutely glorious. Okay, what is this fabric? What did you use to make this?
It's Able foam.
Okay, do you always sculpt in that, or is there something else that you prefer working in?
Able foam is my favorite to use, so Ava everything.
What was the challenge that you set for yourself in creating this costume?
Honestly, making the prop. This is the first prop I've ever made. I usually just make full suits. So.
Let's see it. Show off the prop. This is glorious. You took aim and you fired an arrow into our heart. Thank you so much. Beautiful, beautiful work. Monty, come on, send us another one.
All right, Darren, our final contestant in this group is Gun Griffin as Diva's Mecca.
Hi.
Can I have your autograph? It's for a friend.
This is absolutely glorious. So tell us about how you made this.
I decided to build something that never had been built before, and so I threw everything I had in 2 months.
2 months? 2 months. What was the hardest part to create in this costume?
The support structure. This much EVA foam, you know, as light as this stuff is, it still weighs 50 pounds. You have to keep this thing from sagging, from bending. It behaves like Jell-O when it comes in big sheets.
I'm behaving like Jell-O because your cosplay is so amazing. Let's hear it for them. This was Large Fabrication. Do you need help? Are you okay? Take your pictures because they're glorious. Let's look at this group and let's appreciate them. They have won their way into our hearts. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. Judges, I'm coming. Jackie, I'm going to come to you first because you know from this. Okay, what struck you about that particular group?
I mean, I don't know how you can pick a winner in this. It's so crazy. I know that's corny to say, but like the scented cupcakes, I've never seen that done before.
Yeah, there's still strawberry, like wafting to the air. It's absolutely delightful.
Yeah, mine smells like propellant and death. Like, and hers are just strawberry scratch and sniff. I need to learn from this.
Yes. Matthew?
Oh, man. Once again, like, every single entry in there looked incredible. And as a person who has made an Arthas costume, knowing how hard that is, I'm just like, oh, man, if only I had known what he knows now. Everything that came on stage, every person up there was incredible and blew me away. Had some aspect of the costume that, in its simplicity, was crisply done super accurately, and the scope of it was amazing. I mean, that's how you finish a costume contest category. Yeah.
Oh, and one other thing. Yeah. I got to follow the progress of a lot of these characters, and the Jaina and the Arthas are a couple. Like, that, I mean, goals, guys. Goals.
I did not know that.
Get out of here.
Terrible OTP, but...
Yikes.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
The Diva Mech, what in tarnation? 2 months?
2 months.
Wow.
And you could, when I was talking to him, he was shaking, keeping it together. The pressure of that outfit. Wow.
Well, and he's like on like stilts, like sideways stilt, like those. Yeah, man. Nerf
the dedication and the skill of everyone that we saw tonight. Guys, I don't know how you are going to pick an overall winner in talent, in cosplay. You have an unenviable task ahead of you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Now it is your time. You're going to go and you're going to deliberate and you're going to decide who has won the 2018 talent competition and who has won overall cosplay. And I think we're going to announce the winners in each category as well. So guys, take a few minutes and we can't wait to hear your decision. Let's hear for our judges. I did that last year, and it's not easy because when you see one, you're like, wow, okay, well, that's obviously going to be the winner. And then the next one comes like, oh my gosh, that obviously is going to be the winner. So just the skill, the talent, the dedication that everyone brings to this stage. Standing up here right next to them, thank you for letting me do this year. I was really terrified. I will be honest, I was terrified doing this. And it's been utter joy to do this. So, you also, thank you. You can do it right now. Thank you. You guys also have a say in who wins. I just found this out. Whether you're here with us in person or whether you are watching, hi friends with the virtual ticket, hi there, you can decide some winners. You can cast your vote. You can go to BlizzCon.com. You can go to the forums in the virtual ticket zone, and you can vote for who you thought was your personal favorite. And guess what, gang? We're apparently going to announce the favorite during the closing ceremony tomorrow evening. This is really, really exciting. So you have a say in who you think is the best. Okay, so while they deliberate, I apparently have a lot of time to talk to you. All I can say is the journey that I took and being a part of this community, when I came to my first BlizzCon, a friend brought me, I had already done some voiceover stuff, but it was my birthday. I said, my birthday, and that was when Overwatch was first announced. I didn't even know it was called Overwatch. And to come in here and feel the energy, and then years later, to have the trust of you guys and the love of you guys, I don't know what I did to deserve it. When I walk around and I meet you and I hear your stories and people ask for hugs and just, they talk about the passion and how they love all these characters, all these worlds, all these wonderful, wonderful games that are about fun, that are about joy. Okay, how was your joy? Did you have a lovely night? Thank you. Thank you so much. There was one thing. I went to my first Ren Fair this year. I'll probably put the post up. I'd never been to a Ren Fair. My friend Matt Mercer was like, you should come. They're joyful. And I dressed up. I'd never done that before. I went as Reinhardt. It was Ren Fair Reinhardt. Nobody knew that. I had a shield. I had a hammer. And what was really cool was I was just walking around enjoying it. And people would all of a sudden go, Reinhardt? They even recognized me in that outfit. And you guys don't understand what that means. We love this stuff. It is a privilege to get to be a small part of the team that creates these games and these experiences for you guys. You're kind of part of that because you throw the love at us, and that's what makes us throw it back. I mean, thank you. Thank you for that. I just think it's about joy from going. I'm going to talk tomorrow. There's something called Stay a While and Listen, and they asked me to give like a TED Talk kind of thing about how I got from being a Broadway performer and at the lowest point in my career when no one would hire me and I was playing Diablo over and over and over again because that was my joy. That was my safe space. And then now to be here and to actually go, this is our joy. This is our safe space where we can just share our passion and our commitment. And okay, so I'm going to sit down for a second because the judges aren't back yet, and I'm old and I'm tired. So stay a while and listen. Okay, wait a second. Since we have time, does anybody know the story about the rabbit and the butcher? Okay, since we have time, I'm going to tell you a story about the rabbit and butcher. Okay, so a rabbit goes into a butcher shop, and he says, hi, you have any carrots? And the butcher says, no, it's a butcher shop. We have meat products, sausages, meat. We don't have any carrots. Rabbit says, okay, bye, and he leaves. The next day, same rabbit comes back to the same butcher shop, and he says, hi, you have any carrots? And the butcher says, I told you yesterday, we don't have carrots. We are a butcher shop. We deal in chops. We deal in meat. We deal in sausages. If you want carrots, go to a carrot store. And the rabbit says, okay, bye. And he leaves. The next day, the same rabbit comes back to the same butcher shop, and he says, hi, you have any carrots? And the butcher goes, no, I have told you for the past 3 days, we do not have any carrots. And furthermore, if you ever come in my shop again and ask for carrots, I will nail your ears to the floor. And the rabbit goes, okay, bye. A day goes by. No rabbit. 2 days go by. No rabbit. 3 days go by. No rabbit. On the 4th day, the same rabbit comes back into the same butcher shop, and he says, hi, do you have any nails? And the butcher goes, no, we don't have any nails. And the rabbit says, good, you have any carrots? So you can take that joke and tell it to your friends. This is what happens when you have to fill time. I love just how everyone is so welcoming here. Let's find out who came the furthest. I met somebody from Iceland. Shout out where you're from. Oh, the judges are back. The judges are back. We don't have to do that. Okay. Thank you. You interrupted me, and thank you. It's called Saving My Bacon. It's called Delivering the Payload of Helping Darren. Okay. So it is now time to announce the winner of our talent competition. Judges, can we have the envelope? Oh, you can open it for me? Yeah, I have a microphone in my hand. I'm ready for it. This is talent. The winner in the talent competition is Have No Fear! No No fear! No fear! Congratulate! Oh! You did it! How does it feel, my friend? How does it feel?
Thank you, Blizzcon. Since 2013. Since 2013, we came with a mission to show diversity, to show that all walks of life can give you something great, even from our city. So thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys, so much. Here, take your envelope. Take your envelope. Congratulations. 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 You go and celebrate, guys. Well deserved. Go and celebrate. Thank you. Congratulations. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. This is it. This is it, right? We are now going to announce the category winners in cosplay. And my new best friend in the entire world, Monty, is going to help us out. Monty, let us know.
We're ready for this, Darren.
Oh, yeah. We're so ready, you could call us the mayor of Ready Town.
All right, Mayor, here come the winners. In the artisan category, the winner is Narga with Jada Proudmore.
Whoa! Congratulations! Congratulations! I think there's a spot over there. Congratulations!
All right.
Yep.
In the SFX category,
yes,
the winner is Kelton Ching.
Oh, yeah!
As the creator.
Who's next?
In the individual category, the winner is the Egg Sisters as the Zandalari Troll in Heritage Armor. And in the group category is the Pink Spear Tribe as Queen Ashara.
Oh, yes! We got one more. Who is it, Monte?
In the fabrication category, we have Aoki as Arthas Menethil.
Oh, wow! Those are the winners in each category. But before we announce the overall winner, we want to bring Monty to the stage so that you can all see him and say hello. Monty, come on out here. Monty. I love you.
And I love you.
And now it is time to announce the winner of the overall cosplay competition. Guys, this is it. Who is it? Open it up for me because I'm too nervous, Panzer. Open it up, open it up. Goodness gracious. The winner is Kelton Ching, the creator! Congratulations! Beautiful work. Congratulations. Let's hear it for everybody. Guys, be on this stage next year. That is our show. On behalf of the judges, on behalf of the crew, on behalf of everybody watching at home, on behalf of me dressed up like a head waiter, thank you so much for making this the most special community night. And all I can say is, honor, justice, community. Good night. Everybody, thank you. It's time for a cosplay parade. Congratulations. Congratulations. Come on, guys.
About cosplay. This is amazing. Or transmogs, probably transmogs, right? I am really excited to jump in tonight with a lot of my really awesome, talented cosplay friends. We're a very tight community, pretty much like Jay Allen and Mike Morheim, like that bro hug, the really long one earlier. We're all kind of like that. So I am going to jump right in so that you guys get to experience all of these talented makers. Let's see who we have first, guys. I think there is an April behind there. It's Master Skin Zol. This is gonna blow your mind, guys. Super impressive. Next up, we have Brian as Cyber Ninja Hanzo. We do not have that. It was a prank. I was just kidding, guys. I was totally kidding. Let's see. Yes, I love Hanzo. This is Hanzo nerfed. Very awesome, guys. Next up, let's see. I have Taylor as the Burning Crusade Cinematic Worm Priestess. No. Yes, I do. All right. I see what's happening here. Amazing. Come on out, my dear. Come on up. Okay, all right. We're back in order. That is stunning. I can't believe that she can see. Oh, she can't see. Next up, we have Marissa as Shield Maiden Brigitte. A bear pauldron. Next up, we have Kelly as female Malagos. Next up, we have Nick as Grillmaster 76, everybody's favorite dad. Amazing. We have female Malthiel. Sarah, come on up. Look at this. Oh, it's a Diablo kind of day. We have Susanna as Lifebinder Diva. We love a good diva. Next up, we have William as Sarge the Mouse from the Hearthstone Cinematic. Hi, Sarge. Next up, we have Anna as Jaina Proudmoore. We have Arabella coming on as Khadgar. This is a very friendly night at Karazhan kind of Khadgar. Next up, we have Ryan as Jaina Proudmore. It's my kind of Jaina. Next up, we have Brittany as Illyria Windrunner. Awesome. Next up, we have John as Stoneheart, Stoneheart Reinhardt from Overwatch. I was in awe. Awesome, man. Next up, we have Katie, Katya, classic Judgment Paladin, everybody's favorite set, right? Oh, the shield. That's amazing. Next up, we have Rachel as a holy priest. A very specific holy priest, I believe. Beautiful. Next up, we have Richard as Turalian. Good timing after Illyria. Next up, we have Sabine as Jaina Proudmore, Battle for Azeroth model. Oh, and a staff that spins, guys. Come on. Next up, we have Samantha as a Worgen DK. We love furries in World of Warcraft, don't we? Next up, we have Whitney as the Carbon Fiber Brigitte. Next up, we have Adelaide as Star Princess Li Ming. Oh, look at this, guys. Gonna hit you in the all factor. Go on. Look how awesome she is. Great job, honey. All right. Next up, we have Alyssa as Sylvanas Windrunner. Yeah. Next up, we have Alyssa as Sylvanas Windrunner. That was Li Ming's mom. Oh, she said for the horde. Next up, we have Chelsea as Expecting Baby Roadhog, which you didn't know you wanted, but you're so glad you have it. Next up, we have Nicholas as Snow Owl Anna. I believe this is not a Tiffany. This is Vincent as Human Winston? No, it's a barbarian, I'm guessing, right? But Human Winston equally is cool. Next up, we have Anne as High Arakoa Caster. I like this. Oh yeah, we going at it? Let me get my shield. Next up, I have Brianna as Catherine Proudmore at 33 years old. Very important. Everyone's favorite pixelated MILF, right? Oh, very 30. I get it. Get it? It's Jaina in there. You guys get it. Next up, we have David as Cosplay Contest Submission. I think it's Pepe. It's so good. And he has a Pepe on his Pepe. So good. Next up, we have Alicia as Lunar May. Next up, we have Erin as Erel, Light of Hope. Next up, we have Vanessa's Draenei Death Guard. Is this real? Is this real life? This is not a Draenei Death Guard, just to get you to get it. Fell Lord Zakoon. Next up, we have Vanessa as a Draenei Death Guard. Equally as cool. And she has hooves. I know some of you guys really like hooves. Next up, we have Beatrice as our favorite, most balanced class, an Orc Shaman. T10 Orc Shaman. Come on out, dear. We have Jennifer as a Frost Vrykul. There we go. Next up, we have Anna as Alexstrasza from Heroes of the Storm. Next up, we have Ashley as Sylvanas, Ranger General Skin. We have Claire as Classic Cat Diva. Now we have Corey as Erel, Light of Hope. Oh, that's amazing. All right. Next up, we have Diana. No, we have Gerard as Nathanos Blightcaller. It would have been really funny if it was Widowmaker Noir. Come on out, Nathanos. We welcome you, Ish. Next up, we have Kendra as Taragosa the Restless. Next up, we have Mary as a Draenei Shaman in Tier 21, Mythic Recolor. Very specific transmogs. Next up, we have Diana as Widowmaker Noir. Next up, we have Malice as Princess Solange, daughter of King Rastakhan. Next up, we have Tiffany as Regal Warrior's Mercy. She's gonna hang out with the princess. Next up, we have Angelique as the Lifebinder's Handmaiden. Next up, we have Jessica as Buon Somni. Yeah. With a Pepe. Next up, we have Brianna in Glacial Regalia. We have Christine in Elite Cataclysmic Gladiators Redemption. I believe this is, Is it WoW Priest Tier 6? Yeah. Next up, we have Tyrion Fordreen. That was Josephine, by the way, in WoW Priest Tier 6. This is Kyle as Tyrion Fordreen, our favorite Ashbringer wielder. Next up, we have Ray as Lady Katrana Prestor. Next up, we have Candace as Sombra. Next up, we have a Stormwind Guard. Oh, nope, they're deciding what to do. Oh, we do have a Stormwind Guard, just in time. Next up, we have Nikita as Jaina Proudmore. All right. How you guys doing? You having a good time? Are you excited how many amazing cosplayers there are? Oh, all right. Just in time. Let's see. That is definitely not Underworld Mariachi. That's this Underworld Mariachi, ETC. Okay. That was Elite Cataclysmic Redemption. And that's Dan. Hey, Dan. How you doing, Dan? Thanks. Thanks for being here, Dan. Felicia as Moira, Classic Skin. Next up, we have Michelle as Sakura Oriel. Aura. It's like an aura. Oriel, that's right. Oriel. Next up, we have Nikita as Jaina Proudmore. If this is a drinking game, I'm sorry, guys. Next up, we have Nan as Asp Farah. Next up, we have Sarah as Sugar Plum Sylvanas. I know this isn't a necromancer, so I got this one right. It's Amanda as Priest Tier 5. We all know this set very well. Is this Tier 19 Demon Hunter? Is it? Is it, guys? I feel like, are you Grace? Hey Grace, how you doing? Tier 19 Demon Hunter. See, we're buddies. Illyria Windrunner, I know you. Juliana. It's a team effort, guys. Cosplay. Next up, we have Nova Widowmaker, Chrissy. It's my high pony sister. Next up, we have Christine as Alexstrasza, the Dragon Queen. Next up, we have Stephanie as a Blood Elf Mage in Cloud Scorcher Regalia with inscribed Serpent Staff. Likely her in-game transmog. Next up, we have Stephanie as Demonic Oriel. I keep wanting to say Ariel, it's not. Not in Diablo. Next up, we have Vanessa as Queen Ashara, the new model. Next up, we have Lee as Stukov. Oh man, that weapon. Oh, nope. We have Mark as the Bifactionals. Mark has a buddy, I believe, yes. They are the Bifactionals, guys. A house divided, clearly. Next up, we have Lady Sylvanas, War Chief Sylvanas, excuse me. Ashley, come on out. Next up, we have Ascendi as Priest Tier 3. Charles is Wrecking Ball Mayhem. I believe this is not Wrecking Ball Mayhem. Oh my gosh. It's an elaborate prank, though. This is Odile Widowmaker. Kendall, come on out. Next up, we have Nicholas, Bones of Rathma. Next up, we have Pete as Pride Tracer. We have Taylor as Hanamura Arcade Repairman. Next up, we have Wu as Celindus. Not that. All right, which one of you did this? One of you got me. Next up, we have Sombra. Definitely Sombra. It's Megan. We have Sour Plum Sylvanas. Michelle, come on out. We have Neil as Sky Shatter Orc Shaman, Tier 20. We have Cameron coming up as Steampunk McCree. We have Jen as Warriors Relentless Gladiator Set. With a hot pink wig. I love the hair. We have Kristen as Beach Babe Reaper. We have a Tracer coming up. A really nice looking Tracer. This is Lauren, Mythic Garb of Venerated Spirit. It's Terragosa, I believe. Feels like Terragosa. Believe that this is a female barbarian or Sonya. Yeah.
So the next lot.
A Khadgarish mage coming out? Yeah, yeah, all right. Nice. This feels like Farah, but I don't know if it is a Farah. It's a really nice looking cosplay. Love the helmet. We have a Death Knight version of Brigitte. Yeah? Yeah? Yeah. Got it, guys. Let's do this together. You guys feel free to identify. That is awesome. We have a tracer coming out. Tracer is always a very specific type of cosplayer. We have Maddie as Brigitte, the original Skin. We have Taronda. These are... We have Kate as Blizzard Entertainment, I think. Yeah? Yes. All right. All right. Thank you, Kate. Thank you guys so much for your patience. This was the very first cosplay exhibition, and as you saw, it went flawlessly, absolutely flawlessly. I'm gonna need you to tell everybody that it was perfect. So thank you guys for coming to watch this. Thank you for, that's me right there, oh my gosh. I got excited. Mom, Dad, and no, I went to school for biology, but look where I ended up. I mean, this is exactly what you paid for, right? Thank you guys so much for coming out. I really appreciate you.